What happened?
I gotta turn the noise suppression off or
Oh,
nobody
well, I
hears
just
it.
went live, so you're not
Oh, okay.
turning anything on.
Whatever.
Are you gonna play your harmonica?
You want
You
to?
do
Here,
the
look.
thing? Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite MMT guy who's very happy about making money on the stock market. Brendan.
What's up, everybody? How you doing? You guys
What's
just
up?
keep hating MMT, and I'll just keep counting my money.
Yes. So today we're watching fan favorite Wisecrack. They always make such good content, don't they?
If you mean content that gives me an aneurysm, yes. Is that good content?
So Wisecrack's interesting because, a while, like, years ago, they were doing like pretty interesting content. And then I think one of the main guys left. I forget his name. And essentially when he left, and he was like one of the head people, it basically just became leftist propaganda hour after that.
Yeah, what's
So
up with that?
yeah, it is weird. It's so weird to see these channels that were just like normal channels, and then someone leaves or Donald Trump gets elected, and their brains melt, and it just becomes the socialist talking points channel. So
Yeah, YouTube is weird because there is a lot of content for making money, for how to make money, how to start a business. There's a lot of that content on YouTube. How to
mhm.
trade crypto, how to trade stocks, all this different stuff. Get money,
Yeah.
get fit, get a girlfriend, improve your life. And then there's all this anti-capitalist stuff. Get depressed. You can't make money in this environment. You got to change the system, bro.
hmm
All the time they're making money. They're getting rich off of ad revenue.
There you go. Yeah, so this video is called America's Freedom is a Lie. So I don't know if you guys knew that. You thought you lived in some free country, right? You,
Right.
me, we all thought we lived in some country, the home of the brave, land of the free, but actually it's all a lie. It's all just an illusion. So let's
Wow.
learn. Let's learn about the lie that we've been
I'm ready
living.
to learn. Look, I
Okay.
love learning. I'm a
Good.
lifetime learner, Sitch.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Hey guys, let's play a game. Okay, so I'm gonna say a word, and then you're gonna tell me the first thing that comes to mind when I say that word. Okay, here we go. America.
Leftist.
Now,
No.
chances are you either said gas station.
No, freedom, Adam. Freedom. Okay. That's what
Okay.
you say when you hear America.
I might have seen his face, and that's what I might have
Yes. Listen,
been I might have been
freedom,
primed to say leftist because I
freedom,
saw that face.
eagles, guns,
Oh yeah.
4th of July,
Mhm.
based, best country in the world,
Right.
uh, bringing democracy and light to any country, even if it doesn't want it.
Yeah, sharing the love of democracy with the world.
Yes. Yes. Money, the US
Yes.
dollar, oil revenue. Come on. There's a lot. The
Ooh.
moon that we conquered. There's lots of things.
Oh yeah. We own the moon, right?
That's right. There's a flag up there. It says property of America.
Hot dogs for a war. Freedom! We both know
There you go.
you're not about to watch a 15-minute video on hot dogs. To be clear, that's because that video will be on our Patreon, so click the link in the description, sign up to become a patron, and see what happens after I eat 11 gas station hot dogs in 90 minutes. In recent years, we've seen debates over the freedom to not wear a mask during a pandemic versus the freedom to not have a stranger.
What was that guy doing?
Jumping?
What
the
is
freedom
this?
to not wear.
Is this what is what's happening there?
He's jumping from circle to circle. There's circles on the ground, I believe.
Oh, okay.
It's some game.
Okay.
Wear a mask during a pandemic versus the freedom to not have a stranger cough in your mouth. The freedom to read books by Toni Morrison and the freedom to not reckon with America's messy history.
Okay. So we're already off in like, leftist talking points land, right? So he says, okay.
Of course.
Like the question of like the mask debate. There is a question, there is a debate to be had there that's worth having. do you have the restricting someone else's individual freedom to force them to wear a mask versus the person who, they feel like their safety is affected by you not wearing a mask, right?
Right. Who's
So
correct?
right. And so this is a real conversation. Now, obviously he doesn't, because he just, the people at Wisecrack, unfortunately, they just read a bunch of like New York Times articles or Washington Post articles, I guess, and they just absorb whatever it says on face value. They don't actually do any research or anything, because most of those mask mandates were actually all BS that existed just for people to psychologically feel better, which, by the way, that could be a valid reason to do something. But it wasn't really the health concern, because most of the mask mandates, or all the mask mandates, none of them were saying you have to wear, the KN or the N95 masks. Okay. Which were the ones that actually stopped, some level of COVID. Like we saw those people wearing those cheapo depot surgical masks, which those don't do like anything at all.
Okay.
And so doesn't that change the conversation about like the freedom? Is it worth
what the facts are, obviously.
Is it worth people's like loss of freedom to force them to wear a surgical mask that doesn't really do anything because it's not one of the N95 masks?
Hell no.
Okay. So, but they just throw that out there. They don't even think about like having the conversation. This is supposed to be a channel that talks about like philosophy, and it's just like, no, LOL, you have to wear a mask, otherwise, you're an idiot. And then he just regurgitates the BS talking points about the Toni Morrison books, which we've covered extensively, which is that there are some schools that parents would complain, the school districts would remove a Toni Morrison book from the school curriculum. And the book that I saw whenever this gets brought up is a book called like The Bluest Eye, I believe, if I recall correctly from when we covered this. And it's a book that features a scene where a father, forces himself upon his daughter.
Right.
And the book describes it in like detail.
Oh,
okay.
That's what you want your kids reading in third grade.
and then it's like he's like sort of like, I think the main character, who's the girl, if I recall correctly, she's not even like it's obviously portrayed as a bad thing, but she's not even like, she still like kind of has affection for him. And it's like this really like weird, fucked up situation. And it's like, okay, listen, I'm not opposed to like books having like very bizarre, like messed up, characters and stories and like that. Toni Morrison always writes these like really messed up family dynamic stuff. It's really weird. The book that I read from that I had to read of hers, which was awful, was called The Song of Solomon. And it also had like weird family sex relations things. So I don't know what's up with Toni Morrison. Maybe it's something she's into or experienced or something. But that's fine. You want to put that in a book, that's fine. I'm not like in favor of censoring it. But I think it's totally justifiable if you have some very severe thing like, a father sexually abusing their daughter in a book, that some parents be like, listen.
Yeah, I don't want my 10-year-old to read that.
Yeah. Or even their high schooler saying, listen, I don't want my high schooler to read about something this extreme. I mean, I'm sure there's good books out there that don't necessarily involve, something of that magnitude of, uncomfortableness for a lot of people.
Yeah. I will have a question for you, Sitch.
Yeah.
Who is it that wants to cut ties with tradition and the past?
More so people who have left-wing moral intuitions.
Okay. Now, what did he just say about the past here?
He said, well, that's a great point. Yeah. He says, oh, they don't want to teach Toni Morrison because they want to hide from the past. Right.
They don't want to deal with the messy past that we're forced to deal with. We have to deal with our messy past, our history.
It's actually not hypocritical, because the left-wing argument is generally they want you to look at the bad parts of the past in order to justify cutting ties with the past and cutting to tradition.
Look, we've already cut ties with that past. What are you talking about?
No, I understand that.
But
I'm
totally
saying that,
hypocritical.
The left generally says, let's look at let's just hyperfixate on the bad parts of the past so we can destroy all our traditions. And then the right, generally says, let's look at all the good parts of the past so we can maintain our traditions. Right. They're both kind of doing their one-sided view of the situation. But anyway, just to also be clear, he makes a stupid point, because a lot of Toni Morrison books that I've read about and read myself, like they all have all these screwed up situations, which, yeah, these screwed up situations exist because there's a black family in poverty and the black family's in poverty because of racism. But it's not like directly like he's saying, oh, they don't want to read Toni Morrison because it's like they're, they want to pretend there's some legacy of American greatness. Like, that's not even what her books are even about.
I can't believe you read this book.
It's awful. I had to read this. I was so mad. Okay. I was in high school and I was like, our choices were The Song of Solomon, this Toni Morrison book, or Dante's Inferno.
Dante's Inferno is amazing.
I love Dante's Inferno. Or I did when I was, an edgy high schooler, middle schooler. Okay. I was like, oh, people are getting tortured. This is awesome. It's poetic. Right. And I was like, every day I complained to my English teacher. I'm like, we could be reading Dante's Inferno right now. We could be reading this awesome piece of literature right now. Instead, we're reading this garbage. This garbage about a woman who roams the streets with a knife because she had sex with her cousin, and her cousin is like off with another woman now. And
you got to deal with your messy past, okay?
Oh my! But this has nothing to do with my messy past at all.
I'm a leftist, and I'm here to shove the past in your face.
The main character of Song of Solomon is called Milkman because his mother breastfed him until he was like 8 years old, and he was caught. And so they all call him Milkman.
Oh,
and I'm like, what does that have to do with America's past? It has nothing to do with America's past.
Oh my word, that's awful. That's awful. Hey Timmy, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just breastfeeding.
This is not like I don't get it.
Can you imagine?
It's just so nonsense.
You're in third grade and you walk into your best friend's house and he's mama's titty in his mouth.
You're like, you look at that and you're like, room for one more?
Oh, Sitch, please stop.
What? I'm not related. How is it wrong for me to do it? It's wrong for him to do it. It's this fucking relationship. Me, I'm not related.
Stop. Oh, that's so bad.
Listen, I'm a big fan of MMT, okay? I don't know what you want.
Oh, no. Let's move on. After Sitch has just thrown his credibility away. Let's move on.
And in the wake of another mass shooting, the freedom to own semi-automatic weapons versus the freedom to not be mowed down by semi-automatic weapons.
Okay, so let's analyze this.
The framing is awful. It's so awful.
Right.
Well, the freedom to protect yourself from semi-automatic weapons with your own semi-automatic weapons.
Or the freedom to just get murdered, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the leftist mentality right there. Just lie down and die already. Come on, you're responsible for slavery.
It's always like funny too, because you can tell people that like don't understand anything about guns when they say like they always try to use like semi-automatic as like a scary word.
Right.
It's it's almost automatic. It's semi-automatic. And it's like
he doesn't know what semi-automatic.
Yeah, you're like
means.
You understand a semi-automatic like weapon is like basically almost every weapon except for like a shotgun and like a bolt action rifle. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is so ridiculous.
We want full automatic. That's where you just pull the trigger and go.
There you go. But so the logic here of this argument is stupid. And I say this as a person who's in favor of gun control and gun restrictions, because if you look at how many people die from, car accidents, right? Every year.
Mm-hmm.
Like huge number.
Yeah, we should make cars illegal.
Right.
The freedom not to be in a car accident.
Now it was brought up that, recently the homicide rate or the
suicide rate.
The rate of children that were dying, it used to be like car crashes was like the number one for non, medical diagnoses. And then it got replaced by shootings for a year. But then if you looked into the number, it was because crime had risen substantially, and it was like 14 to 18-year-olds, and it was mostly black 14, 18-year-olds that were dying by gunfire. And that had like massively skewed the number. But the amount of people that die from like car accidents is like, it's incredibly high. And so you can make an argument, say, oh, well, a lot of people are dying from car crashes. If we like forcibly lower the speed limit by 10 or 15 miles per hour, that's going to have a reduction in deaths. That's proven. That's proven. So it's just silly to me that you can just make this argument for guns because it's a political issue when you could really make it for like a whole host of issues. And yet that doesn't ever seem to come up because it like speed limits are not a political issue.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it. Why don't we just make cars illegal and get rid of all the car accidents?
Right.
I mean, that's basically what they want to do with guns.
Well, it's hard for me to imagine that you're going to tell a woman, I guess, you're going to say, hey, lady, you have to walk home through a dangerous area from your job at night, and you're not allowed to have a pistol on you.
Yeah, no protection.
Right.
Just so Wisecrack can feel better.
Right.
Also, it's crazy that I just had the thought, by the time this video comes out, there could be another mass shooting than the one that we were thinking of when we made this video, which is a cool thought to have in America today. But it seems like at the bottom of every quintessential American idea, policy, or cultural product is a real belief in the importance of freedom.
Defending freedom will have cost for us as well.
I mean, think about it. The nation was founded in a fight for freedom from British colonial rule. The Civil War was fought, at least ostensibly, over freedom for enslaved people. The years since have seen fights for women's freedom, freedom for marginalized groups, free markets, and of course, military operations that free other nations from non-free market systems.
Okay, so before we get into let me start with that. This is so disgustingly dishonest and disingenuous. It's like a joke. Oh, we're so free that we're going to free other countries from non-free market systems. Okay. So what he's saying is America's going around the world attacking other countries just because they're socialist, which first of all is really bizarre. He has, Zero Dark 30 is the example that we're looking at here.
Right.
Okay.
Great movie.
Right, which is about them hunting Osama bin Laden.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So first of all, I don't know what that has to do with, I don't know if you know this. We were not going after Osama bin Laden because he was a socialist. I don't know if you're aware, right? That was
Pakistan, famous socialist country.
Right. It's wild to me. And it's the same thing. Like, it's also just a weird thing because so you look at like the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay, we didn't do those wars because of socialism.
Nope.
Right?
Security threats.
And also these were countries that were ruled by like horrible dictators.
Yep.
On top of it. And so, obviously, I don't think we should have gotten the war in Iraq because it was a total, clusterfuck. But to characterize it as like, we just went there because they were socialist and we have to, make everyone capitalist. That's just such a dishonest framing of the situation. And even if you're going to go back into like the Cold War era where that was going on, it's so annoying because the socialists kind of create this myth. They're like, listen, America had to go and had to stop all these socialist countries because if the people, Adam, if the people found out that socialism was like a really good economic system, it would sweep across the world. It would sweep across America, and all those rich people that control America, they'd all lose all their money because the socialist revolution would come. Like, this is what they honestly think. When in reality, it's like, no, in the Cold War, there was two major powers. There was the United States and there was the USSR. And there was this constant back and forth dominance of who is going to have more power in what region. And spoiler warning, I don't know if you knew this, it turned out that the USSR and all those socialist countries actually totally sucked and were not more successful, were not better, and were definitely not more free than the evil liberal capitalist countries.
Yeah, we know that for a fact. We basically won on all economic fronts. So they're just living in Cope spiral land.
Yes.
They're just living in the myth that socialism could take over the world if the evil capitalists didn't stop them at every single turn.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But just on the Zero Dark 30 thing. So this happened in Pakistan. We went after Osama bin Laden. He was living in Pakistan. And I got to tell you, if my my wife or one of my kids or my dad or my mom was killed on September 11th. You know, 3,000 Americans died on that day. And Osama bin Laden was still out there with basically like 4 wives living the high life in some compound in Pakistan. You know, that would rub me the wrong way. So
Right.
I think getting Osama bin Laden helped those Americans who did lose loved ones on September 11th
Sure.
get a better night's sleep, knowing that that guy went to a watery grave. So I don't begrudge anything that happened there. That's why Zero Dark 30 is a great movie. Do you think we should just let people like that get away, Sitch? Or
I don't
escape justice?
Listen, I don't, but I don't work at Wisecrack. So
Okay. Look, justice. I thought it's in the name, right? Social justice, right? Justice.
There you go.
Bringing criminals to justice. He's just using this clip because it's got a bunch of automatic weapons.
Yeah, maybe.
Which are very useful in bringing terrorist scum to justice.
Even the internet was pitched as a new digital frontier of absolute freedom. The only thing that America seemingly doesn't want to be free are college and healthcare. But more on that later. But for all this talk of freedom, do we even know what the hell it is? It's one of those words that we all use, but if we're forced to define it, we might just stumble around and give some half-assed explanation about how freedom means that I have liberty from stuff that isn't free and I can do what I want. Also, the Statue of Liberty, coupons, consumerism, USA.
I'm so glad we don't have any of that totally lame music in our videos, Sitch. What is up?
You don't like that music?
This music is an assault on my ears. That was the most painful part of listening to this whole. What is that? What is
it's
that?
It's an America song.
You're making a philosophy video.
Freedom is alive. Read Karl Marx.
Terrible music.
And this is weird because the concept has been at the heart of philosophy, political theory, and even parts of theology since humans started writing down their thoughts onto various types of tablets. So today we're gonna talk about freedom and ask questions like, what is it? Is it good? Who has it? And is freedom actually free? So use your own free will to join me as we figure it all out in today's video on freedom, the ultimate American idol.
Do you think there's any free will anywhere near the Wisecrack?
Of course not. What do you call a guy that makes wisecracks?
I don't know what.
I don't know what would you call him?
Oh, I thought you were making. I thought you had some joke lined up for something. I didn't realize this was just a sincere question.
Yeah, no, it's a sincere question.
Okay, I have an answer. What do you call a person that makes wisecracks?
Yes,
a cracker. There you go.
That's what. Look, you answered correctly.
There you go.
Yes, a wisecracker.
A wise space cracker. There you go. I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Look,
okay.
I wrote some jokes for this show. So how do you like this? Freedom, the ultimate American idol. What does idol mean? We should look that word up.
Here's the question. Does that mean in terms of like the show American Idol, like we're all voting for something, or they mean idol like we're all worshiping this like thing that's not really anything, like something that's
idol,
fake.
A material effigy that is worshipped.
Yeah, right. Is that what they mean by it? I'm assuming it's the latter, that they do mean it in the sort of like freedom is the golden calf of America or something.
That's what they're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're saying we worship freedom. It's bizarre because I mean, leftists are generally out to increase people's freedom. Like this where they come up with the whole idea of positive rights. Which I'm not against. I'm in favor of. Look, UBI is basically
True.
Positive rights. I want to increase your freedom.
Yeah, but it's definitely obviously positive and negative rights can go too far in either direction if you just go crazy with this stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
But here's the real question. why did the Jews make a calf?
A golden calf.
Yeah, like of all the animals they could have chose to like worship that Moses would be mad about. A baby cow? Really? You couldn't something cooler? Not even like a bull. It's a baby cow.
Yeah.
Like a dragon. You can make like a dragon. You're like, listen, we just got escaped from Egypt. Make like a big old dragon, right? That like breathes fire on the pharaoh or something.
I am partial to the phoenix.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah,
because the phoenix rises from the ashes.
Yes, and that would be like a good allegory for like the Jewish people escaping from Egypt.
I know. Yeah, it's right there.
No,
they had it right there.
Baby cow.
Yeah,
that's a lame. That's why Moses was really mad. Like if the Jews had built some like really bitchin' phoenix or dragon, or
get this cow out of here. What the hell are you doing?
Or imagine if they did a dragon phoenix. I bet most have been like, listen, I just talked to God for like a long time to come up with these commandments, but that statue, pretty awesome. God is intangible, so we can look at whatever he wants to look like. So let's just say God is like a dragon phoenix now. This is based.
Yeah, I'm down with the phoenix.
Yeah.
We'll keep it.
Imagine Jewish history just completely, Judaism just completely changed forever. Now God is a dragon phoenix.
You know, none of that stuff really happened, right, Sitch?
Listen, you don't think that just because there's no historical evidence that the Jews were ever enslaved by the Egyptians and, walked the distance they walked, and that God went up on a mountain and Moses went on a mountain and talked to God. Okay. Just because there's no evidence that ever occurred, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
But, well, I mean, you're kind of throwing away your central premise for the channel, though.
What's that?
Show me the evidence. You look, Sitch, you don't believe anything without the evidence. What are you talking about?
Listen.
You can't. There's nothing. Nothing.
I have something better than evidence, okay?
Nothing.
I have something better than evidence.
Well, this is the origin of the famous well.
No. I have something better than evidence, okay? I took my hand and I reached deep inside myself until I reached into my guts.
This is horrible.
And I felt around and there was just something magical in my guts. And I just pulled it out and I said, look, here it is. It's in my guts. I feel it, Adam. I feel it. I know it. I know it deep down.
Which hole did you use?
That shall remain a mystery.
This analogy's gone too far.
Okay, so start with the mythos of freedom in America. It's worth noting that the freedom won during the revolution.
See, and then he says the mythos.
All right, let's go back.
We figured out.
Yeah.
It's obvious. So he doesn't, he's like, okay, none of this part of American history is true. The part where we completely subjugated the slaves and, all that we have to focus, that's not the mythos.
Right.
This part is the mythos.
Right.
All the bad shit, all that's true. All the good shit, not true. You're right. He's totally jaded.
I know. Well, I mean, he's a socialist, so they're all jaded on liberalism in America. They all hate the West.
America bad lens.
America bad.
Out in today's video on freedom, the ultimate American idol. Okay, so let's start with the mythos of freedom in America. It's worth noting that the freedom won during the Revolutionary War only served a small subset of white landowning males. It wasn't for another 89 years in 1865 that the 13th Amendment made slavery illegal, except of course for when it was used as punishment for a crime. And it wasn't until
they'll never get over that. It's
what?
The prison labor thing.
Oh yeah. We still have slavery, Sitch.
Yeah. I don't know. It's even though most of the prison labor is for prisoners maintaining the prison, but it doesn't matter whatsoever.
Right.
No, it's fine.
You looked into that?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
1920, 144 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, that the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. And it wasn't until 1974 that women could own a bank account.
Okay. So it's really annoying because this is how these lies and propaganda form. Some person who's on some political team makes some statement and someone goes, oh, that's a good piece of propaganda. and then they just pass it on and on and on. So
Yep.
we've been here. So that's a whole like slavery wasn't abolished because we have prison labor, and there's a disproportionate number of black prisoners. Therefore, black people are still slaves. Like, so someone says that thing, and it just gets passed on, and then this guy regurgitates it. It's the same thing for this bank thing. This is a complete fabrication.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
It's complete fabrication.
Lies.
It's there's lies, damn lies, and there's statistics, right? This is one of those mutant, things that gets like wildly turned out of control or grows out of control. Because what they're referring to was that in the 70s, they passed a piece of legislation that specifically said banks were not allowed to discriminate on race, religion, or sex in regards to who they gave a bank account to.
Right.
Okay. That's all it did. So before then, they could presumably, and before the Civil Rights Act, because the Civil Rights Act should prevented that. But
did they discriminate? That's the question I have for you.
Well,
Sitch.
so here's the thing: there were some banks, obviously, that did discriminate on the basis of race and religion and sex, and there
Right.
were definitely banks in the past, in the 1900s, going up to this time period that would say, like, listen, women can't have a bank account unless they have their husband or their father or some other male person like sign on to it. That definitely happened. But there were also lots of banks going all the way back to the 1920s and 1930s that completely allowed women to have their own accounts.
Yeah, because there was like rich women in history. Like, where did they put their money? They couldn't get a bank account? Come on now.
There were rich women.
Queen Elizabeth, no bank account.
There were rich women. There were single women that didn't necessarily have a male, parental figure in their life at some point. So this is a complete fabric. This is what drives me crazy. It's like, because they passed a law that said you can't discriminate, there's just this assumption that, well, it was illegal to give that a woman, it wasn't legal for women to have bank accounts until that law passed. Like, no, it's just that there were some banks that were discriminating against women, which is bad. But there were tons of banks that women could completely get bank accounts up into that time period. And it's well documented. And it's just annoying because the search algorithm on Google and everything is so garbage. Someone makes this like wacky claim, and then there's like the top 20 search results are all just filled with garbage, just these garbage articles that all just repeat the same crap again and again and again, and they all just flood the top of Google search results now because Google has become broken essentially.
Right. So this is part of America's freedom is a lie. Wait, this is a lie.
Yeah, this is the lie.
Interesting.
That's wild. Various civil rights movements gained traction in the 1960s, and it feels like most of these are still ongoing. Now, given all that, according to the Human Freedom Index, as of 2022, America is the 23rd most free country. Most of the countries in the top 10 are just socialist hellscapes that offer free healthcare and free education and all types of free social and cultural resources, which all sounds very unfree to my red, white, and blue brain.
Notice what he did there?
What do you do there? Putting the Soviet sickle and hammer.
He's got the hammer and sickle there in the background.
So guess what I did, which no one at Wisecrack did because they're too lazy or ignorant.
You went and looked at the Human Freedom Index.
I went and looked at the Human Freedom Index. The Human Freedom Index.
What is this Human Freedom Index? Look, we look at the Democracy Index a lot. What is this Human Freedom Index?
So here's what's funny. So I go and I look up the Human Freedom Index, and one thing immediately jumped out at me. Okay, you know who one of the people? There's like basically it's this thing that's supposed to measure freedom, and they gather data from a bunch of different sources.
Sure.
And you know who put up the Human Freedom Index report that I found?
Who is it?
It's an institution. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Okay. It's called the Cato Institute.
Wow. That's like a right-wing think tank.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever heard the Cato Institute. It's literally founded by one of the Koch brothers. Okay?
Yes.
Right. And I'm like, you're telling me.
That's interesting.
Right. And I'm like, this is interesting. You're telling me that some Cato Institute Freedom Index is really going to have something where it puts all the the social democracies. By the way, none of those countries are like socialists up at the top. Anyway, they're all just countries that are capitalist countries that have, strong welfare programs.
Right.
But I was like, you're going to tell me that something that the Cato Institute is involved with okay, is gonna do this and frame this way that the wisecrack guy said. And so no, of course I look into it. And it's kind of actually it's an interesting metric, even though in the paper of the report, they don't clearly label or they don't clearly like spell out the methodology of how they get these numbers.
That's bad.
Okay,
That's
which
really
is bad.
bad.
And actually, some of them I couldn't even find the methodology because they actually draw from multiple sources for the information. Some, like the Cato Institute, are very right wing, and it also pulls from some very far left wing sources as well. So it's kind of like this weird grab bag. But if you actually look at the report, it actually separates personal freedom from economic freedom. Okay.
I see that on the chart, just on screen. I don't know what human freedom is, though. Is that as opposed to animal freedom? Like the humans don't have to be on a leash or something?
Yeah. So, because if you look, if you notice, like on the America, okay.
Oh, at least we're above Malta. Thank God.
Right. But if you notice that the economic freedom, which is the far right one, it says 8.23. Okay.
Right.
Well, actually, this is actually even, I don't even think, no, that's human freedom. But economic freedom. Oh, okay. So economic freedom is 7.97.
Right.
Okay. And if you notice, it's actually higher than all the ones above it. Do you see that? Isn't that interesting?
Is. Oh, right. Yeah. Look, we have more economic freedom.
Yeah. So if you actually look at the chart on the economic freedom, the thing that he's talking about, because he's talking about all these welfare programs and all this economic stuff, America's actually listed 7th on economic freedom.
Wow. Okay.
But let me read you something from this, because so this guy sees this chart, or Wisecrack sees this chart, and they just assume, oh, well, because I'm a leftist and America's like not at the top, it must be because America's not, taxing the rich enough and doing social welfare programs, right? Let me read you from what the report says. Economic freedom measures. The first category is size of government. It measures government consumption, transfers, and subsidies, welfare programs, government investment, and the top marginal tax rate and state ownership of assets. An increase in any of those components reduces the economic freedom because it crowds out individual choice.
Okay.
So to be clear, what they're saying is that the more government spending, the more government welfare programs, the higher the top tax rate is, the more the government owns various things, actually reduces the score for economic freedom.
Now that's the Cato Institute I'm used to.
Right. So this guy, the Wisecrack people, they just look at this chart and they just assume, oh, well, America must get below on the chart because, they're not social democrat countries enough. When it's literally the opposite, according to the metrics of how these people measure shit.
Right. So the Cato Institute is trying to get us to be number 1. We have 0 social programs.
Right. Like America on the transfers and subsidies, out of 10, they score 3.9. Very low. Okay.
Wow.
So this thing that he's using to try to argue for increased welfare programs is actually arguing against him, and he doesn't even realize it.
Typical.
Yeah. So, check your sources, people. Check the thing that you're referencing, because it might not actually say the thing that you want to say.
So are we going to use this human freedom index? Is this going to be like a regular fixture on the show?
I'm not going to use it. I don't really care about it. I don't like that they don't clearly label some of the method, because one of the things on the
is it
still
going on? Like, why is he going to 2019 to 2020? It's 2023. This is like 3 years out of date.
Well, I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know why that chart has 20. I mean, the number. Oh no, no. That's just the change from where it was. This is from 2022. They're saying that in 2020, you see how it says like up 1 or down 6 or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because one of the things that America got the lowest on in personal freedom was called free. It's weird. It says freedom of movement. And one source of data for freedom of movement gives America 9.5. And then the other freedom of movement gives America 3.3. So there's a massive discrepancy between these two sources of information. So I was trying to find out like how they measure this, and I couldn't. So I was just like, okay, well.
That's where you ran into the problem of not being able to understand the methodology, or them not publishing the methodology.
Right, because I'm like, that's a huge discrepancy of like, first of all, even how do you define freedom of movement and how the numbers so wildly different?
What were the sources?
One was called VDEM and one was the
VDEM?
VDEM, the VDEM Institute, Varieties of Democracy Institute, and the other one was
Varieties of Democracies.
It's called CLD.
Right.
Freedom of Movement.
A lot of these NGOs are a scam.
Which is the Civil Liberty Data Set. I believe that's where it came from. And I was like, I couldn't like figure out how they were coming up with their paper, but or no, maybe it was the center. Maybe it was actually it might have been the Center for Law and Democracy. I don't know. It doesn't even say. So
why is he putting the hammer and sickle on here?
Because he's trying to say that socialism is good, actually.
Right.
Even though these countries are not socialist countries.
He feels that we've been propagandized.
Yes.
I disagree. Look, I'm looking at the evidence for economic freedom turning into prosperity for these various nations.
Mm-hmm.
Has nothing to do with the socialism stuff. Shall we move on, or is there more?
Let's do.
To my red, white, and blue brain. So America's historical commitment to freedom looks a little sus in retrospect.
How many times have I heard you speak of freedom at my father's table?
And these days, rather than seeing a push towards increased freedoms and rights, we're seeing more and more laws inhibiting voting rights and accessibility, denying bodily autonomy, preventing gender affirming care.
Okay. So he brings up, so the voting rights thing, no, I'll grant, and that's true. There has been restriction on voting rights that I'm not in favor of. And that's fair. But so we have abortion and we have youth transitioning. Okay. So he's going to say, how is the country really free if you can't get an abortion and you can't transition as a youth, right?
Right. Yeah. If your 10-year-old can't transition, how are they really free?
Right. This is so weird. This is supposed to be a philosophy channel, like some sort of intelligent philosophy channel. And yet we're literally getting, middle school baby tier arguments against these issues, right?
Yeah. Look, if your 10-year-old can't drink or drive either, does that inhibit their freedom?
Yeah, because okay. And I say this as someone who's pro-choice. As someone who's pro-choice, I still understand that the pro-life side is making an argument that the fetus is a human life at conception or at some very early stage of development, and therefore has a right to live.
Right. And so not to be murdered.
Right. And so it becomes a question of whose rights do we respect? Or whose rights supersede? Does the right to life for the fetus supersede the right to the woman's bodily autonomy, or vice versa? And at what point, if any point, do those, swap or switch? And that's an important question. It's a very complicated question. I don't think it's a question that has a 100% real answer. It's kind of goes down to people's opinions at the end of the day. So to just throw it away oh, well, we're not really free because you just can't get an abortion whenever you want. It's such a baby logic, such a baby argument. Because as you said, you can say that about anything. Like if you think that it is a murder, and you think that it is that the human fetus has a right to life from birth, then that's the same argument as saying well, I don't have a right to pick up a gun and start shooting people. I'm not free to do that. Right. So how am I really free in America?
Yeah.
Because I can't just rob a bank and kill somebody.
Yeah. You can't indiscriminately kill people on the street. Oh, such an interference with my freedom. Well, some people, they should bring back dueling. That is that would be better.
Or even the transgender youth situation. It's the problem is that the medical establishment in America has basically become corrupted either because of the money and probably a combination of the money and woke stuff, that people are just so afraid to push back against the narrative and to not look at the information and say, why is it that before, they gave kids puberty blockers and did all this youth transition stuff, why was the desistance rate, somewhere between 60 and 90% for children? And then now it's dropped to like 2 to 20%. Like that's a real scientific issue. That's a real medical issue to be addressed. It has not been addressed. And the American medical establishment, at least so far, is not addressing it. If the American medical establishment is not addressing a massive health concern, then I think it is appropriate for the government to step in and regulate it, which is what people on the left are supposed to be in favor of. They're supposed to say, listen, you need to help protect people from the dangers of greedy doctors and greedy corporations who want to abuse you and take advantage of you.
Right. Yeah. Should parents be allowed to sterilize their kids? Wouldn't that be taking the freedom to reproduce away from them, Sitch? I feel like it would be.
Yeah, but they want to do it, Adam.
Yeah.
Their choice. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, I came up with a lot of dumb shit when I was like 10 years old. I'm sure glad my parents cared enough to keep me from getting that giant tattoo on my back.
I mean, listen, why is heroin illegal? If I want to do it, right? Shouldn't it be my choice? Don't I have the freedom to put into my body whatever I want to put into it?
No comment.
Okay. I'm just using the same logic here. I'm just trying to use the same logic that Wisecrack is using.
Do you think this is just stock photography, stock footage?
This is 100. Oh no, this is from a news article or a news broadcast something. But Xerxes, thanks so much for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Xerxes.
Yes.
Jacob Loy for $20 says, Jesus Christ. Hey, Adam, what's the update on, I'm not going to say this. Also, have y'all ever heard of the political philosophy Southern agrarianism? It was the 1940s version of touch grass for Vanderbilt. No, I've never heard of that. So look into it. Don't you laugh.
Just read the super chat.
Don't you laugh.
Look, you get a heart from me, Jacob.
Restricting what material can be taught in schools and limiting the once sacred right to protest freely. And in case...
Okay. Wait. There's a lot that went by there. Hold on.
And accessibility, denying bodily autonomy, preventing gender-affirming care, restricting what material can be taught in schools, and limiting the once sacred right to protest.
Okay. So we have...
Why is that not some idol? How come that's a sacred right?
That's interesting. That's interesting because he likes it. That's why. So
okay.
Here's what's interesting. So he talks about things that are being banned from schools and things that are attacking protesters. Okay. So when it comes to schools first, he makes a lot of these like blanket general statements that are very dishonest in framing. Because again, I'm assuming that this guy and that the Wisecrack staff would not be in favor of teaching race science in school. If some state said, hey, we want to like take out the calipers and start measuring skulls and saying that like, well, based on, skull shape or whatever, we're going to say that, black people are inferior, or they make some racially science claim. I'm assuming he's going to say, hey, the government should step in and prevent the schools from teaching this, racist, horrible information, right?
That's part of the past we're supposed to come to terms with, Sitch. We're not supposed to be teaching that.
Oh, well, how are you violating my freedom by not letting my school teach whatever I wanted to teach, especially when it's a freaking public school?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Why can't the schools teach creationism, Wisecrack?
Because it's fake.
Why can't the public schools teach it? So it's such a dishonest and dumbed down and stupid framing of events. Okay. So now we come to this wave of new measures target protesters. So I want you to look at the clip that they're using here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You see the top left, it says June 9th, 2020, Seattle.
Yes. What happened there?
What happened in the summer of 2020 in Seattle?
Is that the Chaz?
It might be the Chop, Adam. Also known as the Jazz.
The Chaz or the Chop?
Yes. Yes.
The freedom zone where several people ended up getting sexually assaulted and murdered.
Yes. It's literally video of people doing the Capitol Hill Occupy protest, the CHOP, which then became the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, which became the known as the Chaz, which was a bunch of stupid, idiot, leftist socialists illegally and violently declaring that they were removing some part of the state or the city away from the government's control. And what happened as soon as they did that? What was the very first thing that happened?
Everyone got pissed.
No, as soon as the leftists said, "Listen, we're going to create a barrier, we're going to create a border," and the police and the government no longer has authorization and authority over this part of the city.
Well, a lot of people's freedom got trampled upon. A lot of the business owners had trouble. So,
that's interesting. And
yeah,
it's almost like the second they did that, the violent gangs rolled in and they immediately took control of the area. The barbarians immediately took control of the area, and there was no longer a state mechanism to enforce the law.
Right. Yeah.
And there's actually, and I'm glad you brought up the businesses, because there's a lawsuit going on right now.
Against the city? Good.
Yes, where the businesses that were in that region or near the region are all suing the city, saying, what the heck? Literally saying you infringed our freedom. You infringed our right to conduct business by allowing this insane leftist socialist nonsense to pass.
Right. Yeah. No, this is just a protest. Okay. You got to understand, Sitch.
Right.
These innocent protesters, their rights were the ones that were being trampled upon. Okay. You should be allowed to just take over the street.
I guess so. I mean, he's complaining about these anti-protest laws, and he shows a picture of the CHOP.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Seattle is so screwed as a city, and Washington, I guess, as a state, that they didn't, to my knowledge, pass any new laws to try to stop this. Anyway.
Really?
Yeah. So that's how cucked they are.
Freely. And in case you think that I'm being one-sided here, I want to make it very clear that lots of liberal and progressive politicians in America have spent their whole careers ensuring a free market which favors the rights of Wall Street, weapons manufacturers, and pharmaceutical companies over your individual freedom.
So Tony's like, listen, I'm not one-sided. I hate liberals too. Well, as a socialist, that makes sense, wisecrack. Right? That is you being one-sided. You're one-sided against liberalism. It's completely one-sided.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's arguing against freedom now, so it makes sense he would be against liberals.
Unless you're a weapon or a stock or boner pills, then they care very much about your freedom. But we still see politicians from both ends of the spectrum telling us how free we are.
Remember those who gave their all in the service of America, in the service of freedom.
It was that same yearning for freedom that nearly 250 years ago gave birth to a special place called America. It was a small cluster of colonies caught between a great ocean.
Now, we can take access...
Okay, I do agree. Listen, I don't know what the hell's going on with Paul Ryan here. Okay, he looks like he wants to, like, hold Trump down and start giving him sloppy kisses. Like,
I thought the wisecrack was in love with Paul Ryan or something. He's the way he's zooming in on him.
I don't know why, I don't know why Paul Ryan looks like he's just so in love with Trump at this moment. It's very...
He's talking about freedom. What
it's a little much.
I'm falling in love. What are you talking about?
It's much. It's a little too much. I was like, Paul Ryan, you need to keep in your pants, buddy.
In a great ocean.
Now, we can take access to books in schools and libraries as an example of these wildly different conceptions of freedom. Now, to some, parents should have the freedom to choose what books and ideas their children are exposed to. And to others, it's important that children have the freedom to access all types of books and ideas.
Look at this pedo. Look at this pedo here, Sitch.
Where's the wine, wisecrack? Where's the... Because, yeah, as you bring up, there was the book that had, depictions of children engaged in sex act. Right?
Right.
Is that really important, wisecrack? I mean, the way he's framing this is just so one-sided. Does he think that, books that are advocating for white nationalism should be in public libraries? Should the Jewish question books be in the school library? Should the Protocols of Zion be available in the school library? Like, where is the line here that we're talking about?
What do you call people who think children should have access to pornography?
Weirdos.
Just his framing on this is insane. Totally insane. Let's back it up. Let's hear that again.
Parents should have the freedom to choose what books and ideas their children are.
Parents should have the ability to choose what their kids have access to. And there's another type of person out there
Are exposed to. And to others, it's important that children have the freedom to access all types of books and ideas.
Children have the freedom to access all types of books and ideas. Sitch, would you like to respond?
Well, I don't like that he said all. What is all?
Yes!
Like, all is a lot. Okay, all is a very big category. What
Look,
all
is
mean?
pornography included in that all category? Yes, it is.
I guess, yeah. I guess that's such a weird framing. And even if we're to grant that he's not talking about pornography, I mean, if you say all, like, does that include all of the gender queer theorists that are like pro-pedo people and their writings where they're pro-pedo? Should that be in the school library? I mean, it's like, that's why this is such a stupid. This is supposed to be a channel of philosophy, Adam. Philosophizers giving intelligent arguments, and it's just propagandic mouthpiece for leftist talking points with no thought behind anything.
Look, he wrote that in a script.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, wow. Why would you do that?
Well, that's true.
Why
Actually,
would you do that?
It said that this script was written by him in the
Yeah.
credits. So you're right. He did
All
write it.
ideas? All ideas they should have access to?
Mhm.
Everything?
That's weird.
Obviously, I don't think you can do that if you want to educate the youth in some sort of efficient way. You can't say, look, here's everything. You figure it out. I mean,
So-
I think we should at least, ixnay on the pornography guy.
Yeah, obviously. And it's annoying because there is a real conversation here. There's a real discussion here about, what exactly should be allowed in schools. Because there was a time when there were a bunch of parents who said, I don't want you to teach my kids about evolution.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And I got to say, fuck those people. You got to learn about evolution because it's true. That's the true science of the world, baby. Got to get over it. That's what's going on here.
Truth should be part of the equation. Scientific truth, empiricism should be part of the equation.
Right.
Yeah. Teaching people things that are factually incorrect or even up for debate, even potentially incorrect, I think we should have a conversation about.
Yeah. But now it's all these weirdos on the left who want to smuggle in all these non-scientific, weird, social crap into the schools.
Yeah.
And that's what's so annoying because this is what they do. They smuggle a bunch of garbage that no one agreed to accept in the first place into the schools. And then you're like, what the hell? Get all this stuff out of here and say, you're banning books that we smuggled in here without having a conversation about smuggling it in here to do in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
As we've talked about in recent videos, this currently looks like states where history must be taught in a way that doesn't make anyone feel bad, i.e., we need to tell the white children that enslaved people actually learned a lot of valuable skills.
See, he's like keeps waffling between these ideas, okay? Look, if I don't want to feel uncomfortable, that's my freedom, okay? Look.
Yeah.
Why are you forcing this on me?
Well, it's annoying that this is just all dumb, all the dumbest, unresearched, unthought about left-wing talking points.
Yes.
That's all this is. So he's like, okay, There's well here I'll let him go on here.
And southern plantations were basically just free colleges. It's a real thing that's really happening in a state in America. If you don't know which one yet, guess in the comments, and we'll see.
See, and that's totally fucking, oh, such a lie.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let's just get through this and then we'll respond.
If you're right, it's pretty easy to guess, though. It's pretty easy to guess.
Florida schools must now teach students about the, quote, benefit of slavery when teaching Black history.
Now,
Okay. So
That's just such a lie.
right. This so massive fake news about this thing, which they just repeat because they're, leftist brain rot, which we looked into and we've talked about. And it's like there was one line in the well, actually, before we even go on that, okay, it's even stupider than that. So you had for the first time, the AP courses created an African American AP history course that would be available to high school students. And DeSantis in Florida said, hey, we're not going to teach this course unless you get rid of all the woke garbage, because there was a bunch of like weird socialist, intersectional, CRT like crap. There wasn't a bunch, but there was some of it in there. And they basically said, we're not going to teach it in Florida unless you get rid of this. And so
it's factually incorrect stuff that they've jammed into the history lesson.
Yes.
So when they're talking about, they don't want, they're teaching basically lies that designed to make you feel bad and to hate America.
Yes.
Look, if they're teaching true things that make you feel bad, I got no problems with that. If they're teaching lies that are just designed to make you feel horrible, I'm against that, obviously.
Yeah, not only just make you feel horrible, but to make you want to hate the country that you live in and make you want to destroy liberalism.
Right. Yes.
And replace it with socialism. So DeSantis says, hey, take all this crap out of this African American history AP course, or we're not going to teach it in Florida. And so at first, the AP course actually did that. They removed a bunch of stuff from it, and DeSantis and Department of Education in Florida looked at it and said, okay, we appreciate that you changed the stuff. It's good to go. But then what happens? The media reports this and they say, oh my God, the virulent racist DeSantis, he just strong-armed the AP course into removing a bunch of very important things about Black history. We don't know what those things are. We're not going to report on what those things are, but it was DeSantis, and DeSantis is evil. So therefore, it must have been bad. So then a bunch of idiots, some carrying water, some actual socialist leftist types, all started giving AP a bunch of hell for doing this. And so the AP at first tried to say, oh, no, we didn't change anything because of DeSantis. No. We just did it on our own. He had nothing to do with it, right? Which is not true. And then eventually they just basically said, you know what? Screw it. We're going to just revert back to the old program that had all the garbage still in it. And because of that, DeSantis said, well, fine, F you. Florida's going to create its own African-American history AP alternative that would be admitted for or allowed for college credit. And so they did. And in it is in the criteria is one single line. There's a single line in the entire thing that makes a comment about how some slaves were able to use the skills they learned as slaves once they were free to then benefit themselves and to, farm and, do whatever trade that they had to do when they were a slave. Okay.
Right.
That's all it said. That's all it said. And by the way, that line is almost lifted exactly from the AP courses curriculum. They have a line that has the exact same concept, that says the exact same thing in it. Right. And no one cared. But no, did the AP people, did they get called that they were actually saying, oh, slavery was actually good for Black people? No. But because it didn't come from Florida. It wasn't an excuse to attack DeSantis, because that's all this is. It was just an excuse to attack DeSantis. DeSantis is on the bad guy team, so therefore he's doing something bad. So therefore I have to interpret this line in the literally most negative, dishonest way possible.
They changed the context of the line. So there's two ways that you can say this, and one way is very incendiary and one way is totally innocuous.
Right.
And obviously the media changed it to the incendiary way because they want you to think what Florida is doing is racist. So you could say that slaves were taught certain skills that they could use later in life and kind of make the argument that slavery was a good thing for them. That's not true, obviously. Like, slavery is not a good thing. It's a terrible thing for both the economy and for the individual, and it's immoral as hell, right? Slavery is bad and it shouldn't take place. It's sad that it continues to take place in places in the world, and it's sad that it's a part of our history, okay?
Right.
But the way that they worded it that they were taught certain skills as they were slaves that just so happened to be useful after they were freed, which is far less incendiary than the other way.
Right.
Yes.
Well, and even the guy who was the head of the workshop that did all this, who's black, by the way. Okay.
Right.
He said that the line was supposed to convey an idea of, like, black people were strong enough that they were able to basically take something awful, like being enslaved, and they were able to extract something worth, something they could use from it to help themselves going forward. So from his perspective, it was supposed to be an idea about, like, the strength of character of black people to take a horrible situation and find something they can use out of it. And yet, obviously, the media, because they want to attack DeSantis, as you said, turned it around to just the most incendiary possible framing of the language.
Yep.
So
why is this a necessity? I mean, it's obviously just because they want to gain political advantage. They want to make Republicans out to be racist. They want to increase that stereotype so that they can beat them with a racist stick in various elections.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
That's the answer, of course.
Sick.
Most simply, this is the conflict between freedom from ideas one doesn't like versus the freedom to explore challenging perspectives.
It's so funny. This is so dishonest. This is so disgustingly dishonest, because this is the entire, like, Wisecrack and his staff, they're so ignorantly blind and controlled by their own bias, because this is the entire thing that kicked off woke shit in the first place. Was a bunch of woke people said, you're not allowed to talk about certain things.
Yep.
Your ideas and what you're saying makes me feel bad. I need to run away to a safe space because you said something. You made a comment or you made a joke that is just so harmful to me that I have to run away. So you are not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to share your opinion. Get out.
You microaggression to me.
Yes.
You're threatening my very existence. Your words are violence.
Yes.
Yeah. What a bastard.
You're not allowed to have conversations about, you're not allowed to say, hey, maybe, during the BLM protests, people shouldn't be rioting. Maybe that's a bad thing, right? Boom. Fired, right? David Shore gets fired for that.
Right, but he wants to come out here and say, oh, kids should be able to look at whatever they want to look at.
Right. But this is why it's so dishonest, because it's really, I want you to do the things I want, and I don't want you to do things I don't want. Okay?
Yeah, it's a power game.
Right. It is completely a power game. And I don't know. They could literally be too ignorant to even see it. They could just be the fish swimming in the water, not understanding the concept of water here.
They're NPCs, man. They are. We're surrounded by NPCs.
You have one of the big events that started all this stuff. You had Evergreen, right? Literally Brett Weinstein just saying, hey, maybe it doesn't make sense. He's just proposing his alternative ideas. Like, maybe it's kind of effed up if, you're going to have on your day of solidarity that white people have to leave campus, right? Or not be allowed to participate. Maybe that's kind of like messed up and discriminatory. And that caused all the woke people to go, to lose their minds, to try to take over the school, to barricade the people, the staff in the building and in the offices. Okay. To search for Brett on campus with a bat because he dared, propose an alternative idea about something. Or, of course, there's the whole blow up about you're not allowed to wear Halloween costumes on college campuses that people might find offensive or threatening.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's
then one
freedom, Sitch.
yeah. But see, these are all alternative ideas that are not acceptable, that were just not allowed to be accepted. Or, there was dozens of stories where a guy would be accused of sexual assault. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he would be put through this like sham tribune in the colleges where he had no way of defending himself whatsoever from the accusation and would be thrown out. And if you said, hey, can we defend the guy and say that he should have his fair day in court? You don't have a chance to defend himself before you make all these accusations against him? No, that means that you're in favor of sexual assault. You're not allowed to do that. So it's just so like, it's so dishonest. It's so wild to be like, oh, it's the right just wants to stick their fingers in their ear and say, nah, 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 I don't want to hear alternative ideas. It's like, what are you talking about? That's like the entire basis of woke stuff is alternative ideas are literally not allowed. They're canceled from existence.
Yeah, it's odd because that is the traditional position. That is the basically blasphemy laws, right?
Yes.
The Catholic Church wants to suppress Galileo because he's got these dangerous ideas that could destroy society.
Yes.
That's the traditional position.
So that's insane.
We've also seen in debates around freedom on the internet, because for some people, internet freedom means a lack of restrictions on their ability to start a subreddit which celebrates genocide or racism, while for others, to be free on the internet means to go online without people telling them that they deserve to die for who they are. This conflict has been
so it's just
You love that framing? This guy's such a moron.
Oh my god.
Why do
Freedom.
people listen to this?
Listen, Adam, I don't know if you know this, but freedom is when I get to feel good all the time.
Right.
And the people I don't like, who have opinions that I don't agree with, have to feel shitty and censored all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what freedom is to me.
Yes. Sounds more like authoritarianism to me.
Oh my God. This is one of their worst videos. This is not their worst video, their dumbest video. It's the framing of all this. I can't believe this. JMac for $20, our surrogate father, thank you. Says that's fine for public schools, but private schools should be able to teach creationism. There's a very dangerous tightrope we need to walk with freedom and government intervention. I tend to err on the side of personal freedom. Yeah, I mean, if it's a Christian school, obviously it's going to teach creationism. I don't know if I don't know. Do Christian schools have to teach both, or can they just teach creationism?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Christian schools have to teach.
This is what Rufo wants.
evolution.
Rufo wants there to be competing schools that can teach whatever curriculum they want.
Right. I mean, honestly, I think that personally, I think that
Sitch wants to force his evolutionary
I do want to
beliefs
force
onto
evolution on
everybody.
everyone. Yeah, I think they should still be able to teach creationism, but I can't find the answer to this question. I don't know why. But
I don't think evolution and creationism have to be mutually exclusive.
They don't have to be mutually exclusive. They only have to be mutually exclusive if you take the most fundamentally literal interpretation of the Bible,
right?
Which most people don't take anyway.
Exactly. Yes. Evolution is just so, but I mean, that's my religion. So look, I want everyone to learn my religion.
Sure, but it's based off of at least our understanding of the closest thing to scientific fact.
You will know more about the world around you if you learn religion or evolution.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I just messed up because I was thinking about
Right.
I mean, is it an ideology? Is it a philosophy? I mean, it's kind of a scientific theory, obviously, but
so everything in reality has a presuppositional belief that you have to accept if you keep going down to it. And so, yeah, like a belief in, the scientific method, right? There's some presuppositional assumptions you have to make there.
Yeah, that the natural world is something that we can understand.
Right.
Through experimentation.
Yes. But I would say that, we have been shown that in terms of understanding the physical world, that the scientific method generally seems to be the one that produces the most objectively true results, not, what does the Bible say?
Right.
So,
Just that pattern, reproduction, variation, selection.
right.
I mean, that's a very powerful idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you'll understand anything. Honestly, I think your understanding of the world will be heavily dampered if you don't understand evolution and understand how humans are still, acting in accordance to the evolutionary pressures that they had thrust upon them for millions of years
Yeah.
in our
Yeah.
development. So,
Very useful.
Twitter Stocks for $20 says, you want to know what's important about teaching American history? Slavery. You want to know what's not important about teaching slavery? Saying that it's all because of white people. But my racism is more important, I guess. That's true.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
part.
true.
That's a part that's they always leave out that a lot of the slavers in Africa were obviously black.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was another thing they got all mad about, was that they wanted to teach that slavery wasn't purely an American institution, that it was a global institution, and that, America actually did a lot to try to get rid of it once America made the decision to get rid of it. And I think that's worthwhile teaching, because growing up in school, I didn't get that impression at all.
Yeah.
Because it did just seem like it was just America doing this, or we didn't really understand like that the rest of the world was doing this. And that doesn't make it right. It just, you have a greater understanding of what was going on at the time period. So
We should pull the clips from black rednecks and white liberals, Thomas Sowell, because he goes through the history of slavery and how it was the British that really wanted to get rid of it. And he tells a bunch of scenes of British soldiers just being so disgusted with slavery and taking out slaving ships and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, this is based and awesome. Yeah. Because people are viscerally disgusted by slavery now, as they should be, right?
Right.
But a lot of people, I think, especially in this, 1619 project type environment, they would think the opposite. They would think these guys from the, 1600s, 1700s, that they were just gun-ho. Oh, yeah, we're white supremacists. They weren't. They were like, slavery's evil. These people need to be free.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously there were people that didn't agree with that, but a lot of people did say it was, effed up from the beginning. So.
Do you think anyone in the 1619 project environment would think any white people were against slavery? Like, how do they even grapple with the Underground Railroad?
I'm sure they would say, yeah, of course there were white abolitionists, right? But they'll say overall, white people were racists in favor of the institution of slavery, blah, 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 blah. As opposed to it just being like, humans are barbarous animals that had slavery for most of its, had slavery for most of its existence once, farming and property came into existence. And, it just took time, unfortunately, for humans to basically culturally evolve and morally evolve past the point to realize that this is just kind of a despicable thing. And the two greatest factors, my understanding is that the two greatest factors to push humans culturally away from slavery were liberalism and Christianity, because both of those instilled in people an idea that each individual human has worth and the right to live and to be free.
Protestantism. Yeah.
And it's funny that the socialists all complain about that, when literally liberalism has embedded within it the thing that destroys slavery, where I don't know socialism does.
Yeah, that did play a giant role, but the answer to the question about the 1619 people in that environment is they think all white people are racist. End of story. End of story. Because they're racist, basically.
Yeah. Moondoggy for $20 says, I wonder if he thinks the kids attacking a pro-Israel teacher at Hillcrest High School was them practicing their freedom. So that's an interesting thing that you bring up. And I tweeted at Wisecrack people yesterday. I don't believe they responded. I found that they had a live stream recently where they were complaining about some states were trying to get rid of some of these college student pro-Palestinian groups on college campuses. And they were saying that I can't believe how messed up it is in America that these people are allowing colleges to get rid of, these pro-Palestinian student groups. It's so despicable. And they were saying that this is evidence of right-wing hypocrisy. The right wing only cares about free speech when it's speech that they align with. Otherwise, all these supposed, quote, free speech warriors would be, criticizing this action. Okay. This is what they said on their live stream.
Sounds like projection.
Right. So, of course, I did what they didn't do, was to say, okay, well, what student groups are they talking about? Who are these student groups that are being banned from college campuses, right? And there's two student groups that I could find that they were talking about. The first of all is one called Jewish Voices for Peace, which is supposedly a bunch of Jews who are very anti-Zionist. And I kind of talked about this the other day. They were created by Noam Chomsky and some other very, very leftist organizations. Now, they weren't banned from colleges by some state directive. What happened was Students Voices for Peace, basically it was on Columbia College and some other Ivy League college, kept holding demonstrations without permission from the college. Because in those colleges, for groups to do protests and to have demonstrations, they have to get some kind of approval beforehand. And they kept disrupting college and class and other college activities, campus activities, by just doing it without getting any approval beforehand. And so the college said, hey, we're going to suspend your group as punishment until you stop, breaking the rules. So I guess the wisecrack people, what do they think, that just because people are protesting for Palestine, they get to do whatever they want? They don't have to play by the same rules that every other student organization has to play by? I don't know. And then the other group, the one that actually did have state government try to ban it, was a group called Students for Justice in Palestine. Okay. This is in Florida, and I think a couple other states. The governor said, hey, to the colleges, you should disband this group. Okay. Students for Justice in Palestine. So I actually went and I looked into this, because I did, what they don't do. They just read some article about it and they say DeSantis bad, so he must be evil and racist. I was like, well, what is their justification, right? What is the justification that they're giving for banning this group? So on October 8th, so the day after the attack by Hamas, the National Group of National Students for Justice of Palestine, okay, released this thing called the Day of Resistance Toolkit. And it was basically a pamphlet where they wanted all their chapters, all their various local chapters, to create a protest on October 12th against Israel. Okay, this is sent out on October 8th, the day after Hamas attacked. In this Day of Resistance Toolkit, this is what they say. I'm going to read this to you. This is how they describe the October 7th attack. Okay.
Ready for the heinousness.
But before I do, let me send you a picture. Okay, this is a picture, and you can bring it up. This is a picture this student group brought up. Or this is a picture the student group wanted their local chapters to use as publicity.
Oh no.
This is the picture that they wanted the student group to use as publicity for.
I can't bring this up. This is disgusting.
Bring it up. People have to see what.
Oh my God.
This group was.
These people are.
They were crying that this group got banned. Okay, they're just.
Is this a microaggression? This kind of feels like a macroaggression.
I think this is a macroaggression. Yeah.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
A call to action. Students mobilize for National Day of Resistance, October 12th. And they have a paraglider.
Yeah. They have a picture of a guy on a paraglider. You know, as we know, they had a couple paraglider people on the October 7th attack who went in there and killed a bunch of innocent people, a bunch of civilians. And they're celebrating that in this picture.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's pretty suspect too when you have, again, this is the day after the attack. This is so Israel has done zero bombing. This is the day after the attack. And they want to have a day of resistance. And one of the signs says, resistance is our right.
Right.
So anyway, let me read you something from this group. They said, this is what they said in response to October 7th, the attack, okay? They said, today we witness a historic win for the Palestinian resistance across land, air, and sea.
Wow.
They call it a win, okay? They said, our people have broken down the artificial barriers of the Zionist entity, taking with it the facade of an impenetrable settler colony, and reminding each of us that the total return liberation to Palestine is near. As a Palestinian student movement, we have an unshakable responsibility to join the call for mass mobilization. National liberation is near. Glory to our resistance, to our martyrs, and to our steadfast people.
Wow, this is a bunch of college kids. What campus is this?
This was put out by the national organization, the National Charter Organization for the National Students for Justice in Palestine. They sent this to all their local chapters to promote their big protest they wanted to do.
Right.
On October 8th. Okay.
Right. To all the colleges in America.
Right. That's just, and then there's another part of it that I want to read to you where they said, in the eyes of the West, there is, quote, no right way for Palestinians to fight for their freedom. Every tactic is met with repression. Okay. Again, this is the day after, so they're justifying what Hamas did. They say, the occupation, the day-to-day and existence of Israel is not peaceful. There's no maintaining the peace with a violent settler state. Settlers are not civilians in the sense of international law because they are military assets used to ensure continued control over stolen Palestinian land. Responsibility for every single death falls solely on the Zionist entity. Okay.
Wow.
So we have a student group which is cheering on the October 7th massacre and saying that there are no civilians because they're all settlers on stolen Palestinian land.
Right. Yeah. They're
And
endorsing violence.
yeah. And Michael Burns of Wisecrack, and he was talking to this guy named Skip Intro of YouTube, are sitting here like buffoons on this live stream, and they're saying how horrible it is that this group is getting banned and disbanded in certain states on college campuses.
Right.
This is the problem with these people who are so ignorant and so lazy and so stupid that they don't take the time to say, hey, maybe I shouldn't just see some like regurgitated talking point from my team and just say it and just believe it. Maybe I should actually take the time to like look into it to see what's going on there.
Look, I've heard Nazis don't have a lot of love for the Jews either. Do you think if it was some Nazi group putting out this kind of propaganda, they'd be in favor of letting them speak?
Of course not.
Yeah,
of course not. Yeah. I said this in my tweet to them. I said, I'm incredibly skeptical that their feelings on this are rooted in a place of free speech absolutism on college campuses, as I highly doubt they would have a problem banning a white nationalist group from running around a college campus celebrating after a racially motivated mass shooting or terrorist attack, making all the black students feel unsafe. Like,
yeah, of course. That's perfect.
Right. Like after like Dylan Burns, or if there was some other, or not Dylan Burns, I'm sorry.
Just don't throw Dylan under the
know.
bus, man. He's cool.
So sorry, Dylan Burns.
We like Dylan.
Dylan Roof. Okay, I don't know. Dylan's got me mixed up here. after like Dylan Roof or some other, racially motivated mass shooting, if there was some like insane white nationalist group on
Yeah, they
college
wanted
campuses
to celebrate the day that he did it or something. Yeah.
right? Yeah, these chuckleheads would not be like, oh, well, we have to protect that.
They'd be cancel them. They'd be like
Yes.
hunt down their employer and get them
Yes.
fired. Make sure they never work in America a day in their lives.
Right.
Cut off their power, cut off their electricity, cut off their water.
Yeah. And I'm like, listen, I don't think that white nationalist groups I don't think there should be white nationalist student groups allowed on college campuses. Sorry, I draw the line there. It's like college campuses should not permit white fucking nationalist student groups.
Not if they're getting public dollars, for sure.
Well, if it's private, there's obviously I guess the private college can do whatever the fuck they want, right? But I mean, I'm saying morally, even if it's a private college, I don't think they should. I'm not even talking about legally. I'm just saying they should not do it. No college in America should allow a white nationalist student group to exist on their college campus. Shouldn't be allowed. Okay.
Right.
100% should not be allowed. In the same token, no college campus in America should allow a student group that's cheering on the October 7th fucking massacre. It's not that complicated. It's really not that fucking complicated.
The levers that they have is of federal funding.
I'm not talking. No, wait. I'm not.
You're talking morally. I get it.
Yes, I'm talking about laws. I'm just saying like what the administration of a college should be like. Listen, this is a college that's supposed to teach kids to like learn useful skills so they can get jobs and participate as productive citizens in society. And being a fucking white nationalist or a person that cheers on Hamas slaughtering 1,400 civilians is not exactly how you prepare the young mind to participate in American society properly.
I'm not so sure these days, to be honest with you. And that's what's so sick about it.
Yeah.
They probably ask you got to probably fill out a questionnaire to work at Google and you have to be pro-Palestine.
So it's just annoying. Just annoying. Anyway, JMac for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I went to a Christian high school in California and they weren't required to teach evolution. However, that was in the early 2000s. Well, there you go.
Jay, if you want me to tutor you on evolution or anything, I'm happy to get you up to speed.
Twitter sucks for $20 says black people enslave other black people, white people enslaved other white people, Asians enslaved other Asians. It's only the American form of slavery that's racist. Your last two brain cells are fighting for third place. True.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very true.
Thank you. Yes.
Twitter sucks for another $20. Thank you, Twitter sucks. Says I do love the argument that quote, oh well, British abolished slavery before America, completely leaving the part that it was banned, that they banned it within Britain, but it was still permissible within their colonies. That is true. You know what? It was America. Adam, you can't give the British any credit, okay? It was all America. It was all America.
I would have to go back and reread that book. It's been a while since I read it. But I do remember reading that chapter a couple times because it was so based. I was like, wow, the British really kicked ass.
If the British actually went around abolishing slavery, it's only because of America, okay?
Well, this is when the British had the largest navy in the world. Like they were basically a giant sea power. And
I know.
Yeah. So they were the ones going out there stopping the ships and sinking them and stuff.
Well, I hope they got the slaves off of them before they sunk.
They did. Okay. Look, they took all the slaves off and they let the slavers go down with the ship.
Nice.
No, I don't remember. Let me go back and reread the chapter.
I would imagine they would try to capture the ships. I don't know. They have some use to them, but anyway. Electro for $20 says S-Class is best class. And A-Team can go eat ice cream. I don't know.
Sweet. I love ice cream.
He mentions free college, but does he not know or not care that most information can be gotten online? The only thing you can't get online is experience. I mean, that's true-ish nowadays, I guess. Though, I don't know.
Experience is pretty helpful.
Nowadays, it can be very difficult, but I don't know if college helps us. It can be very difficult to sort through because there's so much information. Like, what is the good information? But unfortunately, if college is basically dominated by a bunch of woke a-holes, that is not going to be necessarily solved by colleges.
Explored by philosophers.
Go ahead.
Like Isaiah Berlin, who outlines the difference between what he calls negative and positive freedom. And to be clear here, these aren't value judgments. He doesn't mean good and bad when he says negative and positive. Now, negative freedom involves a lack of coercion and interference. It is the freedom from power exercised by others. So negative freedom is when you're left alone without anyone encroaching on your autonomy. Positive freedom is a function of enabling power, which facilitates one's ability to act as one wishes. It is the freedom to control one's actions. So positive freedom is being able to do what you want with the help of resources and rights that facilitate that freedom, even if the cost of that freedom is that you got to sacrifice some of your individual autonomy. Berlin's distinction helps us understand how those advocating for a type of limited state libertarianism and those advocating for a welfare state model are both pushing for a more free society, but they're just talking about two different conceptions of freedom.
Oh my God, look, he's capable of actually giving like a good assessment of both sides. It's shocking. Like they're both pushing for freedom. They just have different conceptions of freedom. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Why can't we get this level of understanding and charitability for all the issues that you brought up before this?
Because it's not on the Wikipedia page. There's only leftist nonsense on the Wikipedia page.
Oh, okay.
Now, we can understand this distinction even better by going back to the golden age of political philosophy, when people like Hobbes and Rousseau argued that we can best understand the role of freedom by first understanding what our human nature is and whether we're naturally good or naturally evil. Now, I'll keep it brief because we've...
You know what's naturally evil?
That music?
Yeah. Yes.
The music is awful.
That's what's the yes, exactly. Thank you.
I just
You
don't
got
get it. Maybe our videos would do better if we put a bunch of crappy music in the background. Sitch.
Okay. Maybe we'll try it.
Awful music. Look, these videos. Maybe his videos would do better if he took the awful music out. I don't know. It's just ridiculous. So painful.
We've talked about this a lot before. But both Hobbes and Rousseau built their political philosophies around a thought experiment that asked, what would humans be like in a state of nature? Now, for Hobbes, we'd all be selfish, ego-driven monsters with a desire for our own freedom and the achievement of our own ends, even if they were in direct contradiction with the ends of another.
See this whole video, basically. This entire video is a testament to that. Is it not? Is it not?
There you go.
Hasn't this whole video been about, look, my conception of freedom is the good, and your conception of freedom is horrible, obviously.
Sort of, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Transing kids, good.
This makes it clear. Hobbes thought we would all be reality TV show contestants.
Okay, I'm sorry that I walked up here and was saying hi to my friends and you guys came at me like fucking piranha.
For Rousseau, humans in a state of nature would also aim to satisfy their own desires, but they would realize that working with other human beings and having compassion for them would help them accomplish more than they could individually. So for him, we're 23-year-olds at a techno festival in the woods when the Molly just kicks in. These dual conceptions of human nature lead them to argue for two different ideas about the role of government. Now, for Hobbes, people are absolute pricks in a state of nature and need a sovereign leader to keep things in order. Like on reality shows, they always have some sort of host or someone to keep all the influencers from killing each other. Now, people sacrifice some of their freedom to the sovereign, and in exchange, the sovereign or government lets you do your own thing as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, and vice versa. For Rousseau, the only sovereign is the collective will of the people, and the goal of government is then to embody and enact this general will.
Okay, here's your $1 million question.
I'm ready.
Do we think Hobbes and Rousseau first thought up the state of nature? They said, listen, I'm looking around, I'm observing humans, and I come up with this idea of the state of nature. And then based on that observations, based on my ideas of state of nature, I'm going to come to a logical, rational conclusion about how society should be run. Or did they already have a mental, emotional, moral intuition where they either wanted a king or they didn't want a king, and then they worked backwards to create some sort of nonsensical idea about the state of nature to justify what they already wanted?
I'm going to go with the latter, B. Did you look into that? I mean, I didn't know that was the case until you just said it, but it makes perfect sense.
I don't listen. I don't know if that's the case.
Okay, so you're just postulating.
That's my speculation.
Right.
because
I
that's
don't
how
know their
everyone
take
comes
on
up with.
monarchy.
That's how everyone comes up with everything.
Right.
I don't think that Hobbes and Rousseau are magically different. I don't think that I don't believe that they came up with these conceptions of the state of nature first, because the truth of it is, of the state of nature. Now, I don't know if they didn't really have access to that information back in those days, but the truth is, it's a combination of both of those things. Because as we know, morality is an evolved process that came into being with humans in order to bind humans into collective groups that could work together and cooperate.
Right.
Right? So that would be, oh, so you'd say, oh, well, Rousseau is right. You're like, well, no, because humans individually are very often thieving, selfish, conniving beings, and thus they need some kind of social pressure from the group, the tribe that they're part of, to basically force them into being cooperative, be humans that basically follow the rules like everyone else does. But even that doesn't show you the whole picture, because the hunter-gatherer tribes of humans that were basically existing in some sort of cooperative group that had some sort of moral principles that bound them together, they would very often look at the other tribe that existed at some distance away as like, well, we don't have to apply our moral rules to them. Those people can just all be killed or enslaved.
Right. Yeah. That's what they're there for.
Right. Go
ahead.
Well, I'll say they are a risk. They are a threat. That other tribe over there, they're a threat to our ability to, hunt and to gather resources or whatever. Right.
Well, the thinking I would say is, since our intuition is to enslave them, subjugate them, their intuition would be the same, to slave or subjugate us, and therefore we should do it before they do it.
It's like a prison.
And I do
look.
I do think the state of nature thing. I think people look at the social environment around them, the current social environment, and make the mistake of assuming that is the state of nature.
Totally.
That is the human. That is how humans function just normally. They don't recognize how much social engineering goes into creating the environment that they are currently in.
Yes.
The socioeconomic environment that they currently inhabit. I think that's part of the problem with a lot of these socialists, because they live in these, wealthy Western countries, and they just assume that is the state of nature.
Right.
And it's not. It's very
No.
much not. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you have to look at it from an evolutionary perspective and say, well, the state of nature would be, how do humans exist for the majority of human history? They existed in small bands of hunter-gatherer tribes.
Right. Where might makes right, obviously.
Right. Where where those groups, there would be some hierarchy in the group, some moral system in the group. They
Based
weren't all
on
like
strength.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't just based on strength. There was, it's like the chimpanzee problem, where, the brutal male who rules with an iron fist gets killed by two fellow monkeys with rocks, right?
Right. But they still kill him.
Right. But so I guess it is based on strength. That's true. But I'd say there, like leadership in a hunter-gatherer situation, it has to be built on a level of cooperation and respect from the leadership, because they just didn't have the technology to rule with an iron fist, or the manpower to rule with an iron fist, the way that you could once society started to develop into like thousands and thousands of people living together, right? Where you do have a mass amount of resources, so you can start rewarding your lackeys to subjugate the rest of the people living under you. That wasn't really an option for a lot of these any hunter-gatherer tribes, which I believe, like, the largest ones they thought were like 200 people maximum. That's all they could sustain. And most of them were significantly smaller than that. And so that's how you kind of have to look at the state of nature. And I'd say, looking at that, to me, it's kind of clear that there's the magical golden mean between Rousseau and Hobbes here that sort of describes what the actual state of nature was for human beings.
Right. Well, it's still, even though there is cooperation, it's still cooperation in the service of might makes right. This whole idea of living by laws is a complete divergent from the might makes right environment.
What do you mean?
Well, obviously we aren't in a system. We're in a system of laws. We aren't in a system where if you're strong enough to subjugate people, you can subjugate people. We make laws against subjugating people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you disagree that obviously a state of nature is like, if you can subjugate someone, obviously there's no laws against you subjugating people.
It depends what we're talking about. Because I'd say, like, I would imagine that, when you look at a band of humans internally, I don't think that band of humans was operating as a lawless might makes right, law of the jungle way. Because then if that was the case, they couldn't exist as a cooperative band of humans. But if they're interacting with a different band of humans and they're making decision whether to absorb them, kill them, subjugate them, enslave them, they were operating towards the other group of humans as a law of the jungle might makes right sort of mentality.
But you don't think the internal structure of the tribe was based on strength?
I think it was probably based on the same thing that power is based on now. It was based on whatever human could get a coalition of other humans to follow them and to fight for them, which is, I guess you could say, is might makes right. Sure.
Yes, of course.
But I'm just saying, like, I think when you just give might makes right without a bunch of qualifiers, it kind of, at least to me, it kind of puts a different image in my head of what you're talking about.
How does, look, you've got the scrawny king.
Yeah.
The scrawny king is not going to be king for long unless he has people protecting him, strength, that are going to kill anyone that challenges his reign.
Yeah.
Correct? Still might makes right. Yeah.
Yeah, but under that conception, all countries today still exist under might makes right. That's why you follow the law, is because the might of the state, declares it so, right?
So, I mean, we kind of take killing the CEO to take over off the table. That's where the law comes in.
Right, but the might of the state says you're not allowed to do that.
Right, but in a might makes right environment, you can do anything. There's no law preventing you from killing the king and becoming king.
Right, that's what... Sure. Right, that's why I'm saying I don't like to use the conception of might makes right the way that you were doing it, because I would imagine that in a lot of these hunter-gatherer tribe situations, you couldn't just decide if the leader was a liked entity, you couldn't just go and kill them and say, I'm in charge now. People wouldn't accept that.
There would be no law against it. Yeah, sure, they might rebel.
Well, there's an internal moral system.
You might tell them to suck it up. And
there's an internal moral system that would dictate against that. Anyway, we're getting way off topic here, but
yes.
Individuals in this system sacrifice their own individual desires, but only for the sake of helping to work towards what best serves the will of the people. So while
okay, wait. I want you to hear this again, Adam. This relates to
what we're talking about.
No, not to what we were talking about just now. This relates to a disagreement we had on a different issue. Okay. Here, let me back up a little bit.
To the sovereign, and in exchange, the sovereign or government lets you do your own thing as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, and vice versa. For Rousseau, the only sovereign is the collective will of the people, and the goal of government is then to embody and enact this general will. Individuals in this system sacrifice their own individual desires, but only for the sake of helping to work towards what best serves the will of the people. So while Hobbes's position emphasizes individual freedom, Rousseau's really emphasizes collective freedom. And while folks like Hobbes...
See? He's kind of... That's why socialism is collectivist.
Is it collective freedom, though? If the will of the people is, we want to subjugate these other people, we want to make them slaves.
Mm-hmm.
If that's their will and government enacts their will and they do subjugate the people and make them slaves,
mm-hmm.
They invade Canada and make all the Canadians slaves.
Yeah. That's collective freedom. Yeah. You're sacrificing the individual freedom of the slaves for the collective, quote, positive freedom of the mass group.
The group. Okay.
Yeah. Socialism.
The other group doesn't have any freedom though, right?
No, but that's exactly it. You're sacrificing individual freedom for some kind of group benefit.
But we're only sacrificing their individual freedom, not ours.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds great.
Or so do help us to better understand freedom in a social context. They're still not totally telling us what freedom is in and of itself. In other words, they're telling us how freedom operates, but not what freedom is at the most basic human level. Now, for that, we can consider the existentialist account of freedom, developed by French philosophers in the first half of the 20th century. Now, if you don't know anything about existentialism, which is fine, we did recently put out a full video on it. And if you wanted to, you could pause this video, open another tab, watch that one, and then just come back to this spot when you're done. Definitely do this if you're at work, because we love when you steal work time to watch our videos. Doesn't it feel bad? Isn't it good to be bad sometimes? Yeah, do it. And we won't tell your boss because we don't snitch.
Yeah. This is where I went straight to Twitter and was like,
I saw that tweet. You know, it's funny. I saw that tweet and I was like, I bet you this Adam was referring to this part.
this is exactly what I was referring to. Yes. Yes. So basically he's arguing that people are inherently good and that you should steal from work, steal from your employer, steal from others.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, is that an argument you can make? If you're a lying, thieving person, are you really inherently good? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think you should work at a job where you feel like you need to steal from work.
The way it's conceptualized is essentially they've wronged me. They're stealing from me, you know, either profit is theft or there's, you know.
Yeah, you're rationalizing it.
So therefore it justifies me to, you know, to steal from them, right?
Yeah, look, I know how humans rationalize things.
Yeah.
Sure, I get it. Yeah. This doesn't mean he needs to go to his YouTube channel and promote it.
Philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for a quick refresher, philosophers like Sartre considered freedom in ontological terms. Now, ontology is the branch of philosophy that talks about being or existence itself. Now, Sartre wrote, to be free is to be condemned to be free. This is because freedom isn't all good vibes and self-determination. It's also the terror that comes from knowing you are wholly responsible for yourself and your actions, and that you can basically do anything. Think about it this way. If you're driving a car, and you have the thought, wow, what if I just floored it and went right into oncoming traffic? Well, it's scary because you know that you could, as could any other car on the road at any time. And thus, freedom, especially while driving, is absolutely terrifying. Apologies to anyone who just heard that example while driving a car, but also, should you be watching a YouTube video while driving? I don't know, probably, why not? People in those Teslas have those big goddamn screens. The least you can do is watch a YouTube video on your phone, you know? God damn it. And we all have to deal with this terror on a daily basis because that terrifying freedom is at the very core of our humanity. Now, there's another Sartre line that we use a lot, which is existence precedes essence, which means that we're not born with any particular essence, good, bad, or whatever, but we're absolutely free. And it's the choices we make in our existence that build our essence, which basically means you are what you do. And because of this, we are solely responsible for our own existence. You can't blame our choices on the church, the king, or our parents. Now,
or
right.
Society.
Oh, wow. That's a good catch.
Yeah, it's so funny because he says this, and this, like, you know, if he's going to be simping for Sartre here, I mean, this is completely destroys the leftist socialist narrative that society is the great evil corrupting influence on the world and that humans are all these, you know, beautiful blank slates.
Yeah, you're responsible. You're building your own identity.
Yeah.
Some of Sartre's critics thought that this conception of freedom was just selfish egoism that bordered on an unethical nihilism. as without God or any higher moral authority, we're all basically just doing whatever we want. Sartre responded by doing what every radical thinker does when they are harshly critiqued. He gave a lecture. Now, it was called Existentialism is Humanism. It was later published as a book. You can read it, and in it he argued that there is later published as a book. You can read it, and in it
Oh man, that's what I think of philosophy right there, Sitch.
He's got the worst fucking case of lazy eye I've ever seen in my life. My God. Jesus Christ.
When I think of philosophy, this is the image that comes to mind right here. What's philosophy good for?
My God. That's how you felt after reading some of philosophy.
Yeah.
That's how I feel listening to like a wisecrack video. This is it.
This music is insanely bad.
This is how you feel listening to this music?
Yeah, it's torture. Why's it got to be that way?
Too bad the emojis are very small, because this would be a great one.
Oh yeah, this is a good
Crazy-eyed Sartre.
Wow, I guess you have a lot of time to think about philosophy when you look like that.
Wow. Wow. Listen, according to Wikipedia, Sartre was in an open relationship. Ooh,
Oh, I bet.
With prominent feminist. Of course, he's in an open relationship with a feminist and fellow existential philosopher Simone de Beauvoir.
No way.
So there you go.
Hilarious.
There it is. Together, Sartre and de Beauvoir challenged the cultural, social assumptions and expectations of their upbringings, which they considered bourgeoisie in both lifestyles and thought.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
So it says, according to Wikipedia, he is listed under being part of the Marxist school of thought. So
now we know why Wisecrack likes Sartre so much.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course. He embraced, let's see, says he embraced Marxism, but he did not join the Communist Party. It says in Critique, Sartre, in Critique, a book he wrote, after Stalin's death, Sartre set out to give Marxism a more vigorous intellectual defense than it had received until then. That's great, I guess. So there you go. It's always annoying that like it seems like every single philosopher that they bring up in Wisecrack is a Marxist, and they don't tell you that.
Right, because they don't want you to know. They want you to secretly fall in love with Marx.
Be like, oh, I like this guy saying, oh, he's a Marxist? Oh, shocking.
He argued that there is another sense of the word, existentialism, of which the fundamental meaning is this: man is all the time outside of himself. It is in projecting and losing himself beyond himself that he makes man to exist. There is no universe except the human universe, the universe of human subjectivity. It is this that we call existential humanism. This is humanism because we remind man that there is no legislator but himself. So when we can't...
Yeah, what's the purpose of that?
Well, okay, here's the thing with that. I think that that's like true. Well, do I think that's true?
Is it?
I do think that that is true. As someone who does believe in God, I do think that that is true, but I don't think it's useful.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm getting at. What is the utility of this? Why, what's the purpose of putting this in a video?
Well, okay.
There is no universe except the human universe, the universe of human subjectivity. So,
well, I'll tell you the utility of the thought. I don't know the utility of putting this video. The utility of the thought and thinking of that nature is that if there's a very restrictive tradition that infringes upon your rights and your freedoms, and you want to dismantle that, the way to do it is to say, hey, man, like, it's all just our decision. We can change anything whenever we want to change it.
That's not true, though, because of selectorate theory.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that's the point of like, that'd be the utility of like those kind of existential understandings of reality, is to say there's some restrictive force on me people buy into the restrictive force because they believe in religion or, divine right, or, they believe in some stifling tradition. And the way to dismantle it is to say, hey, we can all this is bullshit. We can just change it whenever we want. Okay. That's the utility of it. And that's fine if there is some restrictive, stifling, horrible tradition like slavery or, absolute monarchy who says that I have the right from God and you don't, you have to be a dirty peasant working in the mud all day and you don't get to, vote or own property or any of these other things, then having those understandings of reality is useful. But the problem is, I don't believe that humans are all Sam Harris or Sartre. I don't believe they can all just be like, hey, we all exist in sort of this like ultra nihilism, and we can all create a moral system just based on like pure rationality and like good vibes. I do think, unfortunately, that most humans do need some sort of external thing that dictates what the moral system is. And I do think that the idea of natural rights is one of the best useful fictions to ever be created for human beings. And I would say that throwing away the concept of natural rights, do so at your own peril, to sort of quote a Jordan Peterson aphorism.
Right.
I think that's how you get the horrors of communism, is that they throw away the concept of individual natural rights.
So I brought the quote back up again. There's no universe except the human universe, the universe of human subjectivity. So he's basically saying culture is everything, right?
You're saying that humans are the gods that create everything, or
Right.
are our ideas about everything.
Our culture is I would say, is the human universe.
Sure. I mean, he's not necessarily saying culture versus the individual. He's just saying like everything comes from a human mind. That there's not like an external God.
It is this that we
dictating
call
something.
existential humanism. Okay. I guess that's a branch of philosophy, his own philosophy. This is humanism because we remind man that there is no legislator but himself. So man makes his own rules.
Mhm.
I don't really even think that that's fundamentally accurate, because he can't just make any rules. There are certain constraints on the rules that man can make.
Right.
And there is the whole other people are going to have other rules, like the project of orienting a society all on the same rule set to function cooperatively. I mean, that's the big problem. That's what all these philosophies and religions, all those seek to do.
Yeah, no, and that is a good point, that you shouldn't take this statement, and a lot of people on the left do take this statement as an absolute, because you can't just teach anyone to do anything. You can't just force anyone to accept any idea. There are constraints. There are biological constraints in terms of how humans basically evolved to think about the world, and how I think, people have innate moral intuitions, and you have to sort of operate, according to those moral intuitions.
Yeah, those are the constraints.
Right.
Even if you marched in and said, look, I have a whole different idea how to structure society. Let's do this. I think it'll work better. I mean, that's you can't do that. That's a move that you can't make.
I mean, you can make it, but you're not necessarily going to be successful.
It's not going to, yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly. But that's basically what this implies.
If you take it to, I don't know if what Sartre meant by it, but obviously people have taken it to mean that, to that extreme level, which would be incorrect.
It's insane.
Yeah.
This is insane. Look, there's only certain moves that are available to you because of the social constraints that we all find ourselves in.
Mm-hmm.
And to ignore those social constraints, I think, is foolhardy.
Sure.
Best to learn those social constraints.
Well, that's why I said
use them to your advantage. Like a safecracker or a pickpocket.
There you go. The reason a lot of these, and the utility of a lot of these philosophies, is to, I think, from the person creating it, is a method to deconstruct what they feel is oppressive traditions and power hierarchies that operate either because someone says that there is a mandate from God, or that these hierarchies or power structures exist because it's a natural thing to exist. And so that's why they're seeking to dismantle that. So they come up with sort of this broad conception of, well, nothing, everything is, human free will idea.
We can change anything, man.
Right.
I don't. What is the utility of this for someone watching this video? Seems very non-existent to me.
Right.
So when we can't blame God or anyone else for our actions, when all we have is our freedom, we are responsible for ourselves and others, which for Sartre makes existentialism a type of ethical humanism. In his later work, he argues that our freedom leads us to come together in shared projects and use our collective freedom to work towards common goals. For example, when I realize the things that affect me are also affecting my neighbors, I realize that my freedom involves their freedom. Like this one time, there was this house behind us that was doing drum circles at night, and it really sucked. Don't get me wrong, I love a good drum circle, but it was really late. And, I tried to say something, but no one cared. But then, you realize your neighbors also hate the drum circle. And if all the neighbors go over there together and break in and take all the drums and burn them and say, fuck you, hippies, you can accomplish a lot more. So rather than having Eric Cartman vibes,
whatever, I do what I want.
Freedom is a shared ethical project that necessitates working alongside other humans.
Okay.
So he's smuggling in the argument that this is why you have to have positive rights. But he's not really explaining why.
He doesn't look, you don't need to smuggle that argument in. I'm in favor of positive rights.
Right, but if there's multiple arguments you can make in favor of positive rights, and having social welfare programs. You can make moral considerations that you think it's just more moral for people to be able, to not, be starving or dying. Even if other people have to essentially pay for that, you can make the argument that it's better overall for society, because the more people participating in society, the more people that have the opportunity to participate in society are more likely to produce beneficial things for that society and thus make society stronger. You can make a pragmatic argument that most societies seem to crumble when you have too large a group of people who have too little, so that the material resource inequalities are so high that causes people to revolt and basically tear down society. If too many young men who have been thrown out of society socially or economically will always come back to destroy the society that scorned them, right? So you can there's lots of arguments to make about this. There's lots of ways to have this conversation, so why don't we do that instead of just smuggling it in and just declaring it to be so? You drop a Sartre quote and then you just say it's so, I guess.
Right. You object. You feel it's dishonest for him to kind of smuggle it in.
Well, it's just, I don't know if it's dishonest. It's just, it's useless. He's not making an argument, really. He's just trying to construct it's just so argument for positive rights in a way that I don't think actually is true or makes sense.
I am against the positive negative rights distinction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's useful. I point to philosopher Henry Shue, who says both positive and negative rights are intertwined. And the distinction really is one people make for political convenience, because they want to draw a clear line between things that they are in favor of and things that they are not in favor of.
Right. Yeah.
But they try to draw this line philosophically, and it's not a simple, easy philosophical line to draw. It's too messy for me. So I don't like it. I mean, obviously I'm forced to use it because, like we said in the previous segment, I'm just one guy. I can't come out and say, look, we're no longer using positive and negative rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously it's in this video for us to have a conversation about it. I have to use it. So,
right.
But I think it's a very messy way to think. So,
yeah, I'm not, I'm biased in it because from my personal experience, whenever I hear people talk about negative and positive rights, it's almost always someone who is making an argument, usually someone who's very libertarian minded or ANCAP minded, trying to make an argument that our society should only concentrate on negative rights. The government should only concentrate on negative rights, and they shouldn't do any positive rights whatsoever, or very limited positive rights, which I obviously don't agree with that conception of governance or society at all. So I'm kind of, because of that's usually the way that I hear it being used, I am inclined to agree with you that I don't think the distinction is useful. But I could just be biased because I don't think the argument people make with the distinction is useful. I'd have to actually sit down and think for a while to say, like, what is the utility of conceptualizing the positive negative rights split?
I sent you the Wikipedia page for positive and negative rights, and under criticism, it talks about Henry Shue. See, my thing is, everybody always says, you know, negative rights are just not keeping you from doing things.
Right.
But security is obviously factors into that. So if you're going to hire law enforcement is under the duty to provide security, which you can conceptualize as a positive right, even though all the people who are against positive rights like to conceptualize security as a negative. Like,
of course.
Why? What is the purpose of this? This is just madness.
Sure.
Like, let's just get rid of the positive negative rights nonsense.
No, I mean, I'm saying I agree with you offhand. I do agree with that. My intuition is that it's not a useful distinction.
A doctor that's forced to save your life and a policeman that's forced to save your life. What is the difference? What is the difference?
Right. Or you know, if your country is being invaded by a bunch of barbarians or a foreign country that wants to kill you and take all your shit, and so your government institutes conscription, you know, you get into one of those weird negative positive rights mix-up situations. Do you not?
Say that again. I was reading from the. Sorry.
I said if your country is being invaded, and so your government institutes conscription.
Yes.
To protect itself and its people. That's a very classic positive negative rights kind of mix-up.
It is. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Well, look, we can move on and maybe read from the Wikipedia later in the stream.
The future begins with you and me.
Unlike negative and positive freedom, which are both social constructions, this type of existential...
Let me just throw that in there. Obviously, these are both social constructions. Got to get that out there.
Saying anything is a social construction is just inherently worthless.
I know. It is.
All categories are technically a social construct, which means that the term itself is useless.
Guess what the word social construction is, Sitch?
It's a social construction.
It's a social construction.
It's so dumb. Like, oh my God. It goes back to, again, and I feel like whenever someone talks about social constructs, the way it's used recently, I'm sure there's some time that maybe it was useful, but the way it's used recently is always dishonest, because again, they confuse something, which is that, like, since all categories are social construct, that's fine, but what they kind of confuse is that most categories, even if they're social constructs, are still based on some objective metric.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
So that you're constructing the category around some real property of the world.
Right. So like for something to be a mammal, you know, it has to have, you know, breasts that
exactly.
The female feeds the young and, you know, warm-blooded.
Live birth.
Except for the platypus, right? There's like the weird exceptions.
Yes.
But you know, there is some objective metric that you say, okay, if you meet this metric, then you exist in this category. If you meet a different metric, you meet a different category. And that's fine. That's the only way for humans to kind of conceptualize reality. But then you have a bunch of people come in and say, well, it's just a social construct, so all these categories are meaningless. They don't mean anything. It's like, well, that's not true. They do mean something. It kind of harkens back to Vosh's water debate, where it's like, well, it's technically a social construct to say that water exists as, you know, water and that, liquid nitrogen exists as liquid nitrogen, right? But these two things do exist and are objectively different from
They feel
each
lakes
other.
and rivers.
Right, yeah, are objectively different from each other. And, having an understanding and a concept that these two things exist differently from each other and exist in their own categories provides such a useful benefit and utility to our understanding of the world that it's foolish to just kind of hand wave it away as a social construct.
I'm talking about water, the substance that fills lakes and rivers.
You mean
H2O?
agua?
Yeah, exactly. Look, Sitch, is real quick for me. Is sexual reproduction a social construct?
No.
Of course it's not. Yes, exactly. That's why you run into trouble when you start saying male and female are social constructs.
Right.
Because you're like, well, hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. Hold on, partner. I see what you did there. Hold on, partner.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Look, enough of this. Everyone gets triggered when I bring up the positive, negative rights thing.
Sure.
Freedom is inherent to our very humanity, regardless of what type of social or political conditions we find ourselves in. But what does any of this tell us about America and our particular brand of freedom?
Absolutely nothing.
Hooah! Ha!
That's why your video sucks.
Wisecrack. What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Wisecracker. What is it?
For all the Americans out there, what do you think the most free state is? If you were like, I want to move to this state to really be free. What?
Florida. Everyone knows that, you dumbass. You dumbass. That's why everyone's moving there.
There you go.
What state would you move to and why? So earlier I mentioned the fact that America, the most free country on the planet, hates things like free healthcare, free education, free or subsidized housing, and free social and cultural programs. Boo to those things. 2 thumbs down to those things. This highlights the way in which Americans are both incredibly free and also just super unfree. For example, you are free to go skiing whenever you want. But if you biff it on the slopes and you break your leg, which let's be honest, happens at least 50% of the time that you go skiing, you're not free from the necessary medical care that you probably can't afford anyways. In the same way, you might think that in America, if you hate your job, well, you're free to quit whenever you want, but you're not free to stop paying rent or to have health insurance or any of the other costs that contribute to your baseline survival. Now, on the flip side, Americans are free to own guns, but those who don't own guns aren't free from the daily fear of existing in a society where mass shootings are as common as gas station hot dogs for $1. Now, in this example, the right to own...
Okay. There's a lot to say here.
Oh, there is a lot.
Okay. Well, first of all, from an editing perspective, I don't have a problem with the stock images. The images are something that he's like describing, but every time he does like the cutaway to some like clip, it's just cringy and not funny and stupid and pointless. And they should just not do it.
Yeah, that's the old YouTube style from circa 2004.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I would do that, but my cutaways would be funny from like
Right.
2015.
Well, I mean, you did use that ugly butt a lot.
Yeah, but the butt wasn't a cutaway, so that's not really.
But you're
Listen,
right. It wasn't. Never mind.
I was
Pun.
thinking comedy minded, not like I need a sexy butt because there's a bunch of like horny men watching.
Right.
You're right. I should have had a sexy butt instead of Assy McGee whenever I said butt. That's a good point.
True.
Yeah.
True.
But no, so like the way, like it's so annoying because the framing of all this, of course, is just wildly leftist in everything that he's saying.
Yes, it screams, I live in a very safe neighborhood where I'm not worried about gun violence or protecting myself from getting carjacked at the gas station.
Right.
Yeah. Very privileged existence here.
Yeah. The thing that's annoying is it's like, so when you're having this conversation about like, quote, positive or negative rights, the way he's kind of framing it, there's something that they have to keep in mind, that everyone has to keep in mind. And it's that you're not no human is actually born free from a positive rights perspective.
Right.
Okay. Because you're born with the need to rely on your parents as a baby. You can't take care of yourself. You're born with the need to be able to eat other things to consume energy. Humans are not plants. We cannot just stand around absorbing energy from the sun. We have to actually expel energy to collect plants and animals to eat them so that we may live. Okay.
Yep.
So from a positive rights perspective, humans are not born free. It requires energy and the goodwill of other people to some extent for you to be able to even exist in the world. And so that has to be taken in consideration when you talk about like how free you are if you don't have free healthcare, right? Or how free you are if you can be fired from your job or not, because all of society is operating under material resource constraints because they don't live and society doesn't operate in a free environment either.
Yep. Beautiful.
And I just feel like whenever they talk about this, they just act like there's some infinite energy, infinite resource machine that the elites have somewhere, and they're just basically charging us to use it because they're all evil. Like that's kind of how these things are conceptualized in these conversations.
Yeah, that's what they believe.
I guess.
They do. Very interesting.
Own guns doesn't make a society more free in a collective sense. It just makes a small subset of people more free to have AR-15s.
Well, you don't actually know that, though.
Yeah, he doesn't know shit.
You don't actually know that because first of all, there is number one, if citizens having guns, and a history and culture of citizens having guns prevents the government from taking over through authoritarian action, that definitely is a massive example of collective freedom, right? Like I understand that now in our, hyper privileged first world country, people aren't afraid of the government like taking over illegally, right? Oh, wait a minute. The left is afraid of the government taking over illegally when Donald Trump wins the next election, right?
Of course they are.
I bet you if Donald Trump was successful in his coup attempt, right, or if he wins the election again and decides that he's going to stay in office indefinitely,
be nice to have a well-armed populace lying around.
Yeah, the left is going to be real happy when there's a well-armed populace, a bunch of people with guns running around who could fight back, against the evil government there. So I actually that could actually help with collective freedom quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Yeah, people live in neighborhoods that the police, you call 911 and they never show up.
Yeah.
You don't think those people should be allowed to have guns to protect themselves, protect their home, protect their family, their kids?
No.
It's just stupid. It's totally stupid. This reeks of someone who lives in a gated neighborhood.
Yeah. It does.
Yeah. Kind of privilege flowing off of this guy. Look, I'm worried about seeing a school shooting on the news and feeling bad.
Right.
Well, shit, my friend got carjacked while he's pumping gasoline.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're worried about a news story. Look, there's areas in Los Angeles where you don't want to run out of gas. Okay.
Of course.
Like, seriously.
Of course.
It's not just Gaza. Okay. There's plenty of places in LA. You don't want to pull off the freeway and get stuck late at night.
In terms of negative freedom, we are free from restrictions that would keep us from owning weapons. In terms of positive freedom, we sacrifice that freedom to own weapons so that people can go to the movies without wondering what's in that guy's bag. Also, don't bring big bags to the movies these days. I get that you might
see how privileged is this guy. He doesn't even know.
Yeah.
He has no idea. He probably lives in Utah or something.
Probably lives like in California or something.
A murder once every 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What a bozo. Where's this guy live? Can we look that up? Is that possible? Is that doxing? I'm just dying to know.
Let's see.
be coming from school or the gym or someplace else, but if I'm in the movies And let's be honest, if
I
I
think he
see a
lives in
dude,
LA. So you should know better.
Does he live in LA?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
There is, yeah, it is annoying because it's like, this is the death of nuance. I know it's your favorite word. The death of this channel's like the death of nuance because this whole video has just been extreme talking points, in one direction. Because there are things you can do to try to prevent criminals from getting guns. Okay, there are actions you can take to make that more difficult, to try to stop that, obviously. And there are actions you can do to try to prevent mass shootings and do that. Okay, there are definitely things you can do that are outside the realms of like just banning all guns from being allowed to exist in any American's hands, which is what he's suggesting, or at least what he's implying to be suggesting whenever he talks about the situation, that he just wants a flat ban on guns, which not only do I think is incredibly stupid, isn't a massive infringement on rights, but it's a waste of time for him to whine about this because it's not going to happen. Because you're not going to get enough people on board to enact a constitutional amendment to change the Second Amendment.
But Sitch, we just make the rules. We can change them at will. Human universe is subjectivity. Look, we're running into the problem I pointed out in the last slide. Right. Yeah, you can't enact any of this, so shut the fuck up.
I mean, you could theoretically, if you could get a coalition large enough to do it, but you're not going to.
This is the thing. There is a lot of people who are in favor of just banning guns outright. But I think they're way outnumbered because there are a lot more people who realize that gun is protecting them. Yeah.
Right.
These people are just dum-dums.
I think people have a right
to protect themselves. Themselves.
And I think it's insane that, like, in Canada, like, protection is not a proper justification to own a gun. It's just wild to me.
Yeah. Especially, like, women have a right to protect themselves. Women are not as strong as men. Guns are the great equalizer for women.
Of course. So it says, according to Pew Research, 4 in 10 U.S. adults live in a household with a gun. 32% say they own a gun personally. Nearly 3/4 of U.S. gun owners cite protection as the top reason for gun ownership.
Of course. Of course. As soon as you start hearing about break-ins in your neighborhood, the first thing you do, you think, I'm going to get a gun. Right. Break into my house, mofo. I'll show you.
Yeah. But this is why it drives me crazy, because, like, so you have like
this guy's in favor of stealing, though, obviously.
Right. Well, yeah, that's true. But you have like the stupid people on the left who are like, oh my God, we have to ban all guns. And then you have stupid people on the right who are like, there can be zero regulation, zero restriction whatsoever. And then they point to people like this as justification because they say, oh, it's all a slippery slope because they all want to ban guns. So we can have zero regulations on guns whatsoever. Everyone can run around with their personal, tanks and nuclear weapons and shit.
Yeah. It's funny.
Just like, obviously not.
The two crazies fighting one another are great content, Sitch.
Is it? I mean, it might be good content, but it kind of makes our country like fucked.
Nah, neither one of them have any political power, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's true.
They don't, no. I said it. It's got to be true.
By himself. And I'm often by myself, too. Walk in with a duffel bag and sit down next to me. I just think, like, today might be the day, buddy. Get ready to duck and cover. Ultimately.
Someone's bringing a duffel bag into the movie theater? Can you imagine such a thing? I mean, I can't really imagine them people being like, oh, you got a duffel bag. Yeah, bring that right in.
I mean, I've never seen someone walk in with a duffel bag. That would be weird. Someone walks in with like a Matrix duffel bag. I'm like,
Yeah. Come on now.
What's going on here?
That's not happening.
Sure.
It seems like America's capacity for freedom might be limited by the way in which it thinks of freedom as an individual project.
Look, and I just got a guy welding here.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is this all about?
He's wearing
welding.
He's welding and he's wearing, fatigues and
Mm-hmm.
camo for some reason. He wants to blend in while he's welding. Okay. In case, make sure they can't spot you while you're welding.
And most of the stories and myths that America loves so much are about people achieving great things on their own, whether it's striking it rich or being the best at sports, becoming famous, starting a company that helps people get big lips that makes you a billionaire. Shout out to my girl Kylie Jenner. I know who that is. Also, producer Olivia says her sister, Kendall Jenner, is a bad model. Modeling experts, let me know in the comments, is Kendall Jenner a good model? But of course, if we have a nation full of individuals seeking their own personal freedom, well, they're always then going to come into contradiction with all the other individuals seeking to use their freedom to do what they want, leading to a world where freedom is hierarchical. Some people get a lot of it, and some people get a little. This comes in opposition.
Well, okay. The first part of what he said was true, and then he just ruined it with his leftist dumbery, which is like, yes, that is the complicated moral philosophical question of society, is that our personal freedoms butt heads with each other, and we have to make a determination whose freedoms do we infringe upon in these situations, in these scenarios, right? So like if some horrible degenerate scumbag wants to buy a billboard outside of school and put, cartoon pornography on the billboard facing the school, should we allow that to happen?
According to this guy, he wants it. I mean, he wants the children to have access to whatever they want to, whatever, anything, all
That's
stuff.
Yeah, that's right. All views should be allowed. Okay, including cartoon pornography. Yeah, and I'd say no, that shouldn't be allowed. And then right, and then that guy'd say,
I'd be like, no, fuck you.
That guy would say, oh, it's an infringement on my freedom that I can't buy this billboard with my hard-earned money to put this pornography on it facing the school. And maybe even the person that owns the billboard would say, it's an infringement on my freedom because I use my hard-earned money to build this billboard here and to buy the land here and blah, 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 blah. And I say, yeah, but guess what? Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think it causes a greater overall harm to everyone and society as a whole to have fucking pornography on a billboard, blasting, especially one that's facing a school.
Right.
So
it's got to be a law that's that somewhere, right?
There is a law against that. So, okay. But so there is a conversation there that what do you do when you have sort of the, freedoms butt heads with each other? But then everything has to go through because wisecrack, everything has to go through the socialist power oppression hierarchy where you say, well, this conflict creates a situation where a bunch of people get like infinite freedom and a bunch of poor people get screwed over and don't have any freedom whatsoever, which is just a very dumb, simplistic way of looking at the situation.
Right. Yeah.
To both Rousseau and Sartre's related conceptions of freedom. Now, for Rousseau, when freedom becomes hierarchized in this way, it's limited by only serving the will of a small set of individuals rather than humanity in general. In super basic terms, freedom is way more powerful.
So wait, hold on.
Into contradiction with all the other individuals seeking to use their freedom to do what they want, leading to a world where freedom is hierarchical.
What does that mean?
Freedom is hierarchical?
Yeah. He says that, you have freedom, freedom's coming in conflict with freedom in our society. People doing what they want to do are in conflict, and that creates a society where freedom is hierarchical. What does that mean?
Well, I think he means you have more power if you have more money to do things.
Yeah,
you can buy your billboard, you perv.
Well, first of all, you can't.
Right.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be that freedom is hierarchical. That would mean that a hierarchy exists, a financial hierarchy exists, but how is freedom hierarchical? What does he mean by that? He's not very good at explaining these concepts exactly.
I think they do a live stream. Maybe we should just hit them up, tell them to come on, give us a chat.
What the fuck are you talking about here?
Come give us a chat.
Some people get a lot of it, and some people get a little. This comes in opposition to both Rousseau and Sartre's related conceptions of freedom. Now, for Rousseau, when freedom becomes hierarchized in this way, it's limited by only serving the will of a small set of individuals rather than humanity in general. In super basic terms, freedom is way more powerful when it's fueled by humanity as a whole than just a few folks with their ego-driven desires. Think of it this way.
Wow. Did he just make an argument in favor of capitalism? I feel like he did.
No, because he is, but no, because what he's saying is, if you just allow unrestricted capitalism or unrestricted monopolies, essentially, you're going to have, or I should say unrestricted business, you're going to basically have one person or a couple people, are going to gain all the wealth and power, and thus they gain all the freedom, and everyone else is going to be subjugated.
But that's why we have regulated capitalism.
Yeah, sure. And I agree that that's true. If you just let everything unregulated, that is what happens, because that is the nature of reality, is that it's the more resources you have, the easier it is to acquire more resources. And so you're just going to suck up and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Sure.
Where taxes go up to 60% and everybody's happy paying it. That's an insane headline. Who is happy paying that?
Where does it say? Is it someplace?
Look, I don't care. Everyone is begrudgingly paying that. They're not happy paying it.
Well, I mean, I don't know if there exists a place in society like that exactly. I'm sure there's some state, some country they're referring to.
Sweden.
But
that in Sweden, high rates underpin a successful society.
There you go. Let's see.
60%.
This is from 2000.
What's the suicide rate? Jeez.
2008. I mean, you could if you get enough shit. Okay, if you get enough shit, you could be happy with that. But
right.
Let's see.
That comes with a Bugatti.
There you go. I mean, yeah.
Your state sanctioned Bugatti.
Mm-hmm. It says one way to examine the issue is to compare state help provided by the British government to which traditionally charges much higher taxes. The Swedes support the second highest tax burden in the world after Denmark, with an average of 48% GDP going to taxes. Okay. Sweden's personal income tax can be as little as 29% of their pay, but most people, anyone earning over 32 pounds, will pay between 49 and 60% through a combination of local government and state income tax. Well, I mean, better be getting, if they get a bunch of fucking benefits back from it, they could be fine with that. But it's obviously a significantly smaller country than the United States of America. So
crazy.
Americans will sometimes talk about the insanely high tax rates in countries like Denmark or Sweden, which is, of course, a constraint on the individual's financial freedom. But the sacrifice of some of this individual wealth often then enables collective goods, like government-funded universal health care, extended parental leave and child care support, free college, well-funded roads and parks, and efficient and affordable public transportation. Now, while we're not saying that countries like that are perfect bastions of freedom, they do place a significant emphasis on the collective freedom of the whole. But also, for any of our Scandinavian...
If those are good services, though, if all those services suck, you're like, oh, man, that's got to be horrible, right?
Sure.
You pay 60% in taxes and you get shitty healthcare, you get shitty public transportation, you get all this shitty stuff.
Right. Yeah, and listen, I mean, I'm in favor of better social services.
Right.
So, if it works, it works. I'm all for it. Good, good. But we can all have these things without going to socialism, as the countries you're talking about all have these things without going to socialism. Now, I don't know if it would work to the same effect in America because of the size of the country and the culture of the country is very different. But,
Wisecrack wants to abolish private property rights.
I mean, it seems like it. I don't know if exactly that's what their position is, but they're definitely always hitting up the Marxist train every 10 seconds. So that would be the implication, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Scandinavian friends, I don't know. Let us know what you think. Like, do you feel like you are free in your society? Do you feel like there's a lack of freedom because of some of the big state stuff? We'd be very curious to know. So let us know and, talk in advance. Now, America seems to operate on the opposite ideas. Namely, we sacrifice the right to broad welfare programs and social safety nets for the sake of our individual freedom.
So this very wildly stupid framing. We're not the opposite. America has massive social safety nets. They're just not as massive as these other countries you're talking about. It's not the opposite. It's just not as much in that direction. The opposite would be some of these, third world countries where the social safety net is go die in a ditch somewhere. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
But it's pretty hard to use all that individual freedom when you're working 2 jobs just to keep your head above water. And it might be the case that this American freedom might make us lose sight of our shared and inherent existential freedom, a type of freedom which has the power to bring us together around common causes and projects. While an existential account of freedom can be terrifying.
So wait, I want you, whenever you say, this is why I say socialism is collectivism. Okay, it's not individualism.
Shared and inherent existential freedom, a type of freedom which has the power to bring us together around common causes and projects. Well,
because see, this whole video, I tricked you. This whole video is why communism is all about collectivism and not about individual rights. Because the whole video is we need to sacrifice individual freedom for the collective good, the freedom of the collective.
Well, I mean, they're saying we're going to sacrifice one individual right not to be taxed at a high rate to gain another individual right, free healthcare.
Well, no, they're saying that free healthcare is the collective right that is gained by sacrificing some level of individual right to not be taxed as much.
It's so weird because it really is. It's just saying I want to pay higher taxes in the government to deal with my healthcare for me instead of dealing with it in the free market.
Sure.
Which I do. Look, our healthcare system in America is bonkers, crazy. Right. People are getting completely hosed, taken advantage of. So I'm not a fan of our free market healthcare system in the U.S. I think it has giant problems that should be solved.
Well, okay. Here's the way that I'm conceptualizing this. Imagine you have, like, if we were to put individual versus collective rights on a spectrum, okay? So to the left is collective rights and to the right is individual rights. Okay. The problem is if you stray too far to these extremes, you're going to get some wacky shit, right? So the most extreme individual right is like the monarchy. This is how Mencius Mollberg makes his argument, where he basically tries to get libertarians to adopt monarchism. Is through the individual, like the most extreme form of individual rights leads to the monarchy pathway. Or Ancapistan, right? Those are your 2 roads. You have Ancapistan or monarchy on the most extreme form of individual rights. And then on the left, if you go to the most extreme form of collective rights, what do you get? You get like authoritarian communism. You get Maoism, Stalinism. You have the state basically there's no private property. The state dictates through some sort of collective will or action what everyone gets, and you don't have any say whatsoever. And it's true that, living in a good, healthy society, because the golden mean, once again, proves to be true, is that you have to figure out where on the spectrum we should exist. And a lot of people, including Wisecrack, think that America is too far on the individual rights spectrum, and he wants to move us a little bit more on the collective rights spectrum. And that's fine. It just annoys me when he, in this channel, basically dumbs it down instead of like the way that I just laid out and say, listen, here's the spectrum. Going too far in either direction is going to cause, catastrophe. We have to be smart and figure out where on the spectrum of collective versus individual rights we want to be on. But instead, he just gives this very propagandistic, simplistic, evil American liberalism, individual rights is screwing over the magical utopia of collective rights of being in some magical European country where we all get free healthcare.
How are you defining collective rights?
The same way he's defining them in this video.
How is he defining them in this video?
He's really defining collective rights as like positive rights.
Positive rights.
Basically, well, no, he's defining it as kind of like he's defining collective rights as basically an individual sacrificing something that for the benefit of the collective. That's how he's defining it, I think.
Sacrificing money.
Or something. Money, energy, their own personal freedom.
Right.
I guess it'd be an individual sacrificing their freedom for a good of the collective. So that'd be the collective rights.
But the difference is you're not being able to choose which product or service you get. You get the government health care that you get.
Right.
So they take your money and make the decisions for you.
Yes.
You have less decisions.
Yes.
Yeah, I think of individualism and collectivism differently. So,
well, I don't understand what's the distinction that you're making.
I think of collectivism as whenever there's a conflict between individual rights and the group's well-being, your rights are going to be subjugated. The rights of the individual are going to be subjugated.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't see what the difference is between that and what we're talking about.
Well, there's two ways you can conceptualize that with healthcare. Healthcare is serving the freedom of the individual in a positive rights type of way. I mean, you're saying the taxes are the subjugation, but you also get healthcare. It's virtually the same as a free market system.
I understand that, but you are sacrificing as you laid out, you're sacrificing your individual ability or choice to go get your own healthcare by turning it over to the state, essentially, to take care of that for you and to dictate that for you.
Right.
And so, like, for example, if you say you're really well off, okay, say you're a millionaire, you're actually losing out on that game probably because, you don't need to.
Yeah, you get the shitty healthcare. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
or you're
going
to go get your own healthcare anyway. So your taxes are just going to someone else, right?
Yep.
So essentially you're getting
screwed.
Well, you're not getting screwed, but that's an example of sort of the whole collective versus the individual. You're sacrificing something for the collective, right? Which I'm fine doing. I think you should, because I think that's the tax of being able to live and participate in a society in the first place, is that you do have to take care of other people. Because otherwise, why should anyone follow the rules of society?
So you're saying some people are sacrificing and other people aren't sacrificing?
Well, no, I'm saying
poor and
that
they don't pay as many taxes. They get more out than they put in.
Well, I'm saying two things. First thing I'm saying is that I think if you're in a society that's rewarding you, you should pay in more to maintain that society because it benefits you more because you're being rewarded by that society. You're benefiting the most from that society. So obviously you should pay more into the society to keep it manifesting and going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, number one. And then number two, I'm just saying that the conceptualization between individualism and collectivism, I don't see the distinction that you're making. It sounds exactly the same. What I was talking about with the spectrum of individual versus collective rights.
I mean, the draft would be the biggest example of collectivism because you're actually conscripting people that could die. So that takes all of their individual freedom away from them.
Sure. Okay. But obviously these things exist on a spectrum of how much, right? Like paying taxes. It was an example. It's not as extreme as like being conscripted.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
An existential account of freedom can be terrifying and anxiety inducing, especially when we're driving. The flip side is that it's a reminder that we have the freedom to act, and the freedom to act together. That was not.
You like how the freedom to act together is a Black Lives Matter protest.
That's
a protest that's literally built upon like fake news about the number of Black people killed by police officers, or unarmed Black people, innocent Black people killed by police officers, which is very, very low, actually.
Hey, people have the freedom to gaslight people into believing untrue things to get them to go out in the street and protest.
I guess that's sort of what's going on here. So, I mean, Michael here has been, he is a major victim and advocator of gaslighting. So,
yes,
not me telling you to do community theater. You probably.
Oh, I guess speaking of that, I'm sure you know, Derek Chauvin was shanked in prison.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's weird to me that he was in a maximum security state prison, and then they transferred him to a medium security federal prison. I would think, shouldn't he be in like a minor security prison? I mean, is Derek Chauvin really thought of as like a threat who is going to be, first of all, he is a person who would be very likely to be attacked. And I think that's why he was very often put in solitary confinement for his own protection. But shouldn't the judges, wherever they place him, shouldn't that be weighed with the fact that, like, okay, this is a person who probably is not going to get like violently attacking other prisoners, probably not going to try to break out of prison, and he has a big threat against his own life. Shouldn't he be in a minor security prison where it's less likely that other inmates are going to like try to murder him?
Yeah, unless they put him in a prison where he's more likely to get murdered because they hate his guts.
I mean, that's possible, sure.
Yeah.
So
maybe even probable, since it actually happened.
Mm-hmm. I guess. Or they just looked at it like in a very simplistic way, like, well, he was charged with murder, so therefore he, goes to maximum/medium security prison.
How does it make you feel that some progressive judge potentially said, I'm going to send this guy to a place where they're going to take care of him? How does that make you feel?
I mean, if that's how, I'll be honest, I don't know the logistics of how the determination is made on who to send where. But if that is what happened, if a judge makes that determination, then obviously that's like really horrible and very horrific.
It is. Yeah. Does it, you accept that that's a possibility, right?
Of course it could be. I mean, I think it's not only is it a possibility, it's not an unlikely possibility.
Right. There you go. Look.
I mean, the fact that, and I tweeted this because I'm kind of annoyed by how the situation is played out. I said this during the trial. I don't think the murder charges against Chauvin made sense. Number one, the felony murder charge made no sense because felony murder is it is always supposed to be a charge in which you are committing a felony that creates the situation that could lead to another person's death. So like, you're robbing a bank.
Doing your job is not a felony.
Well, no, not like that. But I mean, like, so if you get into a fight with someone, okay, and you kill them in the fight, that's not felony murder because the felony is the assault that kills them, right? It has to be, felony murder is when you're committing a felony that's not like you're robbing a place and then someone gets killed, in the robbery. Or like, say, like you're robbing a place and you point a gun at the clerk, and you point a gun at the clerk makes him have a heart attack and he dies, okay? That could be felony murder. Because you didn't kill him directly, but you committing the felony led to their death. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Right. So usually, so, or not usually, but always the case is legally, or should be, like, because if we're to accept that felony murder is you just commit an assault level of felony to someone and they die, that would mean that every murder is a felony murder, which would mean then what's the point of having a second charge? It would just be whatever the murder charge it is. It makes no sense that there'd be a second charge on top of that. So that charge made no sense. And I didn't think even the other murder charge against him made any sense. I don't think he was enacting with I don't think they provided evidence that Chauvin was acting with a depraved mind or whatever the language was. I do think, however, and here's your but, I do think that when you're the police, you have the monopoly of violence. And when someone's in your physical custody, it is, they can't leave. When the police arrest you, you can't leave. You can't just walk away. And so therefore, it means it's the police responsibility to make sure that you are safe and that you're not dying, right? Or you're not unhealthy or whatever. Now, I don't know if George Floyd could have been saved because he most likely was being ODing on fentanyl. So it could have been a situation where nothing they did would have saved him, but we don't know that. And I think the problem for Chauvin is the fact that, since he has this guy pinned to the ground for the extended period of time that he does, and he doesn't really make any effort to check on his vitals and make sure he's not dying whatsoever, even when another officer is checking his pulse and talking about moving him, he makes no move to do that. That shows a massive irresponsibility and negligence on Derek Chauvin's head, because it is his responsibility to try to do everything he can to make sure George Floyd doesn't die. And he didn't do that. And so because of that, I think Chauvin definitely can get hit with a manslaughter charge. And I think that would have been fine.
Right. Negligent manslaughter.
Yeah. But I don't think the murder charges make sense. But now I'm annoyed because, so now there's this weird group of people who, so we had during the Chauvin trial, you had the people on the left were all like, oh my God, he's so racist and evil. He intentionally murdered George Floyd. George Floyd had sex with his wife. There's all sorts of weird shit. None of that was even true. They never even showed that it was racially motivated. I don't think it was racially motivated. They obviously cut, the video. People didn't see that George Floyd was saying he couldn't breathe before he was ever on the floor, and that he put himself on the floor by refusing to get in the car, blah, 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 blah. We talked about this extensively at the time that was happening. But now it's this weird, pushback to this, where I see people on Twitter saying that George Floyd is a political prisoner and that he's just totally innocent and should just be let free. And I'm like, I don't know why have we gone so far in the other direction now? It's oh, okay. So because people were saying a bunch of BS about him, he's just totally scot-free. It's no, where, people on the right should be suspect of police officers, especially libertarians should be suspect of police officers. And I don't know how you can say that if a police officer has total control over your physical body and your physical safety, they better damn well make sure you're not fucking dying. And if they don't, and they just sit there as you fucking die, like they did with Tony Timpa, okay, I don't see how the fuck that you just say, well, whatever.
Yeah, no, I agree. Obviously. Yeah.
Did any of the cops in Tony Timpa even get in trouble?
I never looked into Tony Timpa, and I never watched the Derek Chauvin trial or any of that stuff.
You didn't watch the Derek Chauvin trial?
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess you were watching.
I watched the whole thing. I mean, we talked about it a lot.
I watched some of the Ahmaud Arbery trial because it was pretty interesting.
Okay. Maybe we just got it all secondary.
We both watched.
About it, but...
We both were glued to the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I remember you were watching it, but I was kind of just hearing what you had to say about it.
It says regarding Tony Timpa, criminal charges against 3 officers were dropped in 2019, and they were returned to active duty. An excessive forcible lawsuit against the officers was also dismissed.
Well, that's
on the basis of qualified immunity. However, after that, the appeals court issued a decision reversing giving the officers qualified immunity. So I guess that means the family can sue some of the police officers civilly, or I don't know if they are, but they should. I mean, that's a totally insane thing, because the the Tony Timpa thing is just like, if not worse than the George Floyd thing. And I guess just no one cares because he's white. So, there's no like racial narrative behind the story.
Yeah, it's an interesting case. I know you were commenting on it a lot while it was going on, but I didn't know the details. And look, George Floyd just made everyone crazy. So I was like,
it did, yeah. Well, it shows you how. I mean, the George Floyd case is just a great example of how the elephant works, because people just see the video and it creates an emotion in your mind. In that, for most people, that overrides like logical, rational thought. It was the same thing with the Covington kids. They saw the image of like a kid looking smug at like a Native American guy. That overrides rational thought. It's the same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse. They see a kid holding, a scary semi-automatic assault rifle, and that just overrides all rational thought. And some people can never come back from that, once they go down that emotional path.
The first I saw that image was in a centrist meme. Someone was using Derek Chauvin leaning on George Floyd to say centrism is bad. This is what centrism is right here.
Wait, what? What does that even mean? I don't even get it.
And I didn't know what the context was. I just knew that, okay, they're bitching about centrism here. But that was the first I ever saw the image, the George Floyd image.
That's interesting. So that that automatically puts you in a completely different mental state than like 5% of the people that saw the image.
I should have screenshotted it because I was like, what the fuck is this?
They're like, the moderates would allow the George Floyd to be killed by Chauvin. You're like, what? What does that even mean?
Yes, I know. I was very confused by it. I was like, what's happening here? What is this picture? Who is this weird guy?
Shouldn't. So it seems that the type of freedom celebrated by the land of the free is largely the freedom from rules. One with the Outback State.
Don't you love his images, his stock photography?
You probably shouldn't. So
no. It's how I feel watching, Wisecrack videos like this lady here.
What is going on here? Nice limbo rings, by the way. Excellent.
Oh yeah, look
rings.
at those are some killer limbo rings. Look at that.
They are, yeah. 5-star limbo rings.
My limbo rings, not great.
Your limbo ring game is pretty off.
Well, no, here's the problem. I actually have like really great limbo rings.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't really see it because my eyes are brown and the brown is very dark usually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so kind of like you can't really notice the limbo rings.
That's like drawn on there with a marker, man. That's like.
Well, that's why she's a stock footage model, Adam. They're like, this lady's got great limbo rings. Let's get her some stock footage.
The type of freedom celebrated by the land of the free is largely the freedom from rule.
I agree. This music sucks. I totally agree with this lady.
What is he even
One that's
saying?
spiritually
I'm just
aligned with
by
the Outback Steakhouse's slogan.
It's no rules, just right at Outback.
Now, on the flip side, people like Sartre and Rousseau offer us a vision of freedom as something that's active and collective, something that's more about our capacity to do rather than simply the absence of rules imposed on us by others. If I had to think of a chain restaurant for this one, maybe the Olive Garden, because when you're here, you're family. But if you think of a chain restaurant in America that better embodies this type of freedom, let us know.
So he's all about the freedoms that are presented by collective action.
Yeah, he wants more people to. His argument is a classic left-wing argument, which isn't entirely wrong. It just depends on the scope or scale you're going, which is that, part of being free is your ability to do shit. Is a person who has all the negative rights in the world but grows up in squalor really, quote, free, to compared to someone who grows up in a middle-class neighborhood or a rich neighborhood. And I agree they're not to the same capacity free.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
that's fine, but they're also obviously you can just take it too far in that direction. And you just have to be aware of that. And you have to figure out where the line is. And I'm just suspect of people that have the conversation like this where they won't tell you, well, where's the line on your side? Where's the line that you don't want to cross on your side? Is abolishing private property, is that the line? Is that going too far?
We've had a lot of trouble getting universal health care off the ground because the right always comes in and frames it as socialism, socialized medicine.
Yeah.
And you have people here on the left just completely playing into their hand.
Sure.
By saying, oh, yeah, it is socialized medicine. It is socialism.
Yes.
It's like, what, you dumb fuck?
Well, it's because for not most, but for a long time in American history, or let's just say, especially in the 80s going forward, it was like socialism was like, oh my God, you can't be socialist. So that was like a very good way for the right to try to destroy anything politically. It's to label it socialism. Whether
I think it still works, though.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
it
still
does.
works. I think it's bad optics.
Well, but wait, what I was going to say is in the left, was liberal and they didn't want to be associated with socialism. So they would be harmed by that. But now we have this weird position or this weird state where right now there's a bunch of young kids and idiots who are really pro-socialism. So they want the association as a positive. This is why you have people like Richard Wolff, who are lying because they know it's not true, who say socialism is when the government does stuff. They've taken the right-wing straw man and they're running with it as a way to try to get young people to be on board with socialism.
Right. Yeah, I think they're wrong.
Well, they are wrong, obviously. Government doing things is not socialism.
Yeah, it's wrong factually, but it's also wrong from a marketing perspective. If you're marketing policies that are in the realm of universal healthcare and you're listing them as socialism, thinking that's going to get you closer to getting them enacted, I think you're gravely wrong. I think it's why Bernie Sanders lost his campaign for presidency. There's so much evidence out there that people don't want anything that can be categorized as socialized medicine.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what your primary goal is. If your primary goal is to have a public option or some kind of healthcare reform in America, then yes, it's
people would be receptive to that, I think.
Right.
Because people would say, well, it depends upon how it's framed. If it's framed as you're going to pay for the public option whether you use it or not because you're going to be taxed for it, then obviously it's not going to be effective.
Sure, but what I was going to say is that if your goal is healthcare reform, then yeah, it's not effective. But if your goal is to enact socialism in America, then that makes sense that's the framing you want.
It's still not effective, though.
Well, it's not effective at creating healthcare. It might be more effective at getting stupid kids to become socialists.
Right, yeah, but it's not ultimately going to be effective in enacting socialism.
I don't believe it will be, right? But
this is why it's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's like you could teach people how to succeed within the system that exists, or you could waste all of their time and energy by pursuing some radical change that's never going to come and just ultimately going to cause them to waste their entire lives. That's why I hate this stuff.
Is that why you named the video what you named it? The shame?
Yeah, of course. Of course. I've always been entrepreneurial. I've never had like this poison idea that buying and selling things was immoral, or hiring people to do things was immoral, or working for people to do things was immoral. Like, how do people get this in their head? Look, I've worked a bunch of shitty jobs. I'm sure you've worked a bunch of shitty jobs that you hated, jobs that you didn't like doing.
I know what exactly I thought. How people get in their head. Yeah,
you know what I thought?
What?
I thought I got to get a better job. This sucks. This is not for me.
So,
but every single place that I worked at some shitty job, I noticed something.
What's that?
There was always someone there that was their fucking dream job. That was a job that they loved doing. And it always seemed insane to me. I was like, how how can you stand this? This place sucks. Nah, this place is great. That just made me think, look, you got to get a job that you like doing. It doesn't make me think, oh, all jobs suck and we need to restructure all of society so nobody has to work ever.
So
Like, who thinks that?
I've noticed that, and I mean, this just logically makes sense. So everyone who's listens to streams knows that you have a very strong sense of internal locus of control.
Of course.
Okay?
Yes.
You're very self-motivated, and going along with that, and by the way, I believe people are just born this way, essentially. Unfortunately, I think you can kind of like learn to some extent, but I think you're just kind of, people are born with internal versus external locuses of control. And people who have internal locus of control will be in a situation, and they kind of seem to view the situation as like, oh, if I'm in a shitty job, this is like fixed. This is a fixed thing that I can't necessarily change or bother changing. So all I can do is change my position in it or leave the situation to find a different situation. Where people that have a more external locus of control, who aren't as self-motivated, they have more of an idea of like, well, instead of me leaving the situation, why is this situation I'm in should be improved or changed or fixed to my benefit, essentially. Well, and to be clear, you do need both of these ideas in society, because if everyone is operating under an internal locus of control, there's going to be so much abuse in the world because no one is actually changing, any of the shit that's going on, right? There's going to be slavery, there's going to be fucked up shit. And you're like, well, you just leave the situation you're in. But if everyone has an external locus of control, then that's how you get communism, where you say, oh, well, someone else should fix everything for me. There shouldn't be any individual private ownership of anything, blah, 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 blah. And so you do need both of these things.
You need to change society. Society needs to evolve and change when problems are perceived, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Look, I agree. My point is that what people are perceiving as a problem is not really a problem. That's the issue I have.
Sure, that can be the case in some instances. But the question you asked is, how do people like Hassan or other socialists kind of get, shunted down this pathway? That's because I'd wager these are people with very high external locuses of control who just view it as, society should basically change, or the environment should be changed to suit the needs of the people, number one. And number two, I think it's a lot of people are very unable to understand things outside of their immediate perception. Okay. And so, you brought up, you said, okay, you worked a lot of shitty jobs. I've worked shitty jobs. And I'm sure, maybe, I don't know, maybe you haven't, but I've been in jobs where you look at it and you're like, oh, whoever is in charge is like a fucking asshole, right? Whoever's in charge is taking advantage of you, right?
Sure. Look, I've had shitty bosses. Yeah.
Yeah. And so people are in that circumstance. They say, oh, well, since I feel like I'm getting taken advantage of, or, whether they are or not, since I have this perception, that's very easy to kind of extrapolate that onto the whole socialist profit is theft thing. Because you say, oh, why does this owner of this restaurant I never see get all this money when I'm the one working my ass off to do, to make the food, to bring the plates, to do blah, 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 blah. And the answer to the question is, well, it's because there's a lot of work that goes in the restaurant that you just are not even conceptualizing or thinking about in the first place, in terms of designing the menu, maintaining the property, whatsoever, maintaining the building, getting all the shit, organizing all the people that work there, the million little things that go into running a business that you're not thinking about. That's what's going on there. And that's why those people make the most amount of money generally.
Well, look, I worked at a restaurant and I remember, I worked there maybe 2 or 3 months and I'd already figured out how much money the restaurant owner made. Like I had accumulated enough information to figure out how much he was pulling down from owning this restaurant. Right. And I was very disappointed.
It wasn't as much
in how much it was. I was like, wow.
Oh,
He's
it a
doing
lot?
all this. No, it was not a lot of money.
Oh, okay.
He was basically making the same amount of money as the woman who was his manager, who was
Right.
running the restaurant.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, you have all this responsibility and like, I mean, he was doing a lot of work for not as much money as I was like, I wouldn't take that deal. That would not be a deal I would sign up for.
Yeah, but see,
Yeah.
this is another evidence of your massive internal locus of control, because 99% of the people who work at a restaurant would never take the time or have the intelligence to sit there and work out and figure out how much the owner is making, to like have that mental map in their head about where they are in the hierarchy and, you know, where their place is. Is it? They would just say,
Yes.
oh, I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. Right. And that's
Yes.
all that would be the
Yeah.
end of the thought process.
Yeah. Well, and I'm assuming a lot of people just assume, oh, he's making 5 times what everyone else is making.
Right.
Well, that's kind of why I wanted to figure it out, because I was just curious. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was easy enough to get the information, how much we were pulling in each night,
Sure.
you know, what our costs were. Yeah.
Sure.
It was just easy to math to do. So I did it.
Now,
Yeah.
that's not to say that there aren't definitely businesses where the CEO makes way too much fucking money, or the owner makes way
Oh,
too
of
much fucking
course.
money.
Of course.
Sure.
And where you get into that situation is where you're having a lot more employees working for you. I mean, this was one restaurant with like
Right.
20 employees. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Basically
also,
like a privately owned restaurant, mom and
Right.
pop restaurant. Yeah.
in these, I mean, it seems like these, a lot of these privately owned restaurants never do very well financially anyway, or it's very difficult for them to do very well.
I mean, this place was in business for like 20 years and it was like 5-star restaurant, probably most popular restaurant in the area. Yeah. So
And it still
I mean, it
wasn't
was killing
going
it.
in.
Yeah.
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 So-
That's why I was surprised. I
Right,
was like,
right.
what the heck?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, but that's part of the conversation to have, is to figure out again where that line is between too much, what is too much and what is fine. And unfortunately, the abolishment of private property is not the answer, but that's the intuition of why people feel the way they do, is because they don't sit around, they don't figure it out.
Yeah, in the internal and external locus of control, which we've talked about on the show a bit, is just internal. Whether or not you think internal forces are driving situations or external forces are driving situations. So if you are a person that's self-motivated and you think the internal forces of human beings, myself and people around me, are what's driving their situation, that's an internal locus of control. If you think external forces are what's driving the situation and people are just, they're easily subjugated by the situation around them, then you believe in an external locus of control, which can be, it can stop you from doing things that you might want to do.
Yeah, like when Ragamuffin is just yelling at you.
I don't think the audience can hear that though, because
I hope they can. It's very
badass-
funny. I can hear Ragamuffin in the back and going, wow, wow.
That's actually Wormy.
Oh, is
So,
that Wormy?
yeah.
Oh, I thought Ragamuffin was the meower.
Yeah. Cats get old and senile and they start vocalizing. So
Well, I mean, all cats vocalize. but-
no,
well, not
like
all
that.
cats, but the cats.
You've never had a cat go through its life cycle from kitten to.
No, I know cats get senile and they'll vocalize at like nothing, right?
Oh, they did hear him in the chat.
Okay, good. Okay, let's finish
Dang
off
it.
this video.
This way, freedom becomes less about my individual freedom and more about our collective and shared freedom, which can leave us wondering, is American freedom all it's cracked up to be?
See, this fits perfectly into the external forces. This guy totally believes external forces are what's driving the ship, and he has to get everybody together to agree before anything can change.
Mm-hmm.
And me, I'm like, maybe I'll start a restaurant one day. How much money
Yeah.
would I make?
Right. Well, that's why, I loved that conversation we covered between Ethan and Hassan, where it's just like,
Ethan, exactly.
Is like, how do you start a business under your socialism? Starting a business is like impossible.
How do I sit down and do the math and figure out how much money I'm going to make?
Right.
well, that's not possible. It's like, okay. So I basically can't start a podcast. Nice system you got there, Hassan.
Yeah, like I mean, that conversation to me was so insane when you literally have Hassan has spent, a huge chunk of his life advocating for an economic political system to all of his thousands of fans, millions of fans, and yet he doesn't have the knowledge to explain in a conversation the process of how would you hire someone under socialism to work a job. And yet he feels like he has any confidence or moral weight to advocate for this thing. He can't even solve the basic question of how do I hire someone? It's despicable.
It is despicable. I think this came up in our talk with Brianna Wu too, but I can't remember what we were talking about. The external forces versus internal forces. I think it was around voting. Because this is what bothers me about people who have the external forces model are less likely to vote as well because they think voting is a waste of time.
There was you know what the video right after this that Wisecrack put out is?
What is it?
It's CEO, a fake job. It's all saying about how CEOs are useless.
Oh, really?
Exist. Yeah.
Think about that, Sitch. Yeah. Decision making in business is unimportant.
It's so funny because they put out this video about CEO is a fake job that doesn't really matter. And yet, we just had that big controversy where, the board fired the CEO of OpenAI.
Oh, yeah.
It caused an entire revolt, essentially, in the company. Everyone was going to leave because they felt like he had done so much for OpenAI, and they felt that the firing was unfair.
Yeah, there was a difference in goals. So the company was kind of splitting along. There was a bunch of people at OpenAI that wanted to pursue AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. They basically want to find the cure for cancer. They want some sort of chat GPT that they can say, hey, how do we cure lung cancer? And it says, oh, here's what you do, right? But there were other more, I guess, kind of a suit coalition that really just wanted to develop products and services to get rich. So those two factions were at odds with one another. And
do we know that, or is that just like speculation?
I watched it in a video. That's where I'm getting it from, but I can't remember the video. Yeah,
I saw that video,
that is a speculation. Yeah.
I don't know if we 100% know what was exactly going on there.
Well, I think you can't. I think that Sam Altman is definitely like a transhumanist type, wants to change the world type stuff. So I mean, it goes from what I understand of Sam Altman anyway. But it could be that could not be the case. Obviously, it could be over something else.
Well, no, I thought it was that they were saying Sam Altman. The theory was that Sam Altman was more concerned with the business side of it, and
it was Altman that wanted.
And that the board wanted to do more like higher
AGI stuff.
Yeah, AGI technology stuff. But it's all speculation. So
I got the players wrong. Okay,
you reversed the teams.
Okay, that's cool.
But regardless, it's just funny because it's like, so basically we're not gonna watch the video because it's like there's so little information that it's not really even worth talking about. Basically, the argument is like, well, there are CEOs like Elon Musk, and he gets a lot of money, and he made a stupid decision to like rename Twitter X, and then there's like a guy CEO of whoever controls HBO Max, and they changed it to Max, and it was stupid, and they lost a bunch of money because that was a dumb rebranding. So why these guys get so much money? And it's just really a stupid argument. Like, because CEOs make bad decisions sometimes, I guess that means that you don't need CEOs.
Yeah, someone has to make the decision. And someone has to be accountable for making the decision, the bad decision, right? I guess they're just saying, look, it doesn't matter. I guess we don't need a president then, right? Because anyone can make these decisions.
Yeah, why not?
Pretty stupid. Yeah.
Please let us know.
I'll go to the mat on decision making in business is like the most important thing, obviously.
Well, that's why they get paid the most, even though I think they get paid too much in a lot of circumstances.
Look, I do think they get paid too much in a lot of circumstances, but that doesn't mean decision making is unimportant.
Right, no, but I'm saying it is obviously the reason that's like obviously that the people make that much money because it's a skill that is very difficult for people to do properly.
Right.
If it was a useless job or a job anyone could do, the market would not credit it as such a high rated position.
Right. Yeah.
Comments. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for liking, subscribing, commenting.
Okay, no, don't do
We're
any
done.
of those things.
Good.
Don't do any of those.
No, do like and subscribe. Subscribe
Like and
to our
subscribe
channel.
to us. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
To the channel you're watching now. It'd be super cool. So that was
J-Mac,
pretty quick. You got another video or something? Or you want to just wrap up? I don't know.
I don't know.
I got a video we can watch.
What's the video?
I mean,
I have a theoretical video we can watch.
Okay. What's your
Tell me.
video?
Well, we could watch. I haven't done a lot of research from it. I don't know if I need to. We could watch the completely insane second thought video.
That could be good.
The one about how authoritarianism is good, actually. Remember that video?
yeah. I do remember that one. I kind of want to watch this video of Douglas Murray just totally eviscerating Norman Finkelstein. It's like the kind of video that makes you want to stand up and cheer.
We could do that, sure.
Oh man, it's so good.
Oh wow, look at this. Vosh actually made an entire response video shitting on Second Thoughts authoritarianism video.
Really?
Even Vosh is like, this is ridiculous.
Oh, that's great.
There you go.
Maybe Vosh can take him out.
I mean, that'd be nice if someone could destroy the legitimacy of Second Thoughts insane fucking garbage takes.
Yeah. Be nice if someone on the left understood how
you go get
morally
that
reprehensible it is.
Get that video. I'll read some super chats.
Okay.
JMac, our surrogate father for $22. Thank you. Says, funny thing, Adam, my biology teacher did teach evolution, but the school allowed parents to take their kids out of the class without penalty. It was a big controversy when it happened. A lot of Bible literalists were upset. Oh.
Wow. That actually sounds fun, to be caught up in a controversy in school.
That was like, when I was in Boy Scouts.
Mm-hmm.
There's a funny thing. When I was in Boy Scouts was when the big controversy about whether gays should be allowed in Scouts or not. Remember this? This was going on. And
I do remember that.
So we had to do a merit badge. It was like, I don't remember. It was like civil society merit badge or something. I don't know. So something about governance and society merit badge. And the adult leader's boss was some kind of, mid-level state employee government official type. And so he invited her to come talk to the troop about whatever was related to this civil governance merit badge shit. Right? She's supposed to come and talk to us about how the government and where I lived worked in Florida. And so she comes to the meeting, and we're all sitting there. We're all expecting her to start telling us boring government stuff. But instead, she goes on a long, random, out of the blue diatribe on how we should allow gays in Scouts. And it was so funny because it was one of those things where as soon as she starts talking, the energy in the room immediately shifted. Where at first all the kids are like, oh, it's gonna be really boring. And as soon as she starts talking about how there should be gays in Scouts, all the kids perk up because they're like, wait a minute, something controversial is happening. And we all can look around at each other, and we can all look at the adults because we can sense that they're kind of uncomfortable because we've never talked about this before. We've never had a conversation about this before. In our troop, there was not really political conversations were a thing that we had. And I could
all the
feel
parents are going to have to explain what a gay person is.
Well, just because it's I don't know. We didn't know what all the parents' takes were on any of these issues or whatsoever because it's not something that ever been discussed. And it was funny because I could see the adult leadership guy, and he's like sweating bullets here because he can't, like, the person who's talking is his boss. So he can't tell her to, like, what the fuck are you doing? We didn't invite you to have this conversation about gays and scouts. We wanted you to talk about like important government shit. And she's just going on and on and on and on about this. And then so when she's like kind of done with her speech, she goes to one of the kids. She has like she not only is she doing her speech about why she should have gays and scouts, she made like flyers.
Oh,
She
wow.
literally made flyers. So she totally blindsided the adult leadership. Like I know the conversation was, he's like, oh, we're doing this merit badge. Can you come talk to the troop about that? And she's like, sure. And then she sits down in the office. She's like, I'm going to fucking talk about gays and scouts.
This is my opportunity to be a social justice warrior.
Essentially, right. Yes. And so she planned this all out. She literally had flyers to hand out to us about why gays should be allowed in scouts. And it's so funny because she just started to go in like order of where we were sitting, and just by happenstance, just by like random chance, the beauty of random chance, the kid who was like at the most edge of the table, who was the first person she went to hand the flyer to, his father
knocked it out of her hand. Get that out of here.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
Yes. Literally. No. I was like dying of laughter. Her father, the kid's father is like, very homophobic.
The father knocked it away, or the kid did?
No, the father did. She like it's like literally a scene from a movie. I wouldn't believe this. I would literally think this was and then everyone stood up and clapped moment, except I witnessed it. She walks over the kid. She's like handing him the flyer in slow motion, and he like holds his hand out to like take it. And the father like zooms in from like the fucking ether and snatches it like right in between the handoff. He snatches it from between them. And he's like, don't you give this propaganda to my kid. And he's like starts screaming at her, like crumples it up and throws it on the floor, and grabs his kid by the wrist and just drags him out of the room. And I was like dying of laughter. I couldn't believe it. I was like, that's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God.
That's amazing.
It was so funny because we didn't really like that guy or his kid anyway. So it made it extra funny.
Oh, really?
So they're like, how embarrassing for that kid. How embarrassing for that dad. Jeez, to get so like fucking triggered about the situation. As opposed to just being like, all right, whatever, even if he was against it. So.
Wow. What a homophobe.
That was our evolution related story. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, that's the face of leftists claiming that explaining why Russia attacked Ukraine is supporting Nazism, but explaining the lie of why Hamas attacked Israel isn't supporting Hamas. Make it make sense. There is no making it make sense. There is no making it make sense. He's talking about Sartre with his eyes going in all directions. That is the face of it. That's like that is like the insanity of, Finkelstein. That's his name, right? Was it Finkelstein or Finkelstein? Norman Finkelstein. Yeah, Norman here, who's just all like, basically soft, if not explicitly justifying Hamas doing their horrific attack, and how everything's Israel's fault, and yet also constructs an insane worldview where Russia's totally justified in invading Ukraine and causing the horrible levels of destruction that they've caused. Like, this is what's weird too. And here's why I'll call that Norman and all these other people are like pieces of shit liars and scumbags. Even if Norman here, and I don't know, maybe he said it, I haven't heard it, I didn't hear it in his video where he justified the attack. Even if Norman is going to tie himself in the pretzel knots to say that Russia is justified in invading Ukraine, okay, why would that then justify Russia to do the war crimes that they're doing, right? Like, wouldn't you say like, oh, well, maybe they were justified to attack, but they're not justified in just randomly mortaring like cities to the fucking dust? Isn't that what they're complaining? Isn't that what he's complaining that Israel's doing to Gaza right now? And
you did this thing last time we talked about this, and it's hard for me to switch gears on these because it's completely different situation with Ukraine and Russia. Are you saying that they're both defensive wars?
No, I'm saying how. No. So Twitter Socks was asking, how is it they're explaining why Russia attacked Ukraine is supporting Nazism, but explain the lie of why Hamas attacked Israel isn't supporting Hamas.
Okay.
Okay, whatever. I guess if you can't,
well, the Nazi supporting Nazism in Ukraine is like all fake news. Like,
yes,
there's
well, there's some Ukrainians that are like,
yeah, but there's an Azov battalion has 3,000 dudes in it, and less than 24 of them are Nazis.
Sure,
so you're talking about 24 guys in the entire country.
Right. No, the comparison for Norman here is that Norman is basically saying, and this is why I guess I'm comparing it. Norman makes the argument that Ukraine and the United States were engaged in foreign policy actions that were so awful towards Russia that would justify Russia to invade Ukraine. That's Norman's defense of that's Norman's explanation of Russia. Okay. He said Russia is justified because America and Ukraine forced Russia to do this. Okay.
Right. By us supporting a faction in Ukraine that was pro-West trade and also pro-democracy.
Right. And fears
Oh,
of
it's so bad. Oh my God. That's so horrible.
Right. And then he also kind of says the whole fears of NATO and all the stuff that we've heard, right?
They literally had a fucking candidate that they paid off with money.
So,
who was president of their country?
So, how can Norman, in one breath, say that because of Ukraine and United States' actions against Russia, which, by the way, none of them were direct military, actions whatsoever. Ukraine did not attack Russia. That justifies Russia invading Ukraine. But then, when a government of Gaza literally invades Israel, kills 1,400 people and kidnaps over 200 people, that action does not justify Israel then attacking that country and that group of people.
Right. But he would say because
that Russia's justified. I'm saying, so how can he argue that Russia is justified in attacking Ukraine, and yet you have to justify that you have to argue then that Israel's justified in attacking Gaza at that point. There's no way around it.
Yeah, Russia even did some blockade stuff, not as effectively as Israel, but I mean, they try to do the same thing tried to put the same pressure on Ukraine, stifling their trade deals and shit.
Yeah, and it was, but even that was a far worse reason, because with Israel, it's like, we're going to try to blockade, or we are going to blockade what goes into your country because you keep attacking us with missiles and suicide bombers. And Russia's like, we're going to block trade because we don't want you to join the EU. like that's why it's insane to me. You have to be in some kind of mental cope spiral of you have to be completely detached from reality. You have to be such a bad faith, dishonest actor, someone who's so brainwrought about the America bad lens, for you to come up with a worldview where Russia is justified in invading Ukraine, but Israel is not justified in invading Gaza. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay, so it's a giant contradiction.
Yes.
Right. He's saying Gaza is justified in invading Israel because it's a concentration camp. That's his entire argument.
That is his entire argument.
The concentration camp argument doesn't work on Ukraine, though.
Right, but but why does that matter? I mean, right, that doesn't. Russia's still trying to,
he's
foreign
framing
will against Ukraine in a way that they should be not justified to do, and is violating their sovereignty completely.
He's framing the Gaza attack as a defensive war.
Right.
That's the way he's framing it.
And he's framing Russia invading Ukraine as a defensive war,
right?
Which is insane.
So the reason why he would say it's not a contradiction is because he would say these are both defensive wars.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Okay.
No, I mean, I get what he would say, but I'm saying if you actually were to think about it in a non-biased way, it's retarded.
Yeah, they're both wars of aggression.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, I would, yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Hamas is attacking Israel is for sure. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, quote, when shootings are about as frequent as $1 gas station hot dogs, is he trying to meme, or does he understand that inflation also affected gas station hot dogs? Has he never been to a gas station? They're minimum $4, LOL. There you go. There you go. He's just trying to do a meme, but
Oh yeah.
J Mac, our circuit follower for $50. Thank you so much. Says, as one of the aforementioned millionaires, I'm all for benefiting others with my money. In fact, I'm very choosy with the many charities I give to. The issue is when money is strong-armed away and used by the government in incredibly stupid ways. Yeah, I mean, that's always the issue. People, and, he talks about the tax rates in Sweden and all this other stuff, or these other countries. That's always the issue, is that, yeah, if people feel like their money is going to some good, tangible use that they see being benefited, they'd be far more willing to pay higher taxes. It's just, unfortunately, people feel like their money is being thrown into a black hole or void to be burnt or to be given to corrupt forces. And people don't want to pay their taxes. So it's always kind of the
doled
issue
out
here.
to a bunch of NGOs that are doing it to just pay executives and really not helping feed the poor or shelter people or anything. Yeah.
Right.
It's a nightmare.
Lives in Deswell specifically for $20 says, empirically, quote, collective rights has been to justify atrocity and massive inequality with no limit what can be forced on people for the greater good. This is why I favor a more individualist negative rights approach. I mean, yeah, I definitely think you have to start. I think you have to start with the individual rights. The liberalism individual rights approach is definitely the starting point, and then you work from there, and you have to be cautious working away from there. So
click on that
I do agree
link
with that.
since the super chat is about negative and positive rights.
What
click
link?
on the link to negative and positive rights on the Wikipedia page and go down to criticisms and just read that paragraph there.
Okay, let's see.
The criticisms that nobody ever brings up.
Criticisms. Which paragraph? The top paragraph? The second paragraph?
Yeah, just start reading.
If an individual has positive rights, it implies that other people have positive duties to take certain actions, whereas negative rights imply that others have negative duties to avoid certain other actions.
So this is the argument that Ben Shapiro always makes. You're going to make my wife, the doctor, be a slave?
Right.
And I always say, well, does that mean the police officer is a slave? Like we pay police officers to do a certain job. Your wife can take the job working for the government, or she can not take the job working for the government, right?
Yeah. Philosopher Henry Shue believes that all rights, regardless of whether they seem more negative or positive, require both kinds of duties at once. Shue says that honoring a right will require avoidance, a negative duty, but also protective or reparative actions, positive duties. The negative-positive distinction may be a matter of emphasis, so a right will not be described as though it requires only one of two types of duties. The Shue rights can always be understood as confronting standard threats against humanity. Dealing with standard threats requires duties, which may be divided across time. Example, if avoiding the harmful behavior fails, begin to repair the damages.
That's the justice system.
Right. But it's also divided across people. Every right provokes all three types of behavior: avoidance, protection, repair to some degree. Dealing with a threat like murder, for instance, will require one individual to practice avoidance. The potential murderer must, not murder. Stay calm.
Stay calm. So that's avoiding.
Right. That's the avoidance.
Yeah.
The one must protect the police officer who must stop the attack, or the bystander who may be obliged to call the police.
That's positive rights.
And the other to repair, the doctor who must resuscitate a person who has been attacked.
More positive rights.
He implies that even the negative right not to be killed can only be guaranteed with the help of some positive duty. Shue further maintains that the negative and positive rights distinction can be harmful because it may result in the neglect of necessary duties.
Yeah.
And I agree with all that. I completely agree with all that.
That's why it's like so muddled to think through the positive and negative rights thing. And what do you gain for it? What is the huge benefit for society of thinking of it this way?
I think it's better to think of things from individual versus collective rights, which has a similar problem to an extent. Well, actually, I don't know if it does, because basically the argument he's making with positive negative rights is that even if you have a negative right, it has to be enforced and maintained through a positive rights system in society. Right. That's Shue's argument.
Exactly. Yes.
Which is true. Which is definitely true. But
yeah.
Anyways.
Okay. Are we gonna go to this?
Let me just finish reading the super chat.
Okay.
JMac for $20 says, my GPA lived in a trailer on site of the junkyard he bought for 15 years. Everything he earned, he put back in the company. Being a CEO takes a very specific type of person, and not everyone can do it, let alone succeed at it. Yeah, I agree
True.
completely. I agree completely.
Yes.
Val Van Gogh for $20 says, Napoleon, internal or external locus of control. Quote, I feel driven towards an end I do not know. As soon as I've reached it, an atom will suffice to shatter me. Till then, not all the force of mankind can do anything against me. I mean, that sounds like the most massive internal locus of control ever, but there's some mystical force, within him that's propelling him to do something, and nothing can stop him. So I haven't seen the movie yet, so I can't comment on it. Oh, look at this. A wise crackhead. It's not a wise cracker, Adam. It's a wise crackhead for $20.
Oh, really? Fascinating.
I like that. He's got the Dave Chappelle avatar. The real injustice is that I don't have the freedom to smoke crack without the man giving me hard time. But while I'm here, y'all got any more of that free will? Well, here you go,
yeah.
A wise crackhead. 20 free units of free will just for you. Make sure you use that instead of crack, okay? The more free will you use, the less crack you'll want to use, all right?
Yes.
Okay.
I
So
think you can only hear the siren when I talk. That's why you heard the cat, because I was talking.
right.
I mean, I don't know. It seemed like it was filtering out pretty good. So
Okay, so what is this clip that we're going to watch here?
this clip is just pure hoorah. I watch this and it just so good. Chef's kiss. I don't know about you, but Norman Finkelstein. I was trying to watch. He did a interview with Crystal Ball on Breaking Points. And, we're maybe 30 seconds into the video, into the interview, and Norman Finkelstein has said concentration camp about 45 times already. And I'm just like pissed. I don't want to watch this video. I don't want to watch this interview. This guy has nothing good to say. So I clicked on over to this video, and this video just, oh man, set the universe correct again.
Okay.
So I just thought you might like it. You haven't seen this video?
I have not seen this video, no.
Okay. Feel free to pause.
Okay.
It was Professor Norman Finkelstein. Listen to all that was Douglas Murray. Douglas, your response to that interview?
Several things. I've followed the career of Norman Finkelstein for many years. He's notorious for having destroyed his career by, among other things, weaponizing his parents being in the Holocaust to use his career to attack Israel in particular. I think all societies produce a type of sociopath and psychopath, and I do think that Norman Finkelstein is just such a person.
Look, we're 35 seconds in. How do you not love this guy?
Well, I mean, I liked Douglas Murray before then, but wasn't he the one in the debate? Wasn't him in the monk debate where he annihilated that guy?
Yes, yeah, he annihilated.
It was like
the guy who did the book Blink. What? I can't remember his name now. Gladwell. That's his name, Malcolm Gladwell.
It was.
He annihilated Malcolm Gladwell in the debate. Yes.
Yeah, it was. We covered that. It was him and Matt Taibbi were
true. Yeah,
on the whole don't trust mainstream media, and Malcolm Gladwell and Michelle Goldberg were on the.
We're simping for the mainstream media. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
For the establishment shills. Of course, they're both leftist, anti-establishment people. But...
Sure. And he totally eviscerated Malcolm Gladwell so badly that even Malcolm Gladwell realized he got eviscerated, and he did a podcast that we also covered.
Yes.
he tried to like pick up the pieces of like figuring out why he got so annihilated in that conversation.
Yeah. What happened? How did he get destroyed? So think of this. My chief complaint with Finkelstein is that Finkelstein is, he's not explaining the situation. He keeps throwing out this concentration camp narrative, but he's not really telling me the story. He did go a little further in the crystal ball thing. He said, look, in the blockade, they weren't allowed to have soda or potato chips. So no potato chips equals concentration camp now, Sitch. I don't know how you feel about that.
Why were they not allowed to have potato chips?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's weird.
I went and looked it up. I looked up the article. Sure enough, there's like part of the blockade. Well, the article that I read, they were actually lifting the blockade on potato chips and soft drinks. I mean, they're blockading that stuff in New York City because they don't want kids getting fat. So they have another different reason for the blockade there.
Right.
So Finkelstein here, in contrast to Douglas Murray has gone to Israel to cover the war firsthand. He's basically on the ground reporting from Gaza now, which I just think is, isn't this night and day? Finkelstein is on the podcast circuit talking to all his friends, just hamming it up for the camera while Douglas Murray's out there trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Right. Well, my problem with Finkelstein is, what I said in that video that we put out the other day about if someone's moral system is so corrupt and bankrupt, they can't say that killing, kidnapping, and raping civilians is a bad thing. If your moral system can't say that, then your moral system is worthless, and anything that you talk about that has anything to do with morality is worthless, and you should just shut up and go in a corner and never speak again about these issues.
Right. Yeah.
Like it's that simple. And Norman does this thing where all he does is he just invokes like some quote authority. Like he doesn't even explain. So often he won't even explain his position, or if he does, he explains it in the most ponderous, meandering, worthless way where he goes through he talks for 10 minutes to say like almost nothing of value whatsoever. Or he'll just say, well, Noam Chomsky told me this, or, the white abolitionists from, the 1800s said this. So I guess I just agree with them. Like, it's just the dumbest way of conceptualizing anything. I have no clue how this idiot has any audience whatsoever.
He did this with the concentration camp thing too. He basically is making that argument because somebody else said it was a concentration camp, and some other person said that it was an open air prison. So therefore he's able to say these things. And I'm like, bitch, what do you mean by concentration camp? Explain yourself. You can't just say, look, somebody said it and that person is an authority, so therefore it is.
Yes.
No.
Right.
As you explained, look, they own cars, they own houses, they own businesses in Gaza. That shit's not going on in a concentration camp.
Sure. But then also it's just like his moral framework is so retarded in terms of like people talk about like the bombing of Dresden or dropping nukes or whatever. These are actions that are taken to stop an enemy government or to stop an immoral government or an immoral country from doing the immoral action. Okay.
Yeah.
They're
to stop a greater harm.
Right. They're stopping. They're saying you need to stop attacking us. We're doing this action. This action is going to cost a lot of civilian life, but if we do this action, we can actually get you to stop. And by the way, it worked. It's really fucked up because, as I said, all war is fucked up because all war is basically the death of civilians, the unnecessary death of civilians to try to kill the leadership of a country. That's almost all wars anyway. But so that's one thing there, so you have a government, you have a bunch of people, they're throwing civilians at each other. They're throwing military personnel at each other, who are usually innocent on both sides to try to kill the leadership. Lots of people are dying, blah, blah, blah. But it's all in the service of trying to get them to, like, if it's a just war, it's all in the service of trying to get this, country to stop doing this horrible, bad thing. When you look at like Hamas, making the decision to intentionally go in and just murder every civilian they can find, which, by the way, not really what, was going on in, America is not really doing that. They're not just saying, let's just intentionally go kill these civilians, that we can just find and kidnap them and rape them and do all these other horrible things. But it's not in the service of actually changing the policy in any good way. They know that by doing that action, they're not going to create a better outcome where Israel is going to stop, come to the negotiation table or something. They know that doing that action is going to cause Israel to respond in a way that's just going to cause more Palestinian people to die, and they don't care.
Yeah, exactly right.
If I could give just one example. He repeatedly in that interview referred to Gaza as a concentration camp. Gaza is no such thing as a concentration camp, and Norman Finkelstein knows that very, very well. Every single Jew was removed from Gaza forcibly in 2005 by the Israeli government. In 2006, the people of Gaza had an election and they elected Hamas. Hamas proceeded to kill Fatah and other Palestinians who did not agree with Hamas. And if anyone is responsible for making Gaza into a prison camp, it is Hamas that uses places like the Shifa hospital as torture chambers for Palestinians. Now, here's another oddity about it.
I mean, that's this is part of, what Norman is saying and these other people are saying is so despicable, because it's they complain about the blockades and all this other stuff. And it's listen, they literally bragged. Hamas was literally bragging about ripping up water pipes and irrigation pipes to make missiles and bombs that accomplished nothing. What has Hamas accomplished? It's how, from the time that Hamas has been elected, into governance to now, what positive change for Gaza has Hamas actually accomplished?
Nothing.
Right. They've only made, exactly. They've literally made the situation work. They've sucked up a bunch of money. It's all gone to the top of these, Hamas, super corrupt Hamas people who are living in a life of luxury somewhere, not even in fucking Gaza, whatsoever. And they just get a bunch of miserable people to be foot soldiers to go do these suicidal or barbarous attacks on Israel, which don't create a better outcome. The fucking Hamas people not remotely interested in actually creating a better life for the people that live there, for the people that voted for them.
Right. Yeah.
And if they did, if Hamas was a real organization and not literally just the scum of the earth who should all fucking die horrible deaths, if they'd actually cared, they could have this whole time, they could have been building up Gaza and actually living in peace and building up Gaza and making it actually look good. And then there would be massive international pressure on Israel to lift the restrictions if they weren't attacking them constantly. If they actually were just listen, we're just trying to live our lives over here and build up our country and you're just fucking with us, then Israel wouldn't be able to have a blockade on Gaza.
Governing is hard. It's almost easier to gain power, especially in these places where might makes right, because all of the tough guys, they gain power easily, but governing, making people's lives better, there's no reward in that. They lose power when they make life for the Gazan people better because
so they could be voted out of office.
They're going to be voted out of office.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's true.
So I read Mozab Hassan Yosef's book, Son of Hamas, a gripping account of terror, betrayal, political intrigue, and unthinkable choices. The guy is the son of one of the 7 founding members of Hamas. And he's working for his dad, basically, and he's working for the IDF doing intelligence stuff. So he's basically uncovering the suicide bomber plots. The first time he gets thrown in jail, he's a young kid. I think he's 21 at the time, and he wants to get some guns because he wants to kill Jews. Okay, that's his main thing. So he gets the guns.
This is what he says, by the way. This isn't the second account here.
This is his first-hand account of his situation. So, yes, Israeli intelligence, I guess, is listening on the line. So they arrest him because he ends up buying 2 machine guns and a handgun. So Israeli the Israelis arrest him, and they basically convince him to turn on Hamas and be an informant. So they're like, okay, we're going to have to send you to prison, but it'll be a very short time. Turns out not to be a short time. It actually is a long time. But so in prison, and I'm only telling this.
Does it matter? How do they get him to turn? Does that matter to the story? Or?
Well, he sort of starts having an existential crisis because he's like, I mean, these people are just, they're being nice to me. They're nothing like I've been told that the Jews are.
Right.
Like they're actually cool. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So, but actually, I did miss a part of the story. So thanks for stopping. So he tells him he's going to turn, but his big idea is that he's going to be a double agent. He's not really going to turn on them. He's going to pretend to turn on them, get in their good graces, and then he's going to start killing Jews inside of Israel. That's his big plan. Keep in mind, this is like a 21-year-old kid.
Right.
Who's been educated in Gaza. Okay. I don't know that he has a whole hell of a lot of experience other than like their whole culture is basically kill Jews. Okay.
Right. Well, and he said his father is like one of the head people in Hamas too.
Yes. He's got a lot of power, very political. He is not a trigger puller. It's very much like the mafia. I mean, I read this book and I'm like, this is Goodfellas. I've seen this before. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. He's a good fella, but he's not a trigger puller. He's a political figure.
Right.
But he does have other people. Like he basically engineers a lot of these terrorist attacks. So, and this guy, Yusuf, did foil a lot of terrorist attacks because he would get the information ahead of time and give it to IDF. So a lot of this stuff is going on. This is kind of the security threat that Israel is having to deal with. But when he goes to prison, you got to tell which Muslim gang you're with. Basically, he's with Hamas. There's like Fatah. There's like the Muslim Brotherhood. There's all these different organizations. There's a communist one.
Right.
So, but he goes in, he says, I'm with Hamas, right? So, basically the way they structure it in the Israeli prisons is that they take care of their own, they police their own. They got a TV that they watch, and whenever there's like a board that drops down in front of the screen. So whenever there's any skin, even in a cartoon of a woman, they drop the board down in front of the TV. You can't see it.
That's the prisoners are doing this themselves?
Yes. Somebody, when they watch TV together, someone is given the rope to hold. So if something comes up, they let go of the rope and drop the board. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And he talks about how in some areas, they're kind of liberal. They'll get away with a little bit. In some areas,
you go to the communist section and maybe they'll let you see a little skin. If you're in the the Hamas section, they're like, no skin.
Yeah, exactly. None of this is all just kind of background because the part I'm going to tell you is insane. It's totally insane. Okay. So in prison, a lot of them have been, they know that the Israeli intelligence knows certain things because they're foiling all of these potential terrorist attacks. So they know there's spies in their ranks. So they want to weed out the spies.
Right.
So they're accusing everyone of being a turncoat.
Right.
So they're whisking guys away. And I bring this up because Douglas Murray's basically...
Who's they?
Hamas. The Hamas people.
In prison?
Yeah, in prison. So there's a hierarchy of people in prison.
Right.
And there is a special unit. I can't remember the name of it, but this special unit has kind of tasked themselves to find out who the spies are in their ranks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they whisk guys away in the middle of the night. And this never happened to Yusuf because Yusuf is the son of the one of the 7 guys that founded Hamas. They would never do anything like this to him because obviously they'd fear some kind of ramifications. It's like the Godfather, right? You wouldn't whisk the Godfather's son away.
He's a made man, yeah.
He's a made man, exactly. Right. So, but they're whisking these other people away, and Yusuf is seeing this. And since Yusuf can read and write, they task him to write out all the transcripts, I guess, to copy them, to send them off into letters back to the area where the person is from. So they're
of the interrogations.
Of the interrogation, yeah. So they're whisking these guys away and they're interrogating them, and they're putting stuff under their fingernails and like all sorts of torturous stuff. He's talking about he can hear the screams in the night.
Why are
and he's seeing the people and they're getting more and more like downtrodden and their hair's falling out.
Why is the Israeli government allowing this to go on in these prisons?
Well, I that's a good question. I guess. It's a different world over there. Look, I've read enough books like this that I don't assume that every single prison in every area of the world is going to be run like a United States prison. Look, they just stabbed what's his name?
Yeah, but like I could believe, like, you know, there's some level of gang violence or prison violence that'd be difficult to stop. I would think it'd be not difficult to stop, like people taking someone to a room to do an like multiple hour-long interrogation, or they, you know, torture them. That, I mean, that shouldn't be that difficult to stop.
This is well, no, they do, and he does mention later once he's working with the IDF that they know this is going on, and they're basically letting the enemy degrade itself through this process. Okay. Yeah, that's the logic behind it, right? Why do they want to torture them when they're just going to torture each other, right? These are all terrorists.
So
basically.
they do. So okay, so they intentionally permit it. Okay, gotcha.
Yes, yeah. So, but when he gets a job of transcribing the stuff that they get them to admit to when they're being tortured, it's like they fucked a goat. They fucked like their mom, their sister. Like it's all this crazy fucking shit.
Yeah.
And it becomes obvious to the guy that these guys are just sadists. They're just getting off on their own fucking sexual fantasies, making these guys admit to like fucking all these different things.
The torturers, yeah.
The torturers are, yes.
Yeah, they're not actually doing anything useful for the cause.
His dad ends up talking to his dad later, and his dad basically put a stop to this years later. And he said he looked through all these files and determined that about 60% of it was just nonsense that they'd made up to make the torture stop.
Yeah.
But they would send all this stuff back to wherever the guy was from, the Hamas guy was from, and everyone in the town would just shun him because he'd be like, "Oh, this guy fucked his mom. Like this guy's insane." Exactly.
Yeah, and they were just saying something crazy to stop the torture.
To stop the torture. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So when Douglas Murray talks about this situation here with what Hamas does to each other, like I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
This kind of insane, just it is very much like a mobster type hierarchy.
Right.
So, yeah.
And so in witnessing that is what got this guy to sort of like decide to not be a double agent and just to be a normal.
Yes. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Back on track. Yeah. So yes, he's thinking about being a double agent. Actually, when he sees the torture and stuff like that, he gets scared and he thinks, oh, these guys are going to torture me. So he actually confesses to them what he told them because he wants them to know ahead of time.
Right.
In case he doesn't want them to stumble upon this information secretly.
Yeah. He's like, listen, I'm going to be a double agent here. Like,
right. That's what he tells them. Yeah. They don't believe him, but they don't torture him. So, and he ends up, once he goes back and talks to his dad is like, oh yeah, they told me all that shit. Because his dad is like the man. His dad is still in prison to this day. So he writes this book. He calls his dad ahead of time. He basically gets out of the IDF and immigrates to the United States. He's like, look, I'm living this double life. I can't do it anymore. And so he gets out of the game and he calls his dad ahead of time. He says, look, I wrote this book. I'm giving you basically permission to disown me because I'm a traitor and you're going to suffer the ramifications of this. He's still a big guy in Hamas and stuff. He's still in a Israeli prison to this day. And his dad, his father. His father says, look, I'm not going to disown you. You're part of me. Look, there's no way I'm never going to disown you. The book drops, okay? 2 days later, he disowns him publicly. He puts out a statement.
Of course he did.
This kid's dead to me.
That's
Yusuf
hilarious.
is no longer my son. Yeah, exactly.
So
well, politically, he has to do that. It's an open question whether or not which which thing he said is true, right?
Right.
I guess he did say he would never disown him, and he did do it publicly, so that makes a statement. But this is so. Look, I'm reading the whole reason I read this book was because look, I want to know what's going on. Is it a concentration camp over there? What's the situation?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like I got a lot
What's the name
better
of this
view
book?
from this guy. It's called Son of Hamas, a gripping account of terror, betrayal, political intrigue,
Right.
and unthinkable choices.
Well, I remember you talked about how, in terms of how it looks over there, that he actually, started a computer repair business over there.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, this is another thing. Like Hamas encourages all of these kids to throw stones at settlers and IDF vehicles and all, like basically just get in trouble. They call it civil disobedience, which I'm thinking, I mean, this is how America describes civil disobedience, right? This is violence if you're throwing stuff. So yeah, they encourage them to run at the fences and taunt the guards and do all kinds of stuff that is going to get them in trouble. That's another thing that he has a huge problem with. But yeah, he was involved in several different business operations. But this is where the parallel comes into Goodfellas. Remember in Goodfellas when Ray Liotta gets thrown in jail and his wife gets super pissed because it's like she doesn't even exist anymore. She goes from being like living the high life and being, part of the club to being just disowned from everyone. They treat her like shit and stuff, and she gets totally upset about it. That's basically what happens when his dad gets thrown in jail. So as soon as his dad gets out of jail, they're living the high life. Obviously, they're big in Hamas. Everyone respects him. As soon as his dad gets thrown in jail, he's like selling baklava on the street to basically so that they can have enough money to live off of. His cousin, who's obviously coming up in the local gang or whatever, he goes out to sell a tray of baklava and some places closed because they always do these general strikes, which is kind of their way to protest the Israeli occupation. And his cousin is like, what the hell are you doing out here? He buys all his baklava and sends him home. And then the cousin says something to the mom. He doesn't know what he says, so it's not in the book, but his mom basically says, no, you're not selling baklava anymore. Like he puts the kibosh on it. I guess probably because it makes him look bad or.
Right. It was too embarrassing.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But when he is working for IDF and he's foiling all of these different terrorist attacks, like one terrorist attack, 4 guys show up basically in his town with a bunch of explosives, a car full of explosives. And they're like, look, we're here to do a terrorist attack and we're here to meet our contact or whatever. He kind of intervenes and becomes their contact. And since he's high up in Hamas, they just go along with it. So this is how they're foiling all of these various terrorist attacks before they take place. And I forgot where I was going with this. Lost my train of thought. Anyway,
stops them from doing this terrorist attack.
Yeah, this is how he gets between them and actually doing the terrorist attacks. Okay. So as he's doing all this stuff and as cover for these for working for the IDF, he gets all these jobs. Like he gets a job working for some NGO doing some administrative job, I think it is. And he gets that job just because the guy likes him. But then he actually starts a computer repair business with some cousin or something like that. So he has the equivalent of Geek Squad going on in Gaza.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really ring of like the concentration camp narrative.
They didn't have like computer repair shops in Auschwitz. Are you sure?
I doubt it.
Yeah,
Look,
I don't think so. Okay.
Well, people want to say, okay, there's a difference between death camps and concentration camps. Even though people are using the term concentration camp because they want to
as a synonym.
Right, as a synonym. Right. I mean, we called the Japanese concentration camps internment camps, right?
Right.
Because we didn't want anyone to get mixed up. Like these people are not going to the gas chambers, right?
Right.
We're not, these aren't death camps. These people are going to go home eventually. So, but, yeah, that narrative, like I want to read everything I can to try to understand that narrative. So this was a fascinating book because it lays out, it is kind of like a Mississippi burning kind of vibe, what's going on there. There's like these two populations that are really in conflict that just, it's like a feud, man. Well, how's it going to end?
Right.
Sooner or later, someone has to give up this hope that they're going to get even. Right?
Yeah. The cycle of violence has to end somewhere.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just never ends.
But I worry about, we talk about this stuff, critical race theory and whatnot. Isn't that just trying to restoke that cycle of violence again? Isn't that really what it's all about?
That's 100% what it's about. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of disgusting. It took, 100 years, 200 years of look, 50, it's been 70 years since the civil rights movement.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've made a lot of progress there. When they talk about how this has been going on in the Middle East for 70 years, I'm like, hell, you guys are just starting. You guys are barely into it.
Yeah.
Right? It's probably going to take another 50 years. Yeah. I don't know. Everyone talks like it's a simple solution. It's just not. That video when the guy was talking about, we can just change whatever we want. After reading that book last week, I'm like, bitch, you ain't going to change shit. Can you imagine? Like, he's in prison. All these guys are getting tortured. He hates it. Can he put a stop to it? He's the son of one of the bigwigs in Hamas, and he can't even stop it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny. It reminds me of the hit video game BioShock Infinite, controversial video game, which people would call really. It's funny. People would simultaneously call it woke if it came out today, but also call it like all the communists would hate this game. Because in the beginning of the game, like it takes place, if you don't know anything about BioShock Infinite, it takes place in like the 20s or 30s. I forget what exactly, but it takes place in the past, and you're like on a kind of futuristic steampunk floating city in the sky where everything seems perfect, but it turns out that like everything is hyper racist.
Right.
Like it's a bunch of white people subjugating black people, and also like lesser whites, like the Irish and everything, essentially. Slave labor, or not really slave labor, but like, just second class citizens, and, a lot of like very shitty conditions. But throughout the course of the game, essentially the people that are being subjugated team up and they violently revolt against the white people that are dominating them. But they do so in a very violent and brutal fashion. And they become the villains in the second half of the game because they take it way too far. And it kind of, in the middle of the game, there's a lady named Daisy Fitzroy who's like I can't imagine this in like peak wokeness if this game came out. You have the leader of the revolution is a strong black lady, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And in the middle of the game, there's a scene where she grabs like a white kid who I don't know if it's a random white kid or if it's like the white kid of one of the like evil white people, and she's going to shoot him in the face. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, can you not shoot this random like white kid in the face? And she makes a whole like leftist, revolutionary speech about, why it's justified for her to shoot this white kid in the face. And one of the main characters kills her. A white lady kills this black lady before she can kill this white kid. And that kind of like signals the turning point of the game. And the whole, big part of the game is all about like how you have to end the cycle of violence. You just have to stop, because otherwise, you just create more children who come back to destroy, the other side for some grievance that they suffered or their parents suffered. But I'm just, it's funny because, I'm thinking of that scene, and like Norman here would basically justify Daisy Fitzroy shooting this
Shooting him,
white kid.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, in the face.
Give him all sorts of reasons to do it. Pat him on the back, tell him what a great job he did. Post a Substack about what a hero he is, or what a hero she is.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, it's totally insane. This is why, look, when we did the live stream with Vocal Distance, I wasn't kidding about that Christianity stuff.
Right.
I mean, it's like forgiveness is like a superpower. Remember, we briefly talked about the Dylan Roof stuff, but remember the people that survived when he went into the church and shot everyone up, how they came out and basically forgave him on the spot. Do you remember that? They did like a press conference and totally forgave him on live television.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
That was fucking uncomfortable for me. That was
Yeah.
super uncomfortable for me because I was like, this racist fucking piece of shit. And you're going to come out and forgive that bastard?
Mhm.
Fuck no. Like, that goes against every moral intuition I have.
Right.
Every fiber of my being. I'm like, no, put him in the stocks. Let's fucking publicly lash him. That's my moral intuitions about it. But the forgiveness moral intuitions are superior. They are. My moral intuitions, that's what creates the cycle of violence.
Mhm.
It does. It does. It is what it is. Yeah. But,
Yep.
in the Middle East here, they do it the old fashioned way. They lash them. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
He kept saying concentration camp about Gaza. Do you peers know anybody who got out of a concentration camp in 1945 and proceeded to go next door and behead and rape everyone they could find? I don't. But only Norman Finkelstein finds these kinds of comparisons to make and makes them willfully. And by the way, and shame on him for this, what we just heard was Holocaust denial in real time. He pretends we don't know what happened on the 7th of October. We do know. We do know. And if he doesn't believe the reports he reads, and if he doesn't believe all of the international media, he should have come with me this morning to the pathology department here in Tel Aviv, where they are still trying to work out who the bodies are that are arriving. I was standing this morning in Tel Aviv in the mortuary with the doctors who are trying to work out the identities still of the people killed that day. There is so little of some of them, peers, that they can't even extract DNA from them. There is so little of them that sometimes it turns out what was thought to be the charred remains of one person is the remains of two people.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff is a lot of like really gruesome information out there about what happened that, understandably people don't want to look into. But I think that the American media has done a pretty poor job of actually going through it. And I mean, you can say it without saying like the gory details, like what happened. And I don't know why the media in America has been so shitty at doing it.
Because they're fucking Hamas apologists.
Yeah, I don't know if
That's
it's
why.
because it's like the leftist bias or not.
They're
Or if there's going to
fucking-
be a thing where it's just there's going to be a time period where once enough time has passed, there's going to be some report that's officially put out by Israel, and then it'll get reported on, and they'll talk about all the horrific shit that happened. Because I've seen some stories and reports of things that are not widely reported on, but you can find that seem to be pretty well sourced. They're like some really brutal, horrific things happened on that day that I don't think the average person out there in the street is remotely aware happened.
Well, there's a video going around that the pro-Israel activists are taking around to show the horrors of it. I guess there's like Palestinian demonstrations everywhere they screen it. But supposedly that thing is so bad you won't be able to sleep for a week. So
Yeah.
I'm just like, I can't really stomach that kind of stuff.
Sure. Yeah, I don't begrudge anyone for not looking at that shit, but
But they should explain it. You're exactly right.
Yeah,
They
just to
should
say,
explain
like,
it.
Yes. Yes, definitively people were raped and butchered, and
This is what we know.
Yeah,
I did see the one video of the people, and it's still like emblazoned in my mind of the people hiding in the bomb shelter and them throwing the grenades in. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that video, yeah. And then the video that seemed to be making rounds was, the girl begging for her life and getting shot in the head.
Yeah.
So.
People arrive in bags, Piers. They arrive in bags with little bits of what is left of their body and maybe a bit of a mobile phone. There was the skull of what I said that must be a child's skull. And one of the experts there in the mortuary said, actually, we don't know, because the fire in the house that Hamas lit was so intense in its heat, it could have been a young man's skull that was warped into a smaller size by the heat. So if Norman Finkelstein, practicing his Holocaust denialism in real time, actually wants to practice any of the academic pursuit he has spent his career not pursuing, then I would urge him to go like I did, and see the body bags in the mortuary here, and see what Hamas did that day. It is disgusting that Norman Finkelstein uses his late parents to defame Israel, to pretend that Israel are the Nazis in this situation. All societies produce sick individuals, but very few people have been produced who are quite as sick as Norman Finkelstein.
True.
See, look, I told you this was like a palate cleanser after the talk I saw on Breaking Points.
Annihilated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch it, see how I feel. Because I don't know, maybe we'll have a conversation. Maybe we'll try to see if we can have a conversation about it or something. Because I do think Norman is a despicable person. I think his brain is broken. I don't know why.
It's
I don't know his psychology.
It's a concentration camp narrative. That's
but even that doesn't make sense. Like, so even if I wouldn't say that Jews breaking out of concentration camp are not morally justified in killing and raping a bunch of fucking random people. They're just walking around, right?
Yeah, he doesn't see it that way. He sees those random people as the jailers of the concentration camp.
Sure, it's just it's just. His whole framework is broken, but he has some deep psychological fucking brain melting. And I don't know what it is that's led him, Norman, down this pathway, but his way of conceptualizing information, his way of thinking is just so retarded. And it does bother me that that he gets any publicity. And the only reason he gets publicity is because he says crazy, wacky shit. And people,
all these leftists love him to death. That's one of the things that just is driving me insane. Like he's on all these
crazy,
shows.
wacky shit that
but they act like it's pearls of wisdom. It's just, it's genius.
Yeah.
Who is this guy? Look, I'm with Douglas Murray here. This guy's a piece of shit.
He is.
Yeah.
Would you debate with him?
I said to you, I refuse, and I refuse for one straightforward reason, is that I know very, very few people I would say I don't debate with, but Norman Finkelstein is one of them. Most people I know in academia stopped having anything to do with him many decades ago, when he wrote his book, The Holocaust Industry, in 2000, claiming that the Jews were using the Holocaust to sort of make money from and so on. Most people wanted to be nowhere near such a fetid individual. I don't think he's somebody you can debate with, because I do not want to debate with a Holocaust denier in real time any more than I would debate with a Holocaust denier who was denying the last Holocaust. This was the biggest murder of Jews since the Holocaust, and shame on Norman Finkelstein for trying to pretend that that didn't happen or happened differently in real time. It's disgusting.
Douglas, as always, thank you very much indeed for your powerful contribution tonight. I greatly appreciate it.
It's disgusting. Oh, God, so good. So good.
I have a bunch of credits.
It's disgusting.
I have a bunch of credits from Audible, so maybe I'll go listen to one of Norman's insane ranting books. See if
why would you do that?
I'm just curious to see what the argument is that he puts forward for this. See if it's anything or if it's just his rants. So
I always want to use when I'm reading books, I want to read something that I'm actually going to get something out of. Although I did one of the books, look, and I did a terrible job of reading it for information because it was so painful. It's the biggest prison on earth, A History of the Occupied Territories by Ian Papi.
Oh, Poppy? Yeah, he's another one all the leftists love.
Oh, I know. That book is so painful.
Why?
He makes all of these assertions that are based on like the testimony of one guy in some hearing.
Right.
So it's like it's based on one IDF soldier and it's eyewitness testimony in some hearing. It's like, I mean, that could
Like,
be inaccurate, right?
So,
Well,
so
and it could just be like one situation. Like maybe it's something fucked up, but maybe it's not the norm.
I like this unaudible Ian Poppy wrote a book with Noam Chomsky
Oh, he did?
called
Ouch.
On Palestine. And when I moused over it, the first review that came up was 1 star, barely a book. This is basically a transcript of a chat among 3 people, not a book, not informative. His book is full of unsubstantiated claims, bias labeling, and rhetorical tools that Chomsky himself points out as instruments of propaganda in his other works. The author claims righteousness and leave out any views that don't confirm their biased thesis.
Right.
There you go. And there's a bunch saying, this book's amazing.
I was
Great
going
scores.
I was going to look up some of the hearings. I made some bookmarks in the book to look up some of the hearings that he's talking about, just because I was thinking, I wonder if I can see those hearings on YouTube and actually see kind of the context of what he's saying. But you can find videos, like there's a whole organization of IDF soldiers who feel bad because they went into people's homes and basically scared the shit out of them looking for terrorists and stuff like that. So they have guilt and they want to stop. They're like against the occupation. There's just, if you also look, there is a giant security problem, right? They got a bunch of people in Gaza and the West Bank that want to make it their life's goal to kill as many Jewish people as possible. So.
Well, that's the problem. That's what, when we were talking to the PF and we talked to other people, it's like, it just annoys me because like the whole thing is it's a security nightmare. That's why all the restrictions and all the things that exist in the first place exist, or at least are justified to exist, is because of all these, rampant security problems.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating because, so I've been listening to, and I think Thoth sent me this. I don't remember if it was Thoth or someone else. I think it was Thoth. Sent me a YouTuber called Casual Historian. And I sent you the video too.
Yeah, I listened to it. It was great.
And he has like a 4-part series. Each video is like an hour-ish, where he's kind of going through the history of Israel and Palestine. And it's interesting because he actually started to do the series before this happened. And he just kind of, I guess, in a very dark way, lucked out on it being very topical. And it's interesting because he's kind of going through the history of, how the region came into being and everything, and how the Israel situation started. And it's essentially, it's so funny because like, and I should really look into when the left soured on Israel to see if it was directly because of the Soviet Union, because the whole thing screams of a situation that the left should be in favor of. You essentially had, in the 1900s moving forward, a bunch of Jewish immigrants are leaving their countries because Jews are being attacked. Okay. And they're looking for safety. And so they come to the British Mandate of Palestine. They're immigrating the British Mandate of Palestine. And what happens whenever there's a lot of immigrants is that a lot of people who live there get very angry at immigrants coming to their country.
Of course.
They say they're taking our jobs.
I've seen this in America.
Right. Yeah. It's like
I've seen this in Rings of Power.
Well, no, it's like I'm listening to him talk. It's like a total Gangs of New York situation, going on. And then like, so you have a bunch of Jews immigrating to the British Mandate of Palestine, and a bunch of non-Jewish natives. There were Jewish natives that lived there, obviously, but a bunch of non-Jewish natives that live there are getting very angry, and they're kind of they're taking our jobs kind of mentality. And there's this whole complicated like Game of Thrones political shit going on between the Arabs, where there's all these like various power players in the region and the surrounding regions that are all vying for control of each other, and they're all sort of using the Jewish immigration in the area as a means to sort of like weaponize the population to try to gain more power for themselves. And I'm listening to all this, and I'm like this is all like if this was happening in real time, everyone on the left would be on the side of the Jews because they're so pro-immigration.
Right.
Right. They'd be like, oh my God, these Jews are immigrating to this country.
Poor immigrants.
Yeah, these poor immigrants are, running away from violence this country, and a bunch of evil right-wing people are weaponizing them for their own political power.
Yeah.
It's so fun. I'm listening to this. I'm like, wow, like the left should be so broadly in favor of the creation of Israel. And then all this sort of, scapegoating and attacking the Jews as they immigrate to Israel, or the British Mandate Palestine at the time, essentially starts to cause all this violence. There's like massive amounts of violence against Jews that are living in the region, even Jews that were native, for a much longer periods of time and were not even immigrants. And this is kind of because of the immigrants coming in, it creates this whole like very divisive, Arab versus Jew sentiment in the region that leads to like mass amounts of violence. And the mass amounts of violence against the Jews leads the Jews to kind of go off and form their own militia groups to protect themselves from, the violent mobs of Arabs. And it's just like this whole horrible situation. And it's just so funny to me that the left, because of like the way the politics are, and I guess because people don't really know the history very well, the left just has this like retarded conception of there was a bunch of like native people living in a land, and a bunch of evil white colonizers came to colonize it, and then the people fought back. And it's like, well, I mean, couldn't you like if you're going to call the Israel situation colonizers, then doesn't the people who make the claims about white replacement theory, couldn't they say that like Central and South Americans are colonizing America? Because it's the same thing. Like that's what's happening, having immigrants coming to the country.
Yeah.
And that's what's kind of wild to me when I was listening to this, and I didn't realize it, is that all the leftists who talk about Israel being colonizers, all they're basically invoking white replacement theory, but just for the Jews in Israel. That's all they're doing.
It's sick.
It's just wild. Yeah, it's just so wild to me. So. But anyway, yeah, check it out. Casual Historian is 4-part series on Israel, Palestine. Very, very fascinating stuff. So
I'll look it up. I already listened to it, but
yeah,
I'll drop a link in the chat.
EqualShitOx for $20 says, I disagree, Sitch. Internal locus of control will always be better than external. Always ask yourself how you can improve your station and those of others, unless you consider, quote, it's my fault he beats me internal. So I think if you're talking about like on a personal level, yes, on a personal level, you will always, the person who has the internal locus of control will always do better, right? But on a societal level, you definitely need to have some people who have an external locus of control, because otherwise you're not going to have widespread societal change for the better, really, ever. So
is it brought about by people with an internal locus of control that vote and change things?
Well, okay. So when we have these conversations,
you can categorize things however you want.
No. I'm saying, so when we have these categorizations about like binary categories, it's easy to like talk about and conceptualize as a binary, but obviously I'd hope you understand that people are some mixture of, everyone's always a mixture of something, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone exists on a spectrum. Okay. So yeah, like obviously people that are going to be motivated to seek change, they're going to have some level of internal locus of control because they have the motivation to change something, but they're also going to have a large level of external locus of control because they're motivated to change some environmental thing to make it better for everyone, right? Or at least that's their perception. I know.
Right.
See, this it's funny. This
But that's
me
internal locus of control.
right. Me like kind of understanding this like sort of divide in how people think again comes from me playing World of Warcraft. I learned so much about the world about playing World of Warcraft because when World of Warcraft first came out, everything sucked and was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
It took forever to do anything. Okay. Like
Awful.
leveling up
I hate games like that.
Yeah. Leveling
Sounds
up
terrible.
Leveling
Fuck this
up
game.
took well, you're gonna play it, but anyway. Leveling up took forever. Okay. And it was like every time you got a fucking level, you had to run back to town to buy your fucking skills. Just everything was a fucking hassle to deal with. Okay. There's always some fucking hassle to deal with in World of Warcraft. And so as the game went on, the devs would continually modify the game
to
and
make
change things, right?
More fun, right?
Try to make things easier or try to make things more balanced or whatever.
More fun.
Okay. Well, yeah, more fun. Well,
the
some
balance
people
is for fun.
like, well, people, this is a very contentious topic because people say it's gone too far in the other direction, which it probably hasn't. Played WoW forever.
Not contentious at all.
But and so be like, oh, there'd be some like life of there'd be some change that made the game seem better, but usually it would make it like easier.
Yeah.
Right? Make it a little easier. Like, oh, you don't have to run into town to buy all your skills. You just automatically gain your skill when you like level up or something. Or your rank, I should say. You have to buy the spell, but your rank would just level up the rank of the spell.
Sounds good, yeah.
Right. Or the flight pass would be faster, or they would lower the level requirement for riding a mount, or what. There'd be always like little tiny things, little changes. Or they would nerf certain classes and they'd buff certain classes. And whenever they do this, I'd go on the message boards, and there would always be the two groups of people on the message boards. There'd be the internal locus of control people and the external locus control. And it was so funny. The external locus of control people would be the complainers. And all they would do was complain about the game and complain about aspects of the game they didn't like. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then all the internal locus of control people would say, stop whining about the game. You just have to play it and deal with it. I had to play the game when it sucked, so you should have to play the game when it sucked. Okay. They'd say, oh, me having to spend, extra inordinate amount of time to play this game, build up character, so you should have to do it too. And it's funny because this is why I say there's benefit to both, because there was a lot of dog shit in the game that should have been changed. There was a lot of dog shit in WoW that should have been removed. That was horrible. And if everyone just had the attitude of, well, I had to suffer through this, so you should have to suffer through it, or you should just grit your teeth and nothing should ever change, that's a bad attitude to have for society as a whole. It will be better for you as an individual because, it's just going to propel you. It's going to make it easier to propel you through life if you have that attitude. But as a society as a whole, for the environment as a whole, it's a bad attitude if everyone has that attitude, because then there won't be social change, because everyone will just say, well, that's just the way things are. We can't really change anything. So, we just have to deal with it. And that allows people to be actually oppressed, actually subjugated.
Right.
So
people have to work together. They got to change it.
Right. There are fucked up things that happen in our society all the time. And, we should fight against it. You shouldn't just say, oh, well, we should just accept it. Right. Like, we shouldn't just accept woke shit taking over institutions and say, well, that's just the nature of reality. So I guess we just have to accept that and, play within the rules of that system. Right. No, we say, no, we're going to fight that. And we're going to force the environment to change in a way that we think is good. We're going to expel all these woke pieces of shit from the institutions.
Well, it's easy for me. I have a very strong internal force driving me to basically fuck shit up, man. Yeah, look, I like doing stuff like that. You know me, look, if it's impossible to do, I'm like, sign me up.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of why the left was able to basically corrupt all these institutions, is because I think on average, people on the right probably have a higher internal locus of control for the personality type. And so they're less focused on like these widespread institutions that
Sustaining the institution. Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah, they're more like, oh, I'm gonna go do business stuff, right? I'm gonna go start a business. I'm gonna go do X,
this
Y, Z.
institution's fucked up. I'll just start a business.
Yeah,
Get out of academia.
Right.
Abandon this ship.
And so you had a bunch of people on the left who essentially said, oh, we have all these systemic problems, all these environmental problems, societal problems. So they all went into academia in those fields that would deal with those issues. And then that they made it worse because they just implemented their, like if you have a disproportionate number of left-wing people, the extremists are going to slowly take control of it. So I think that's essentially what happened.
Lame.
JMac, our circuit 5 for $20 says, hey, Adam, as someone who spent 9 days in an open-air prison, there were definitely businesses. The meth head who sold butt cigarettes was quite the entrepreneur. There you go.
Yeah, but they did that. We're making baklava in their cell. Maybe, I don't know. I just, obviously, yes, there's going to be some trade going on in the prison. That's for sure. I think for me, what makes it a prison or a concentration camp is someone else is making your schedule for the day. Basically coming out and saying, look, this is what time you're eating, this is what time you're exercising, this is what time you're in your cell, this is what time you're out in the yard, right? What about you, Sitch? How do you draw the line? When does it actually become a concentration camp?
I mean, first of all, I don't even think the comparison just makes no sense. People point to the high unemployment rate. I'm like, you understand that no one was employed in a concentration camp, right? They were forced to work until they couldn't work anymore. That's a concentration camp. Yeah, like
there's plenty of work.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Plenty of work to do in the concentration camp.
Yeah.
All kinds of work. Look, we need this rock cleaned.
Yeah,
here's a toothbrush.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. You know what the unemployment rate in the concentration camp was? It was 0.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 0.
So according to Finkelstein, it was much better.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's just, it's such bad. I just want to talk to the guy so bad so I can hit him with some of these things. Like, what are you talking about? So concentration camp means no potato chips and soda? Concentration camp means no employment, no gainful employment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hamas is getting a bunch of money, a bunch of international aid. Why don't they hire some people?
Right.
Why don't they put together a soccer team or something? Oh, because all they want to do is kill Jewish people. Oh, I see.
Mithram 6 for 500. Kazark says, I think the only way to make sense of what Palestinians are doing is by understanding that they're an honor culture and they're in a feud with Israel. They feel humiliated and they won't stop until they get revenge. I mean, I definitely think that's definitely a huge factor. I think that's definitely a huge factor. Yeah. That's going on here. I agree with that. JMac, our circuit file for $20 says, lies, Sitch. Uh-oh. WoW Classic was an experience. Having to level up a new weapon or remember to keep your defense skill up added layers. You instant gratification seeking Cooper. Listen. Weapon skill was the dumbest, worst fucking thing in Classic WoW. That was the worst decision of all fucking time. Okay, I want you to conceptualize this, Adam. Okay, I want to conceptualize it. You've decided that you're not going to be some pussy magic caster like a mage or a warlock, right? You don't want to sit in the back rows casting fireballs and shadow bolts and spells. Like, you want to be a warrior. Right?
Hell yeah.
You want to be a big buff guy. You want to carry a giant two-handed axe. You want to chop someone's fucking head off. Right?
I want a machine gun.
Okay, there's no machine gun in World of Warcraft.
What the hell?
It's a medieval magical fantasy. Now, there are guns, but
machine guns are like magic.
Okay. So actually, that's not true. There are machine guns, but they're like on turrets. Like there are turreted machine guns.
I'll just put one on my shoulder.
Okay. You're not like the Predator.
I'll have a little turret for my little laser.
Okay. Putting machine guns aside, you can go along with the hypothetical here. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going along with it.
Right. So anyway, so you decide that you're going to be a big warrior. You're going to be a big, beefy warrior, and you want to chop people's heads off with a big old axe. All right. So you get a big old axe and you're chopping people's heads off, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, if you guys can understand this, like to play WoW, like WoW, especially classic WoW, took hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to get max level. I don't know what the average playtime to get max level was, but it was a long time. So anyway, let's say you're like level 25. Okay. You have some big old axe, you're chopping people's heads off, and you have to keep getting new axes, right? Because eventually the axe you have is going to suck. You need to find another axe. But then you find a two-handed mace. Okay. You find a big old two-handed mace, and it's much better than the two-handed axe you have, right?
Right.
So you take up your two-handed mace and you're like, I'm going to go smash someone's head in with this. And you charge up to an enemy and you swing your two-handed mace. And you know what happens?
What?
It says miss.
Ouch.
And you go, what? And it goes miss.
Again?
Miss.
Again?
Every time you attack, it just goes miss. Miss. Oh, you hit them, but you did 1 damage. Oh, miss. Miss.
This mace sucks.
Miss.
I want to go back to my axe.
Well, no, but you look at the mace's stats, and the mace is way better than your axe.
Sounds like I got ripped off.
And it's because they had this fucking retarded system called weapon skill, where you literally have to have your character equip a weapon and stand there for no reason and just swing a weapon for an inordinate amount of time
to learn how to use it.
To learn how to use the stupid fucking weapon. Okay. You just have to stand there and just swing, miss. It's like the most boring, stupid, grindy shit ever. Just like, oh my God.
Right.
It's so awful. And
that's
it's such
when you're
a
like,
fucking
honey, come over here and swing this mace around for me.
Yeah, you literally just like, I have to go like play a game while I'm playing a game. Okay. Because it's just so fucking awful. And it would take a long fucking time to do the level this fucking weapon skill shit up, by the way, too.
Whose idea was this?
I don't know, Adam. That's why it was a bad fucking idea. It should have been changed. It was the dumbest idea. Leveling up weapon skill was such a fucking horrible idea, and only affected melee classes. The caster classes didn't have to deal with this shit. They just went to town and bought new fucking ranks and spells. They have to give a shit about, oh, I can't hit someone with my staff that I never hit anyone with.
Yeah.
It was a terrible, weapon skills was awful. That was the worst thing ever.
A learning curve.
God,
wow.
Get that out of here. It was so boring. So you have to find the, like all things with the golden mean. You have to find the midpoint between making people work enough so that something feels weighty, but not so much that they have to either get bored with it or that they have to spend their entire life doing it. Because I think the problem with WoW and games like WoW is that I understand that having to put in extra time makes you gain a stronger emotional connection and worth to what you're doing. Definitely, because that's how humans are wired. But I do think that when it comes to some video games, that is almost predatory. Because it's like the amount of time that World of Warcraft extracts from you, a player, to do something which is inherently essentially almost worthless because you're playing a video game, I think is not good.
That's how they torture you.
I think is immoral to an extent. The amount of time extracted from you to play fucking WoW. Because it's highly addictive and it's just like it takes forever to do fucking anything. And it's just, I don't think that's good for society. Even though it makes you feel better about the game, is that really better for life in general?
Look, if it's boring and it makes you stop playing that video game and go out and do something real, I'm in favor of it. I think they should do more of that. They should have more boring, long stretches in the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people, it depends for different people. Because like for some people with WoW, it is too boring. And then for some people, it's not. And they'll put in the time. And it's just an exorbitant amount of time. exorbitant amount of time. I mean, I wasted probably a scary amount of hours of my life playing
Look,
WoW.
at least you're honest with yourself. You know that it's wasted time.
Sure.
Hey,
I mean, listen, my
we-
friend got a wife out of it. I didn't get a wife out of World of Warcraft.
So we have about 1,300 people listening right now. So Sitch and I did some bonus content. We did 3 videos this week that were videos that weren't just clips from live streams. Sitch did a bunch of deep dives on these videos or topics, kind of like we do on the Sunday stream. Only we do them recorded. So I just want to let you guys know I'm publishing them. They say bonus in the thumbnail. They have like a lime green thumbnail that's like super ugly, but eye catching.
Right.
So, and I think we're going to continue to do that. Sitch and I are going to try to do a video a day just to kind of test it out to see what happens. But I just want you guys to know that it's not just clips from the live stream. It's actually brand new content.
Right.
So if you want to check it out, I'm putting links. I did the Hasanabi ditches socialism is one of them. You want to say anything about it? I mean, we should have said something.
We should have said this right in the
listening.
beginning. We're really bad at doing this sort of housekeeping stuff.
But I just remembered it now.
Right. So we got to make sure to say that the clips. So we're going to experiment with something going forward.
Yeah, Sitch wants to experiment.
This is an experiment.
He's in his experimental phase.
I'm in my experimental phase. Okay.
Ladies.
Right. I'm in my experimental phase because me and Adam don't necessarily agree on exactly how to proceed forward here.
We don't agree on anything.
That's true.
Well, actually, we do agree on a lot. So
right.
that's not actually true.
So we'll find out. But so we're going to experiment with, we're not going to put any stream clips on this channel. We're only going to put clips.
Well, I mean,
mostly.
Okay.
There could be a couple that sneak in there if we say something.
It will say clip in the thumbnail. It'll have a red clip. It'll say clip, which will be a thumbnail clip.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the mindset you have to put in.
Okay.
There could be a couple that we sneak in there, but the majority, the gross majority of clips that will be on this channel will be new content that you have not seen. It will not be clips of this stream. Now, we haven't done it yet because
the gross majority. You mean the awesome majority?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about?
Now, we haven't done this yet because we're irresponsible, but we will do this.
What do you mean? We did 3 of them already.
That's not what I'm saying. We haven't done what I'm about to say yet. We have done that. We have 3 clips up already, completely new content.
And I'm dropping them all in the chat just so you guys can see them.
And if there's a story, basically what I do is I spend the day trying to look for something that everyone's talking about. Then we're like, kind of like, a normal YouTuber does. And we kind of try to say, oh, everyone's talking about this story. Let's, investigate this story and talk about it. So if you guys find anything, the hot topic of the day, and you want us to do a video on it that day, send a DM to me about it and I'll look at the story.
Or leave a comment. I always read all our comments. So
it'll be more useful if you send me the DM on Twitter because I'm the one getting the topic anyway. So yeah.
Yes.
So send me. So if you have some story of the day that everyone's talking about that could be interesting, DM it to me. But what I was going to say is the thing that we haven't done yet because we're responsible is that because there are people that do watch the stream clips and want to watch the stream clips. So what we're going to do, I assume this week, is that we are going to transform the secret
Adam Friend's secret channel.
Yeah, Adam's secret channel. We're going to transform that into the Sitch and Adam clip channel, and we're going to have CT put the clips up there.
Yes.
So we will separate out this channel from the clips channel. So we won't, because I know some people don't like to watch the clips because they watch the streams. Some people do like to watch the clips and they only watch part of the streams or they don't watch the streams at all. So we're going to experiment. And we're going to see how this goes for a while. And if it works, we'll keep it up. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to doing what we were doing.
Right. And just to throw this out there, Adam doesn't think this is going to work. And I tried to bet Sitch $50 that it wouldn't work. He wouldn't take my bet. He's still burned from the 500 I'm going to win, which thank you, J-Mac, for upping it to 500. I remember you did that. The 500 I'm going to win from the Trump bet.
Listen, there's still time. There's still time, Adam. Okay.
When's Iowa? When can I count on my money?
There's still time. Listen.
Iowa caucuses.
There's still a tiny bit of time. Okay.
When?
Yeah.
Iowa caucus. When?
Don't look it up. It doesn't matter.
January 15th.
Wow,
Iowa
I don't got that
Republican
much
caucus date. Except for January 15th, 2024.
Wow.
Look at that. Ah.
Awful.
I mean, if you want to, you better start collecting your change. I mean, if you want to pay me in change or do one of those things, now's the time to start collecting.
Okay, what happens if I pay you and then he drops out or gets arrested and can't run after that?
We already agreed. If all he's got to do is run in the Iowa caucus,
No,
I win.
listen. I think it should be. I think I should be able to escape this.
Too late. I can't believe you were like, oh, he's not. He's gonna feel so good at home. He's just gonna be like, I like being rich and just
listen. It was
being an ex-president, being a loser, one-term ex-president that everyone hates.
Listen, that's what he did in the past. Okay, and it was a bad prediction. Okay, it was a bad prediction.
Yeah.
Anyway. So we're going to see if this channel change works or not. Adam doesn't think it's going to work. I think it will work, or at least look like it's working. So we'll see.
It'll be fun. You guys, we love to keep you guys guessing anyway. So
CT for 2 Canadian says, Sitch, please shout out Arrow's short story contest. That's right. So if you're on the Laser server or the Laz, Arrow is doing a short story contest. The deadline is coming up. It's December 1st at midnight. The word limit is 500 to 3,000 words. There are some prizes that will be handed out. The details, if you want to check it out, are in the Laser Discord. The winner will be announced sometime the week before Christmas. So if you're interested in a short story contest, check it out in the Laser Discord. Oh, you know what's next week too?
What's that?
The DeSantis.
Oh, it
Gavin
is.
Newsom
I guess
debate.
we're covering that, aren't we?
We are. I think it's Thursday, the 30th.
Wow. Okay.
Or no, I'm sorry, not next week. Is it this? No, that's this week. Today's Sunday. This week. This Thursday.
This Thursday. I guess we got plans.
Yes, this Thursday. Well, there you
What
go.
if it's boring?
Right. What?
What if it's boring?
What if it's not boring?
Oh, yeah. Could be.
Did you ever consider that?
Our Republican debate videos have fallen off. I think people have lost interest in the Republican. They're like, Trump's going to win. Who cares?
True. But this is kind of interesting because this is like, is Gavin Newsom going to replace Joe Biden?
Yeah, no, that's the
thing,
storyline.
Right.
We'll see what's happening. All right. Thanks for coming, guys.
I got to read the rest of Superchats.
Oh, okay.
JMac for $20 says, he's a bunch of wow chats. He says, that's it, Sitch. Meet me at the crossroads. I declare Makara. No world buffs, no pots. There you go. There you
That's
go. Listen,
right.
I'll duel you and your female druid too. Okay, your female Tauren druid. Oh, I know you're a night elf now. You can't even duel me at the crossroads. Jeez. Jimac for $20 says, I don't know what you're talking about, Sitch. I main druid, I have claws. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's true. You can't even talk about weapon skill. What the fuck are you talking about, J-Mac? You can't even talk about weapon skill. You're fucking broke, janky ass druid. Weapon skill didn't even fucking matter. Because you turn into a tiger or a cat or a bear. You didn't even use your weapons. You had your paws. Get out of here.
Does it do that in the game? Does your character transform before your eyes into something else?
Of course. What do you mean?
Wow. Computers can do that?
Yeah. I don't know if you know this. Yeah, that's very advanced technology from the year 2005 or 6, whenever World of Warcraft first
They're
came
like
out.
morphs?
You press a button and your character turns into a little kitty cat or a little bear and goes,
Wow.
"Rah." He slaps people with his paw.
And you maul them?
You have a move called maul. Yes.
You're a mauler?
You're a mauler, yeah. You're a
Cool.
mauler or a raker, because you rake them with your claws. Causes bleed damage.
I love it.
Could also go invisible if you're a little kitty cat. JMac for another $20 says, now imagine all the time leveling weapon skills and you accidentally pull a patrol of Furblongs and Ashenvale and lose everything. That's the hardcore life, baby. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're out there, you're trying to level your weapon skill, and suddenly you pull the conga line of shitty fucking mob bears that all want to, beat you to death. And you can't do shit about it because you're like, oh no, I'm trying to level this fucking weapon up. And you quickly open up your backpack as you're running away and you're in a total panic mode. And you're trying to find a weapon that you can use and you're clicking it and then you accidentally throw it on the ground. You accidentally destroy it. You're clicking a million things and oh, now you're dead. You lost your hardcore character. Your life is ruined. Okay. It's awful.
That's the
Awful.
game. That's how you want me to play. You want me to take a bunch of time and build a character up that's going to die like 5 minutes in.
Yes.
Why is that fun?
Because your pain is funny to the people watching.
God, you guys are sadistic.
Well, first of all, your character is going to die 5 minutes in, so you're not going to spend a lot of time building it up because it's only 5 minutes.
Right, but I mean, you got to make the character, right?
Well, it takes like 2 seconds.
Okay. Just auto-generate a character? Is that what happens?
I mean, you can. You just
okay.
You don't care about like the way it looks. But,
that's what.
randomize the look. Yeah.
That's me all the way. Look, give me the randomizer character. I don't care.
I'm gonna randomize some fugly looking character.
That's right.
No, this was gonna happen. This was gonna happen, chat. So, Adam is going when we first start. Adam's gonna like really spend like 20, 30 minutes like making his little undead character look like perfect, like the exact way he wants. Okay, he's gonna go through all those sliders. He's gonna make it look perfect. That character is gonna die within 5 minutes. Okay, and then he's gonna be like, "Fuck it," and he's gonna just start doing like random. Random after that.
I do very little character customization. Even when I've played games for a long time, I don't do a lot of character. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
not down with that.
In WoW, you like really look at your character a lot. So it's not like one of those games where you don't really look at your character for most of the time, so you don't care what it looks like. But I mean, if you don't bother, you don't care.
Modern World of Warcraft is free to play up to level 20.
Oh,
okay.
Well, no, that's modern though. That's not hardcore classic.
Oh,
don't worry about
WoW
this.
Free to play.
I'll buy you hardcore classic. Okay.
I don't care. I got a big $500 payday coming up here, and
there you go. Listen, you'll use the $500 to dip into that. Yeah.
Buy a lot of games with that.
Right.
That's some cheddar.
OU Kilty Puestera for $5 says, as a newcomer, I'm curious if there will be some sort of archive or gallery to appreciate most of the Sitch and Adam show artwork you received over the years. Well, thank you. That's your third ever super chat. I mean, that's a really good idea. We don't have anything like that.
What is that?
To have like some place where all the Sitch and Adam artwork can like exist online that people can click on.
That'd be cool. There's a bunch of it. I
We
did
should do
finally redo our outro in the last.
Oh, nice.
And I did put a bunch of animations in there.
Very cool. We should 100% do that. I don't know where or how we'll do that, but it is a very good idea.
You could do it on the official Sitch and Adam Reddit that you're going to moderate.
Excuse me?
You're like,
right.
You're like, nah. Wait a second. This is already in the Discord. Right now, CT is yelling at the screen. There's a channel in the Discord already.
Yeah. No, I get that but it's not like you can't like easily.
Right.
Like you want like a web page that you bring up and it's just like.
Right.
Everything's there, right? Or something.
People don't continue to add art.
Well, they add on the Discord, but it's like.
and then
You
start
know.
chatting in the thread, and the next thing you know, the art is like 1,000 miles up the thread.
Yeah, right. It's just, to scroll through it all. So it's not quite the same thing. But
Right.
speaking of art,
Oh, you got some art?
we have some we have some art, yes. We have some art.
Hope it's good.
It's pretty good.
I will be the judge of that.
Okay. You tell me whether it's good or not. Tell me whether this is good or not. You say, oh, this sucks.
What is this? A vote recount in Georgia revealed that Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger failed to report the results of the 2020 election, lied about mistakes, and then collaborated with the Attorney General's office to cover it up. What should be his punishment? Do you know about this?
No.
Oh.
Oh, wait. No, I did hear about that. Yeah. I don't know about the details, but I heard about it. Yeah. I didn't look into the claims made, the veracity of the claims or anything.
Doctor Who's first 60th anniversary special is a TERF's worst nightmare. Uh-oh. What's going on there? The trans exclusionary radical feminists are gonna be upset about the new Doctor Who.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe there's like a trans Doctor Who or something.
Okay. Interesting.
Did you know that October 7th is Putin's birthday?
No. What does that have to do with anything?
The October 7th attacks that happened on Putin's birthday.
Are you saying that they did it in commemoration of Putin's birthday? They're like, listen, he's a dictator. He's awful. Let's do something awful to commemorate it.
Some think that Hamas did it as a birthday present to Putin because Putin's in bed with Iran. All those drones that they're using in Ukraine are being manufactured in Iran.
Yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with it. That'd be my guess.
Okay.
That'd be my guess. Nothing to do with it. Just a coincidence.
Oh.
You don't think so?
Who was it that said there are no coincidences?
I don't know. A lot of people have said that.
I thought it was interesting that it was Putin's birthday. What are you reading?
I was getting artwork for you to put up.
Oh, okay. Cool. Send it over.
I did. No, I lost some of it.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Oh, I'm glad it met your approval.
No, I'm looking at this meme.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen the artwork yet. Let's see. Oh, it's Sammy G. I love Sammy G artwork. Sammy G always makes the artwork gigantic. So it's like a lot of work to put it on the screen. But I love it. Still love it. Let's see. Oh, look at this. Sammy G's character is so cute. Oh, yeah. It's a cute little Sammy G character. Oh, man.
What was the thing you said the other day about Sammy G that was going to enact revenge against you? I don't remember what it was.
Sammy G was going to do something to get even with me because I said something bad.
You were saying something bad the other day. What was it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Look, I'm bad. I'm like Michael Jackson. I'm bad.
Okay. Okay, let me read the rest of the supers after I bring up the Streamlabs.
Don't look at any of these guys. These are all secret panels. We'll read them in order. Never know what order they're in, but
I sent you them out of order too, so it doesn't matter.
oh, did you? I love it.
Yeah. The first one is the one where I say, I'm sure none of these other outfits are thirst fandom traps.
Oh, okay. I can see that one's on screen already, so we're good. All right.
Okay. Sketch for 16 months says, happy belated Thanksgiving, lads. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you guys all had good Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I ate a lot of food. It was great.
Great.
Had a lot of yummy food. Hung out with family for a bit. Worked on the comic most of the day.
Great.
Yeah.
I did that too, except I didn't work on the comic.
Cool.
Calvin Paffer for 6 months says, just finished Dictator's Handbook. What a shit book. I guess it's meant for people who are too smart for poli-science, but too dumb for game theory, Adam.
Why don't we ban that guy from the chat, Sitch? What's going on there?
I'm pretty sure he's saying that just to trigger you.
Okay. I mean, the question still stands.
Right.
No, obviously. Look, I didn't listen to any of that. I was too busy reading the comic, so.
Okay, so so there was another artwork that Sammy made the other day that we should probably bring it for context, but I'm not going to because fuck you guys. Sammy G was trying to convince me to dress up as Reagan. That's the character from Mob Psycho, Adam. You know, his the fake psychic guy.
Oh yeah. Is this the artwork that you're talking about here? But don't let this Reagan lore ruin your aspirations to cosplay him.
Oh yeah, look at that. You still have it on the layer.
Of course.
There you go.
I'm ready for anything here.
Wow, look at that. Adam's totally ready. I'm shocked. Okay, yeah, that's the first panel. That's technically the first panel.
Oh, it is?
So,
okay.
Yeah, so I was talking about going to an anime convention dressed up as Reagan because I thought it'd be easy. He just wears a suit and like I'd have a blonde wig on, right?
Sure.
And then apparently there's all this like degenerate lore about how, you know, there's all these thirst traps about Reagan and, you know, a bunch of anime girls are crazy about it. So I was like, I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't know about all this. So there's Sammy desperately trying to get me to dress up as Reagan.
Right.
Okay. So the second panel is she then put forward a bunch of other costumes, which was Wolfwood.
Do I have the right panel up or is this another? You said, I'm not sure none of these other outfits are thirst traps. You said that was the next panel. What's the next panel?
Well, I guess there was another panel before that, but I don't know where it is. That's the right one from what I sent you.
Is this it? All these different costumes? Sample, sample, sample?
No.
Okay.
Those aren't costumes. That's the body pillow.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Just tell me which one to bring up.
It's the one you had, the thirst trap one. Anyway, so Sammy was recommending I can dress up. If I don't want to dress up as Reagan, I should dress up as Wolfwood, Gojo, or I forget his character's name, the blonde guy from One Piece, who's also in a suit. And so I said, I'm sure none of these other outfits are thirsty fan traps. No, I'm sure they're all fine. And so, okay.
My God, Sammy G is so hilarious.
So yeah, so
What's
the
going
next
on here in panel 2? This is like.
So then there's Sammy taking down the wolf one, saying, okay, maybe not the wolf one. So sad, you would have looked great. And she says, the legend of Bigolus Dickolus is still etched at cons. And I say, what?
Hold on, I don't have this panel up, man. You gotta slow it up a bit here. What panel is this one?
The one that says, okay, maybe not the Wolfwood one.
Okay, got it. Go for it.
Okay. So she says, okay, maybe not the Wolfwood one. The legend of Bigolus Dickolus is still etched at cons. And I'm like, oh my God. And apparently this whole meme about Wolfwood being named as Bigelows Dickless Wolfwood. Because anime girls, listen, don't let anyone tell you that girls are not horny. Okay. All you gotta do,
Bigoless, dickoless.
yeah. All you gotta do is spend like, a couple minutes on any fandom, any anime fandom that girls are involved in, and they're all super horny all the time for some guy character,
Some anime character.
some male anime character.
They're like, come and make me happy.
Right. Or, you go on Tumblr and it's just nothing but chicks, being horny degenerates like all the time.
Come on over here.
Right.
Handsome.
Right. So then the second panel is Sammy's wearing a shirt that says Gojo Simp. She's a huge Gojo Simp. She says, but Gojo are totally treated normally at cons. It's the Nani-Me cosplayers, that's the One Piece guy, who gets harassed, trust me. So I want you to understand something about Gojo.
Gojo Simp.
Okay. So Gojo is a character from an anime called Jujutsu Kaisen.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see what his design looks like in the top panel. This character is so beloved by anime girl fans that when this character, spoiler alert, okay, maybe gets killed in a future comic that doesn't even exist as the anime yet, girls were so distraught about this. They were so sickened by this that they literally started erecting shrines to this fictional character.
Wow.
In public. And girls would come from all over the country to paste pictures of their beloved Gojo to pay tribute to this fictional character.
Which one is Gojo? So there's 3 figures up here on the top panel. Which one's Gojo?
The one in the middle that says Gojo.
Oh, I must be looking at. Oh yeah, Gojo. So right underneath him, Gojo.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay,
Who's the one she's fussing with?
That's Wolfwood, aka Bigolous Dickless.
Oh, Bigolous Dickless. Okay.
Right.
Gojo.
Okay, so the third panel is me doing the T pose.
Okay. The tea bag pose.
No, it's a T pose, not a tea bag pose. Stop it.
Okay, I brought it up.
Right. Okay. So in this panel,
you monster.
Yeah.
No. This is terrible. Truly a detective weapon against me.
Mm-hmm.
This has made me learn my lesson. Oh, what'd you do? What happened? What'd you do to her?
Well, no, she's trying to trick me into dressing up as Reagan by pretending that she won't like it.
Oh, okay.
Then you see in the bottom panel says, I'm taking pictures out of fear and hate, of course.
Okay.
There
So
you
you've
go.
dressed as Reagan and she's pretending to be upset about it.
Right.
Look, she's got her Tifa outfit
She got
on.
the Tifa outfit on. Yeah, look at that.
She came on our stream one time dressed as Tifa.
She did. She did.
You remember that?
I do.
It's a great stream.
And one time she voice acted Tifa when we talked to Chat AI.
I do remember that.
What was the AI? Character AI? That's what it's called. Character AI. Yeah.
It was Tifa. Yeah. It was a Tifa character.
The Tifa character.
He kept doing naughty things and making her do
Listen,
the character.
I was just trying to assess what the political values was of Tifa Lockhart. Okay.
Yeah. The AI, of course.
Yep.
We're trying to break it.
Okay, and the last panel is so there's some idea about Sammy working on a Sitch body pillow. Okay.
Oh yeah, this is the one okay.
Right. And I said, who the fuck wants to buy a male Sitch body pillow? You should make Sitch-chan, right? That's what the people want. That's what the fans want. They want a hot female Sitch-chan body pillow, right?
And do they? Okay.
I mean, if you had a choice, Adam.
Well, I'm not really a body pillow type of guy, but
really, you're not. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay.
Yeah.
So are you saying that you would not buy a male Sitch body pillow?
Oh hell no! I wouldn't want
Really?
that thing in
Hell
my
no!
house.
Wow, that was quick. That's a hell no. A hell no, you say?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do I want that look? I was going to think I'm a weirdo. Hey, what's up with the body? Don't you work with that guy?
Interesting.
So look, you've got American boxer briefs on.
You hear
Right.
that, Sammy? Did you hear that? Hell no. I just want to make sure that you heard that. Sammy.
Right.
We might have had a bet about whether you would want to buy it or not.
Well, it sounds like you won the bet, Sitch.
I think I won that bet pretty handily.
Will be full length, sample front, sample back.
Yes.
Okay.
And she says, I sketched some Sitch channel ones, but no one actually wants this version. And don't hit me with the whole, but Sammy, our audience is mostly male, when it males also wanting the Sitch-kun body pillows. Okay.
Well, that's true.
Is that true, guys? Is there a bunch of guys out there that want the male, a bunch of non-gay men out there that want the male Sitch body pillow?
Look at this.
What's going on there?
Sammy G for $10 says, no, Adam has to see the final version. He may change his mind. F you, Sitch. F you. F you.
See, listen, this
that
is
gives
how,
a heart for me right there.
This is how nice I am, okay? She was gonna bet me something that you would want this pillow. And I know with 100%
Of course
certainty
not. Yeah,
that
look.
you didn't. And I was thinking, like, what evil thing could I bet Sammy G that I know is just like a surefire win?
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't do it because I'm such a morally righteous person.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It's
Listen,
good for
I know
you.
Sammy's a little upset because I spoiled the designs. Okay. But listen.
What do you mean? How'd you spoil the design?
I don't know. She wanted to be she wanted to be perfectly done, I guess, before I showed them.
Look,
Listen, people love it.
The
People
fourth
love
panel there. I mean, that's pretty hot. See,
Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's do a let's do a poll.
Pretty good, just a sketch.
Let's do a poll, okay? Would you buy a Sitch body pillow? Okay. Yes, male Sitch. Yes of male Sitch. Yes of female Sitch Chan. Hot. Or no, you degenerate. Okay.
Finally, the poll everyone has been waiting for.
Right. Here you go. Here's your poll.
The body pillow poll. That's right, Hayden. Yes of male Sitch. Yes of female Sitch Chan. No, you degenerate. Oh, perfect.
Okay, I'm curious. I want to see what
I thought no, you degenerate jumped up to 100% for a second.
No. I mean, no, you degenerate's winning. I can't believe this. Look at this. Male, female Sitch are like neck and neck here. This is crazy.
Yeah, of course.
Lunar says, I wouldn't buy a body pillow, but I'd buy a Corn Adam plushie. There you go.
Oh.
There you go. Look at this. You've zoomed in on the Sitch Chan here, laying on the bed in the come hither pose.
Look, I know what's up. I know how to get the stream views up.
There you go. Sammy says, I won't believe the polls. Okay, look at this. Male Sitch is down to 15%. Female Sitch is 31%. And no is 53%.
Yes.
There you go. Look at that. Okay, listen. I'm just saying what the truth is. All right. J Mac for $5 says no, only because I have children in the house. That's the only reason.
At least he's honest, right?
He's honest. Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
Right.
Jay, you could just keep it in the garage.
There you go.
Can you imagine?
Just keep it in the bedroom.
Why is this pillow in the garage?
Keep it in the closet. Okay. Put it locked up with your guns in the closet. you could have the Sitch body pillow holding your guns. Little case.
Yeah.
Sodosh for $2 says Wolfwood is only a thirst trap for yaoi. You're safe. Why does that make me safe? Okay, so the gay men will be hitting on me. How does that make it anything better, Sodosh? Come on, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
What's going on?
Come on, that doesn't help me. Then I'll be like Adam. Okay.
Okay, what?
John Watts for 9 months says, taking the CPA exam tomorrow. Just wanted my parasocial network to wish me luck. Well, good luck. Hope you nail that. Hope you annihilate that.
What is the test?
CPA.
Oh, yeah. Certified Public Accountant. Good for you.
I'm assuming that's what it is, yeah. So awesome. There you go.
Hope you studied.
Good luck.
Hope you get it.
Tell us how you did.
I'm sure your internal locus of control will help you greatly.
Right. Same people argue in the chat about this. Is very funny.
About the pillow, the body pillow.
Yeah. Fondue for $5 says, years ago, I made my best friend swear that if I ever bought a body pillow, that he would put me down.
Oh, good. You kind of got to make a suicide pact about the about the body pillow. I mean, it's really the only logical thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we still haven't watched the donkey video.
Still haven't watched the donkey video, no.
Oh,
Say that for a rainy day.
I forgot about that.
Sam Josh for 9 months says, A-Team reigns supreme. More MMT content. I really enjoyed that explanation.
What was that?
More MMT content. I really enjoyed the last one.
Yes, look at that. Look, I am getting a little tired of people who are anti-MMT but don't really understand how MMT works. Very frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
God, where? I'm going back in our DMs. I'm trying to find that amazing corny intro on the live stream.
Sammy G for $5 says, Sitch, you want to share with the chat and Adam the Undertale thing you sent me? Trash.
Oh no. What is this? Sammy G's outing you.
Wow. Okay,
what did you send? You saw
so apparently the way this got brought up, she was explaining to me why Reagan was like, how Reagan became a sex symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Was apparently he was in a contest versus, oh wait, there was another picture I forgot. Let's bring that up too. He was in a contest for sexy characters against Sans from Undertale. Okay, was the person he was against for sexy characters. Now, I don't know if you know, you don't know what Sans looks like. Sans is a skeleton, Adam. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to send you this picture and you're going to tell me, how is this character in the bid for sexiest, like, anime video game character?
Okay, I'll bring it up right away.
Right. And so this really shows the degeneracy of the fangirl nerd space. Okay, when Sans Undertale is considered one of the sexiest characters out there.
Yeah, this does
By the way,
not bode well for females online.
Listen,
okay.
I love Sans. He's a great character,
right.
Fantastic character. Not very sexy though. Not very sexy. He's a skeleton wearing bunny shorts or fuzzy slippers and like just a comfy sweater and shorts. Okay.
Kind of looks like a stalker or maybe a flasher.
Well, okay. Well, so this is the artwork people have produced of this character that Sammy really wants me to show you. You like that?
What do you mean? I brought it up.
No, I sent you another picture.
Oh, there's a new one?
This is the artwork people produce of this character. The sexy artwork people produce of this character. Because he's a skeleton.
Oh my God. This is bad news.
Yeah.
What's going on? Why? What is up? What is this?
I mean, I don't know. That's what people do.
If this is
why
making the ladies wet, I've got no like, what's going on?
I don't know what's going on. Is it women? Is it gay men? I don't know what's going on here. The whole thing is confused. Okay.
Yeah, this is not really
right.
This is a little too strange.
Yes. You can show. You can bring it up. You can show everyone.
What do you mean? I already did.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's so anyway. So I found out that sexy sands is a weapon I can use against Sammy. So there you go. Oh, there was another. There was. Are you a corn? Is that what's happening?
What do you mean?
Oh wait, are you playing a video clip or something?
It's not playing for me on my end.
Okay.
Something's messed up.
I hear it on my end.
I gotta refresh.
I don't know if I guess that means only I hear it. I don't think the chat hears it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. You paused it. It finally came up. I was getting some error.
Okay. So there you go.
Beautiful. You want to say anything more about that?
Just like watching Sammy be angry in the chat.
Was that fun?
It is funny. I'm sending you the last comic. It's taking forever to send.
Woo!
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch. Oh my god.
This is the best show intro of all time. Why don't we do show intros like this anymore, Sitch?
Because we don't want to scare all our fans away. We don't want people to immediately turn the stream off.
Oh my god. Now when I'm feeling down, I just go to show 201 and I just look, I watch the intro and I feel 10 times better.
My god. This is show 201. So right after our big 200th show, you're like doing this shit. Jeez.
Oh, this is amazing.
It is terrible.
You could do the corny without even doxing yourself. You could just do corny.
Send it to me. Send me and I'll do corny.
Okay. I can do it up.
Do I have to do the voice?
This filter used to be hosted online. It's like a Snapchat filter.
Right.
And then one day
it's gone.
It was gone. I couldn't do my Snapchat filters anymore. I was like, what the fuck? I had to go to YouTube immediately. And I guess a bunch of people had the same exact problem because there was a YouTube video, how to save your Snapchats. So I had to like jerry rig it together on my computer.
Right.
Like hacker style.
Right.
And luckily, good old corny got saved. Some of them didn't get saved. Some of them did. Some of them were lost for all eternity.
DT says, I was the one that clipped that. You're welcome. Thank you, CT.
Clipped what?
The corny thing, I guess. Oh, you just pulled the stream.
This was
That's probably in a clip somewhere, I guess. CTL says the fan art gallery, CT made a gallery that's in the Discord for fan art. So there you go. That can be
I said that. Look, I told you right now. CT is yelling at you, going, "There's
right.
There's art in the Discord."
I think she made one where people can just post images or something now. So
yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, they can't chat?
I guess. Yeah. here with everyone's favorite.
What?
Okay, stop.
No, come on, this is amazing. I go for like 8 minutes like this.
Favorite.
Whoa!
With everyone's
Am I
favorite.
on the show? Ah!
Was this the first time you ever did this insanity?
What do you, people are begging for corny. What do you, Sitch? You should get a character.
Was this the first time you ever did this? Is what I'm asking.
I am beloved.
Is this the first time you ever did the corn?
Corny is beloved by all.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Has the show begun now?
With everyone's second favorite, human corn cob.
My name is Corn Cob Jake, and I am a social justice warrior. I am here to defend all the ladies of the internet from bullying and sexual harassment.
Oh my god!
I can't tell if you're doing that in an hour show.
I said that then. I didn't say that now. I'm silent. That was me going, "Oh my god," when it happened. Okay.
Oh my god!
It's been a year, and my opinion on it is exactly the same. Nothing is really popping off here, Adam.
There will be no homophobic slurs or they're racist words on this live stream. Please. Okay, we can stop.
Why do you have that picture of Saitama and Tatsumaki in the background? Anyway.
Look, I like to mix up the backgrounds.
Okay.
This is like the old background. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to mix things up. I like change. Change is a beautiful thing, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
Please be nice to one another in the chat.
Well, you see, last stream on Sunday got demonetized, so we figured this way we'll butter up the YouTube censors here.
Please do not use the word butter. It makes me very nervous. When you say butter, my life flashes before my eyes.
I want everyone to know that I turn on the Zoom, and this is what greets me. Okay, I'm greeted by this fresh hell. So I figured you all had to join me in that experience.
I wasn't gonna do the. Okay.
Oh, look at that! He dropped the voice. Terrible.
Yeah.
Okay. Move on now. From this fresh hell to another hell.
What do you got?
No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. Ostracy for 20 months. Thanks so much, Ostracy, for being 20 months. Discipline equals freedom. Because I'm here to learn about how America bad at leftism because we have too much freedom. There you go.
Can you have too much freedom?
Yes. Of course. What do you mean?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm going to say one thing. And you're going to instantly agree with me. Ready?
Okay.
Age of consent laws.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
There we go.
Well, I mean, you're impinging on someone else's freedom at that point. So, yeah.
Let's put it at them.
Mm-hmm.
What if they want it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's
okay, Mr. Girl.
Yeah. Ultranaut for $5 says, I found Wisecrack when it was a fun channel for all branches of philosophy, but without Jared, they act as if political philosophy is the only branch. There you go.
Yeah. They want you to hate your job as much as they hate their job.
Right. Lives in Devs Wall specifically for $5 says, it has now been 2 weeks since I took up residence in Devs. Oh, lives in Devs Balls specifically.
Oh, ouch.
For $5 says, it has now been 2 weeks since I took up residence in Devs Gonads. And with the housing market what it is, I doubt I'll be leaving anytime soon.
Wow.
There you go.
Well, I hope Dev doesn't evict you.
There you go. CT, you should bring up, she drew that picture of you, the corn picture she drew of you.
Oh, okay. What's this other one that you sent me?
Oh, that was the last comic for the cosplay stuff, which I forgot to send you.
Yo, Sitch. This panel is amazing. Look, Sitch is here going, Are these notes from Sammy G here? Cons have hot cosplayers. You can take pics with me. There is a very delicious Japanese barbecue restaurant by the con center.
This is all like reasons to get me to go to an anime convention. Okay?
A con gets you out of the house. Oh, well, Sammy.
That's like a bad thing. That's
I know, Sammy. Let me give you some advice on these notes.
Right.
Take that one out.
Right.
Some cons have cool live shows and events to see. Studies suggest a little human interaction is healthy.
Is it though?
You can find and buy cool, nerdy things in the dealer room.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, what kind of dealer are we talking about?
Not that kind of dealer.
Meet and greet with actors you may know. Okay, look, and then Sammy G next to the notes has a big box converting a normie into a cosplayer, and she's hiding in the bushes here.
Yeah.
Look, we used to try to catch birds like this. I never caught a bird like this. Never worked out for me. I don't know if you caught any birds this way.
I've never attempted to catch a bird like this. Or
Oh,
really
really?
a bird ever in general. What am I going to do with the bird if I catch it?
It's just fun to see if you can do it.
Okay.
See if you can catch one of those birds slipping.
I mean, you know, I don't think it'd be that difficult to put a little box like that, put some bird seed out, and just.
I know I could catch a squirrel like this because I mean the squirrel basically almost jumps on my leg now. So
Right.
yeah. Look at Sammy. She's got her
hiding in the bushes with the sunglasses.
He's got her sunglasses on just in case.
Just so you don't know who it is.
Just in case.
That's a pretty funny picture.
How could you not send this? This is the best panel.
I know, I missed it.
Damn you.
Well, there you go. I sent it now. So
you deserve that. F you. All right, now I'll bring up CTs.
Okay, now I can bring up Corny Adam.
Oh,
Corny, look at that cute little niblet face you got.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, I remember this. Yeah.
Oh, little Corny Adam, look at that. Look at the little face. He's so adorable.
Oh yeah, look at that.
He's wearing a little crown.
It's a star of the show.
I don't like that you're sitting on a Sitch chair that has like a Sitch throw blanket on top of the Sitch chair. That's a little creepy.
Oh yeah.
Like, did you skin me or something? Like, what's going on?
It's like I'm obsessed.
Or, yeah, I mean, I know you're obsessed with me, so that doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah, look at that. It is like a little throw Sitch blanket.
You would buy that chair if
Sitch
you could.
beat. Oh, I would definitely buy this chair. No body pillow, but that chair. That chair's
You won't buy
bitchin'.
the body pillow, but this chair, you're gonna get it.
This chair's amazing. What are you talking about?
I mean, that chair is pretty cool. They have little Sitch faces on it. That's pretty based. It has toes. I know, it's the worst part.
CT puts the toes in to freak you out.
The
You
Sitch
know,
toes.
Sitch doesn't like toes.
No, it's because we were playing Gartic Phone or one of those Jackbox games, and I don't know if it was CT or someone else drew Sitch, and they drew the Sitch character with no socks. So they drew the toes. And everyone was commenting on like, why the fuck, or I commented, I said, why did you draw me having toes? That's so creepy. And so that's become the forever meme that now whenever she draws Sitch, she has to draw Sitch toes. And there's always too many toes. So you can see there's like way more than 5 on each foot. So
Spencer Harmon is a member for 19 months and says, don't forget to like the stream. That's right.
Thank you.
Please.
Spencer. Thank you.
How many likes do we have? We have 1,000 people watching live right now.
Likes.
And 441 likes. So
right.
look at the like button and watch me say, please like the stream, and watch it light up like a discotheque from the 1970s. It's pretty based. And subscribe. Look at the subscribe button. Light up and sparkle.
Playing Gartic Phone with CT is like boxing Tyson. It's true. It's terrible. It's like play some drawing game with CT and Blepp and Harker, and they're all like, oh, we're all artists. We all have
They're
like pull out their
super good.
tablets and they'll draw some amazing, hilarious, like meme picture. And I'm like over here with my fucking stick figures. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yes.
Zombie Squad, thanks so much for the 16 months, says America with a salute emoji. Thank you. Lives in
Where are we
Dev's,
at? I'm gonna follow along now.
lives in Dev's balls specifically for $5. Thank you for living in Dev's balls specifically. I should actually send this to Dev.
Which ball? Or you live in both of them?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, which ball?
It's like a 2-room
Or
apartment.
is it like a duplex?
Like someone else lives in one.
He does an Airbnb with the other ball.
Oh yeah, he rents it out. That's a good idea.
Rents it out. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's listen, it's genius. I should open Discord. So I want to send this picture to Dev. Says Sitch, do not play Outer Wilds until you can stream it. It is not replayable, and each person's playthrough is unique. So I would hate to miss yours. Oh, I could do that. That could be interesting. Okay. Let's see. Where's Dev in my DMs? Here we go.
It's unique, huh? It's a game that every single one is unique. That's weird. How's that possible?
Because it's like
it's randomly generated.
It's randomly generated environment. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yes. TT for 2 Canadians says, what do you talk about? I use my phone. Listen, you use your phone sometimes, you use your tablet other times. It doesn't matter. Whatever you're using, you're just going to annihilate me in a drawing game. Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Edgy Saber for $5 says, the moon is the 51st state. True. Based. What's your first thought? Thank you for 5 Canadians. Says, hey guys, hope you're having a great weekend. Did you check out the new interview on Joe Rogan with Dave Smith? I saw that it happened. I didn't watch it because I didn't want to watch it. Why? Did he say something stupid there?
Yeah, it's got to be crazy, right?
I'm assuming.
That's why he knew he recorded a new video with Joe Rogan the whole time he was on Tim Pool. And he's thinking, oh my God, I said all of this shit on Joe Rogan like yesterday.
Right.
That probably happened.
Probably. Wait a minute. People are saying it's not unique. It's not randomly generated. Okay. Well, listen, I was just guessing from what they said. So then I don't even understand it either. It's not randomly generated. Okay. The route you take in the game is unique. It's open world. Oh. All right. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, don't be dumb.
Okay. Excuse me, princess. Outer Wilds is an exploration game in one map, but it's always the same map, but the exploration that players choose to do is unique to them. Oh, so it's like Subnautica, essentially. Gotcha. That makes sense.
Oh, the sandwich game.
The sandwich game, yeah. Thea Wolfie for $10 says, are you guys sometimes weirded out by the comment section? The Elon video will have JQ sympathy, and the Finkelstein video, you were called Zionist shills. S class is best class. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? We can get it from both ends, right? You can have a bunch of fucking anti-Semitic bigots who, for some reason, watch our content and
look,
JQ
they're
shit.
like drive-by commenters. I see them in the comment section all the time.
Well, one of them literally had Groiper in the name, so yes, yeah. There are a lot
I
of
didn't see that one.
comments. It was in the screenshot you sent me.
Oh, somebody else took the screenshot. I didn't look at it.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it is funny that there'll be like some weirdos who are like promoting JQ shit, who I don't, or commenting, on the video, and then, the next video, it's like, you guys are, bunch of Zionists. Like, okay.
All these people are drive-by commenters. They don't watch the show. Yes. They see the video title. They're like, oh, let's go fuck with these guys.
Yeah, true. Clockwork for $2 says nuclear. True. Cameraman 502 for $2 says, because the
Oh, you
Egyptians...
miss Jacobs.
I read that one already.
I
It's
don't
a $20
remember you
one.
reading all of it.
I read that one already. Cameraman 502 for $2 says, because the Egyptians worshipped the Apis bull. Oh. Yeah, but a bull is better than a calf. Like, worshiping a bull, I get. Worshiping a calf is lame. Okay, it's a little baby cow. I mean, what you're saying makes sense, but it's still lame. Michael for $5 says, prediction. Wisecrack will spend this entire video confusing positive and negative rights so that he can say America isn't free. You were correct. Devil on the shoulder on your shoulder for 9 months says, Adam, you don't believe Moses split the Red Sea with a Beyblade?
Well, that part happened, obviously.
There you go. Dr. Live for $5 says, A-Team does not like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain.
Not only do I love pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, I love that song.
Wow.
That's from.
Okay. What song is that?
I don't remember the name of it.
Okay. Who sings that song?
I'm looking it up now.
He's frantically clicking it.
It's on the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. That's where I've heard it from.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a song that everyone knows. I didn't know what the name of it was, and I thought
Pina Colada.
And I thought someone else had sung it. I didn't realize. I'd never heard of this person that sung it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's definitely like a one-hit wonder. Look, even when I search, the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack is what comes up.
It's called
Rupert Holmes.
Rupert Holmes' song is called Escape.
Escape, yeah.
There you go.
It's a funny song.
It's a catchy song.
So the guy, basically, it's like a 3-act story type song.
Mm-hmm.
So the
It's almost like a
guy's
musical.
The guy's in bed. Yeah. Fuck you. The guy's in bed. So the guy's in bed with his woman.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm bored of this bitch. Why am I hanging out with this girl?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So he's reading classified ads, and he takes a classified ad out.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm messing up the story. I can't remember if he takes a classified out or he reads a classified
Okay.
ad.
I was tired of my lady. We've been together too long.
Oh yeah, let's hear we go.
Like a worn out recording of a favorite song. While she lay there sleeping, I read the paper in bed, and in the personal columns, there was this letter that read, and the letter is the chorus.
Right. If you like pina coladas, like, meet me somewhere. Right.
If you're not into yoga, if you have half a brain, if you like making love at midnight in the dunes of the Cape, then I'm the love that you're looking for. Write to me and escape.
Right. Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty good classified ad, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of pina coladas. I prefer margaritas.
Oh, really? Margaritas are good too. I mean, why can't we have both?
Okay, we can have both.
Okay. I didn't think about my lady. I know that sounds kind of mean. But me and my old lady had fallen into the same old dull routine. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Terrible.
harsh, huh?
Right.
So he wrote to the paper, took out a personal ad, and thought, I'm nobody's poet, but I thought it wasn't half bad. Okay. And he go ahead. Do you want to read it?
It says, yes, I like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. I'm not much into health food. I'm into champagne. I got to meet you by tomorrow noon and cut through all this red tape at a bar called O'Malley's where we'll plan our escape.
Mm-hmm.
I can already see where this is going.
Really?
Yes.
Where do you think it's going?
Classic O. Henry here. So the next line is, so I waited with high hopes and she walked in the place. I knew her smile in an instant. I knew the curve of her face. It was my own lovely lady.
Right.
And she said, oh, it's you. Then we laughed for a moment and I said, I never knew that you liked pina coladas, blah, 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 blah.
So this basically reignites
their love,
even though they're both fucking cheaters.
Yes. but as a happy ending.
Does it?
I mean, they seem like they're happy with it. Listen, I don't know if you know this, but in the world of songs, things can be like whimsical. Okay, you
Oh,
don't
it
have to
doesn't matter.
worry about the fact that they both technically were trying to cheat on the other one. All that matters is that it was a whimsical, happy O. Henry ending where they all
Right.
got back together. Okay, and everything
Yeah.
was good.
I never knew you liked pina coladas and that you were a cheating son of a bitch.
Anyways, Dr. Dealer also says A team also fixes games of air hockey against children. S class is the best class.
Wow.
Is this true?
No, of course not.
Air hockey against children, Adam?
Look, I don't like children. I want them to stay away from me.
You cover up the goal with your arm
What?
so they can't score. You're cheating.
No.
Okay.
Lies. All of that's lies.
Astra
I'm drinking
La
a pina
Vista.
colada right now. I love it.
Thank you so much for the 1 year subscriber, Astra La Vista. Thank you. Says, thanks for the great content. I hope you guys continue to grow. A team reigns supreme.
Woo!
PC, thanks so much for the 5. Get the memberships, PC. That nobody guy for 3 months says, ironic he's implying white fragility when it's been the woke lefties advocating for safe spaces and sensitivity this whole time. True, that's a great point. And whenever you bring this up to them, they say, yes, but our complaints and sensitivities are real.
Yours are phony. You're fakers.
Fake. You're fake.
That's pretty good. If you had a corn filter right now, if you had a corn filter right now, that voice would be perfect.
Okay. Your corn voice is very high. Mine is very dopey.
I want to take this show to the next level. The only thing standing in the way
is a corn
Sitch.
filter. It's a Sitch corn filter. For some reason, I don't think that's the thing to take it to the next level. Okay.
So tune in for our daily recorded videos.
Rex Effectum, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Rex. Konos X for €2 says all laws because someone enforces them through might. True.
Yes. Yeah. But
Fondue
I still don't really think. Might makes right is the law. That's the difference.
Fondue for 20 months says, of course his ideas are contradictory. His standpoint is looking in 2 different directions.
Wow.
Referring to Sartre with his eyes.
Oh, yes. That's good.
That's mean, but hilarious.
Standpoint epistemology, right?
There you go, yeah.
Look, he can look around walls. It's perfect.
Listen, he's got to look out for prey. I mean, for predators. He's like a fish, you know?
Yeah.
Stug says, make Sitch an eggplant instead. And JMac says, make Sitch a gourd.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Got to get a gourd. You can be corn, I'll be a gourd.
We might only have access to
the corn
filter, yeah.
Okay. Matt Murphy for $5 says, is it appropriate for him to examine the concept of freedom at the heart of the USA founding via 20th century philosophy? That's a great point. Probably not.
Oh, that's an excellent point.
Yeah.
That philosophy wasn't even around.
That's true. Leo 901 for 1 year. Thanks so much. Says, I'm behind, but the reason it's a calf is because bulls represented both the gods Baal and Yahweh. It was seen as idolatry to the henotheistic Jews. Oh, well, there you go. There was an actual reason for it. There you go. Interesting.
Love it. Still a phoenix would be better.
It is weird that there's all this, information that the Jews originally were not monotheistic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they think that the Jews believed in like 3 gods. I think it was like there was the God who became the Jewish God, Yahweh. There was some kind of warrior god, and then there's like a female mother god or something. At some point, they got kind of rolled into one. Settlers for 10 Canadian says when France was invaded at Conquer, when the Vichy state was established by the Nazi, he literally simped for it and even said France has never been so free under the German occupation. Who are we talking about? Who did that? Who was simping for the German occupation?
I don't know.
One was Sartre. Sartre wouldn't do that. He's a Marxist. I'm assuming. I'll have to go back and see what we were talking about because that's interesting.
When France was invaded and conquered.
An Alien for 5, Aussie Buck says, Sitch, as sad as it is, many people still believe those cheap masks work. Just shows how well the media gaslighting is. Oh, yeah, the little stupid, the little surgeon masks, yeah.
I mean, I heard Scott Adams make his argument that they worked, so.
He never said that those worked. He said that a mask he was arguing with people that were saying none of the masks worked.
Right. Scott Adams, though, said it reduced some particle flow.
I mean, the surgeon mask might, I don't know, might have some menial impact. I don't think it's significant, but.
Why did they wear them in surgery then?
So they don't spit in your fucking open wound whenever they talk.
Why not?
Because that's the point of the surgeon mask. But Ed Wood Sr. for $10. Thank you. Oh wait, Charles de Gallion, is that the guy? Did he mention this guy in the video and I just missed it?
Charles de Gaulle?
No, Charles de Gaulle was against the Nazis. What do you mean?
Oh.
Anyways. Edward Sr. for $10 says Beta Ya Ungar Sargon. Are you insulting Sargon or is that a person?
That's a person. She's a writer.
Oh, okay. I was like, are you like saying like Sargon Beta? It was like a meme there or something. Oh no, you're right. This is a person. That's hilarious. Beta Ya Ungar Sargon. Okay. I would not have thought that was a real name. Argues that the only rights you actually have are those you negotiate with your government. I think she means classifying rights. Example, positive nature, natural, is largely an academic exercise. Well, I think that's a pragmatically true what she's saying. But I do think that the conception of natural rights is, as I've always said, the useful fiction that we should all adopt and pretend is real, even if it's not.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think I agree with her that the only rights you have are the rights that you take.
Yeah.
But I do think, obviously, saying that those rights are bestowed on you by creator of the universe actually is a good argument that convinces a lot of people. I guess it's not a good argument. It's a convincing argument for a lot of people.
J-Mac for $5. Thank you. Says, and echidnas. Oh, I didn't realize echidnas laid eggs. I had no idea. Bonus fact, baby echidnas are called puggles and they look like scrotums. Now that is true.
What are those?
Echidnas?
Yeah.
What do you mean? They're like little guys. What do you mean, what are they? I don't know.
Little humans?
They're echidnas. What do you mean? What are they? You've seen them, haven't you? They're like
looks like a little, I don't know.
It's like a hedgehog, but with like a long nose.
Yep, that's
like a little anteater nose. Yeah,
they're adorable.
They're pretty cute.
I want one.
Joshua Calehero, thank you for 5 months. Says, wait, this is Wisecrack? They've been inconsequential ever since they stopped doing thug notes. And if you haven't seen those, you missed out. I haven't seen those.
I loved Thug Notes. Thug Notes was hilarious. Somehow I think Thug Notes would have been branded as racist though.
Right.
In the current environment.
How did I say echidna?
Have you not seen Thug Notes?
Echidna? Oh, was I saying echidna instead of echidna? God, you guys, listen. You guys just have to accept that I pronounce things however I want. You know why? Because I believe in freedom, baby.
Right.
Now, I've never seen Thug Notes. I've never heard of Thug Notes. Okay. I don't know anything about it.
Wow, you're square. So square.
Cameraman 502 for 9 months says, when people argue under capitalism, you need a job to pay for food and housing. Remember, so no freedom. Lenin said, quote, he who does not work shall not eat. That is true. Drew the Dogman for 13 months. Thanks so much for 13 months, Drew the Dogman. Says 13-month free will moocher. Is that a record? See John Lott for Second Amendment info. The child gun death stat includes 19-year-olds. A-team reigns supreme.
Woo! Thanks, Drew.
Fondue for $5 says, but Sitch. Leftists only appeal to collectivism as an ad populum argument. They don't really care about the group when it disagrees with them. Well, that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about their conception is that you and me and everyone else must sacrifice our individual rights for the good of the collective.
Right.
In which, by the way, all societies do that, but they do it much further than liberalism, which was the critique and the mainstream thing they were criticizing when it came out. So that's why it's viewed as a collectivist versus the individual framework of liberalism. So liberalism starts, here's what I would say. Liberalism starts from an individual framework, and then it moves out from there to figure out where's the correct place. Socialism starts from the collective framework and then moves out from there. And I think that's the key difference in terms of conceptualizing individual versus collective.
I conceptualize everything
wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Kind of in some sort of simple format.
Yeah.
And I start with like the conscription example, where the arrangement that you're getting into is you're literally obligated to die for your unit when you're conscripted into the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a clear arrangement there that I would define as collectivism. But if the arrangement is you're just going to be taxed a bit more, it's where you draw the line. So see, death is such like a clear line. But you're going to join the collective and you're going to have to work real hard, or you're going to have to pray a couple times a day. You see what I'm saying? Like, is it really collectivism if you're just being taxed a little more?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I guess it's where you draw the line.
That's what I said. It's where you draw the line. You have to figure out where on the spectrum you exist.
Right.
Or where the good part is, yeah.
Well, what set of obligations turn it into collectivism? For me, that's the thing. Like where you're obviously it's clear when it's death, because your individual rights are in conflict with the group if you're forced to jump on a grenade and save everyone, right?
I'm envisioning you, it's because of the way you have the corn and the echidna on screen. It's like you as the corn having this conversation about like individual collective rights, and you're explaining it to this like random woodland creature that walked by.
Yes.
You're trying to explain collective rights to this echidna over here.
Well, for you, for me, I can say, look, it's death. Here's where I draw the line. Where do you draw the line, Sitch? Yeah, it's a spectrum, but you're like, I draw it somewhere around 50% taxes. Draw the line. Tell us all. Let us know.
No, because
where do you draw the line?
Listen, you're looking at it like a binary switch that turns on and off, and I'm saying it exists on a spectrum somewhere. Okay, and one end is the death, in life, right? But there's more, you could be more leaning in one direction or the other without going to that extreme.
Yeah, but in my situation, collective bargaining is not collectivism. It's completely different. Collective bargaining is individualism because I drew the line at death. Where do you draw the line to make it?
That's wrong. You're defining it in a way that no one else does.
So look, if there's a spectrum, individualism is at one end, collectivism is at the other end, and you're right in the middle. How do you know if you're collectivist or individualist?
Wait. Collective bargaining is not sacrificing the individual for collective rights. That's you going into a group of people to try to enact some sort of change or power. That's not the same thing.
As an individual, yes.
Yeah, that's not you sacrificing your individual rights for the collective.
Yes, but a lot of people will call collective bargaining collectivism, and I can say, like, I can articulate why collective bargaining is not collectivism through this example.
I just said why it wasn't.
Yeah, use my example.
Okay. No, I didn't use your example. It doesn't require death. It doesn't require death. I said, if you join a union, okay, it's you're saying, I want to get paid more or control my environment more, my work environment, or whatever. I can't do it on my own. So I have to join a collection of people. You know, we can get together and unify in order to enact some kind of political change. That's very different than saying that the philosophy of the movement stems from the starting point of the fact that you as an individual must sacrifice for the collective good, that the collective rights of everyone is more important than the individual rights of a single person. Okay.
Right.
And the reason I'm saying it exists on a spectrum is because it does, because liberalism does sacrifice individual rights for collective rights all the time. That's why I gave the cartoon porn billboard at a school right there. That is sacrificing individual rights for collective rights right there. But we don't say that's collectivism.
I wouldn't call that collectivism, though.
I understand that, but it is literally sacrificing individual rights for collective rights.
This is why I'm asking you, how many rights do you have to sacrifice to call it collectivism?
I don't know, Adam. It's like pornography. I'll know it when I see it, okay?
Well, I mean,
I said there's an intuitive way. Listen, if there's an intuitive way
who's
to do
better,
it,
the one who knows or the one who doesn't know?
Well, no, because your way doesn't actually paint an accurate depiction. No, it doesn't, because you were calling socialist individualists, which isn't fucking true.
Because of where I draw the line.
Because your line is not accurate. If you're calling socialist individualists, then obviously the scale is not the correct scale.
Only because you want to call them collectivists.
They call themselves collectivists.
Well, you know, if they're willing to die for socialism, then I agree that they are collectivists.
Okay.
Look,
anyway.
they're us. I was listening to something recently where he was making an argument, and I think it might have been some Sam Harris thing, because he was talking about, you know, Sam Harris is droning on about religion and how religion makes people do these crazy things because they have these crazy beliefs. You know, they're going to live forever, so they do stupid stuff. And the guy just completely disarmed Sam by saying, yeah, but these socialists, a bunch of socialists have died for their cause and they're atheists. What's going on there, Sam?
It's the same. Wow. It's the same process that's going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not thinking I'm going to live forever.
Okay, but
they're not doing it for 72 virgins.
Okay,
they're doing it for the cause.
This is why your framework is not useful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
if not useful to you, but it is.
No, not useful to anyone. Okay, okay, it's because
your framework, you literally cannot articulate when something becomes collectivism, and you're saying that is more useful. Please,
it's because there's.
Just articulate it for me, okay?
Okay. Most people are not going to be, at least knowingly, at least until a moment, aren't going to be in a situation or part of a group where they're like, yes, I'm going to 100% die for the group. Right?
First of all,
it's going to be very context dependent.
First of all, most people is a terrible argument, because most people only use the term collectivist to mean that's something I don't like. Okay. So
Okay.
just how most people use it is not a good argument.
Okay. So this is kind of the problem. So you agree that liberalism is an individual philosophy, right?
Yes, obviously.
Okay. And so therefore the would it not also be true that our government is a reflection of that individualism, right?
Yeah, obviously. America's very individualist philosophy.
Right.
Why do you
So
think we
then-
can't get universal healthcare passed
Okay.
or any of that kind of
Right.
stuff?
So then how does it make sense that any person that participates in American society and believes in this philosophy, why would they ever die for their country?
They do, though, all the time.
I know they do. I know. But why do they? If they're all rampant individuals that believe in individualism.
Well, some people draw the line at voluntarism. So if they volunteer to be a part of a collective that they're willing to die for, that's okay for them. They don't want to be conscripted or drafted into a collective where they're forced to die against their will. So a lot of times people draw the line there at
That doesn't matter. That's still, if under your definition, someone voluntarily chooses to join the military and die for their country, that would be, under your definition, they are collectivists.
True. Yes, I've had this argument. I have had this argument with people about collectivism. They're
so
like,
they're
listen, if you
collectivists.
volunteer, it's not collectivist.
So
if you
why
don't
is-
volunteer, it is collectivist.
So why is a collectivist volunteering to die for a country whose philosophy is rooted in individualism? That seems kind of confusing, doesn't it?
Depends upon how you define collectivism.
Well,
look, I have
your definition.
I have a clear definition of
Okay,
collectivism.
listen.
You have
I
like
do.
a
No, here's
muddled
my
definition of
definition. No,
collectivism.
my definition is that collectivism starts from the starting point is that the group gets priority over the individual. And that should be the starting point, the framework at which you build out your philosophy. And individualism or liberalism is the opposite. It starts from the principle of giving the individual priority and rights and safety over the group, and then it works out from that. Then it kind of builds itself outward from that framework. Those are the differences. So they have different starting points because they do overlap. They obviously overlap because any society is going to have to overlap between individualism and collectivism.
Yeah, the chief problem of society is managing the needs of the society and the needs of the individuals in the society, and managing the needs of individuals playing off of other individuals' needs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we both agree on the problem.
Yes.
Collectivism, I mean, and you can look up a bunch of definitions of collectivism. Collectivism is generally defined as putting the needs of the collective over the needs of the individual, or putting the desires of the. So there's all kinds of organizations that are collectivists.
Sure, of course. Right. Okay.
So
socialism is collectivism.
The question that I always have, look, and I brought up the illustration. Where do you draw that fucking line? And I understand that, I draw the line clearly so I can look.
Okay. But this is, listen, you don't want to get trapped in like the Swordy's heap paradox thing with like the how do you define a man versus woman thing? Because like, just because I can't tell you the exact line. No, I'm just saying, just because I can't tell you the exact line with the exact point on the spectrum between them where it becomes, 51% collectivist and 49% individual doesn't mean that the categorical definition is not of value.
Describe the spectrum to me. Okay. Individualism, which side do you want to put individualism on? The right? I did.
It's on the right.
Okay. So individualism is on the right, collectivism is on the left.
Yes.
I drop the point right in the middle. What's going on there at that point in the spectrum?
America.
Look, because I think it's more of a binary. Look, I even conceptualize it as a binary.
Okay. I don't think it's a binary because it goes into Well, you could say individual issues might be a little bit like lean in one direction or the other, but like the country itself. So you can say like, okay, a public option for healthcare, right? That's
Mhm.
more collectivist, right?
Well,
So we'd say
you
that's
tell me
leaning
what's
towards the collectivist
Why is that collectivist?
because
No
it's
one, you don't look. No one has to die for a public option.
yeah, but it's prioritizing the group over the individual.
Because
That's
you're
why.
going to conscript people in to be doctors, or I mean, what makes
Well, you
it?
might. Well, it depends how if the government takes over medicine. And I literally don't think, but whatever. Okay, I'm tired of this argument. We've had this argument a million times.
Just
I don't-
look, I'm just the way that you conceptualize it. Whatever, I don't know what's going on on the middle of that spectrum. So
Okay.
I understand. Like if you do a spectrum between freedom and security, I understand that as you get closer to security, you get further away from
I know,
freedom.
but I disagree with that you're just like, well, if you're not dying for it, it's not collectivism. I just don't agree with that. That doesn't.
Right, but you're not
I've
giving
never
any
seen
arguments.
another person use that definition. I think that definition is far too limiting, and I don't even know. I don't know what the utility of that definition is.
What is the utility of your definition?
Because I think it's just that's the way in which we're trying to conceptualize this information between systems that
tells me
prioritize individuals
nothing.
versus systems that prioritize groups of people.
That tells me nothing. Is
Okay.
it about number of rights that the collective has? Is it about number of rights that the individual has? As we move from individualism to collectivism down the spectrum, are we taking our rights away from the individual and giving those rights to the collective? Are we going,
Yes.
one right goes, so all the way on one side of the spectrum for individualism, the individual has all the rights and the collective has none of the rights.
Yes.
And then one right taken away. So by the time you're at the middle of the spectrum, it's like a 50-50 thing. It's
Yes.
like individual gets half the rights, collective gets the other half of the rights.
Yes.
What are the rights?
America.
Is
What do you
it
mean?
important?
Well, not for the sake of the hypothetical, right? When
Well,
reality,
at least we're getting
manifests in
closer to
specific
something we
ways.
can actually conceptualize here. I can conceptualize like rights being taken away.
So
right?
here's how I would conceptualize in your head. Okay, you have the massive individual right on the right, and you have the collectivism on the left. Okay,
Mhm.
so on the left, if you want to attach a system of government to that, you see on the left side of the spectrum, you'd see like in the far left, you'd see anarcho-communism, Stalinism, Maoism, and then communism. And then kind of as it moves towards the center, you see like social democracy or democratic socialism. Then you see social democracy. And in the middle of the spectrum, you see like democracy, liberalism, the various flavors of liberal democracies that exist in the world. And now if you start moving to the right, you're going to start to see more, monarchy and ANCAP sort of situations, which kind of branch off. Even though they're very different, I'd say that they're both sort of invoking a similar hyper individualism.
That's completely different than the taking the rights away thing that you just said. Now you've got a completely different spectrum.
It's the same exact thing. It's how those systems manifest as governments.
Okay, so you're talking about social systems then. You're not really talking about individualism versus collectivism.
What?
Look, monarchy is a social system. Social democracy is a social system. The collectivism and individualism can be a component of those social systems, but it's not like an essential component. Well, it might be in the case of communism or something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, in communism, it's essential. In monarchy, this is the whole Mencius. That's why I said when we were in the stream, monarchy. This is how you get the Mencius-Mollberg libertarian to monarchy pipeline, where he makes the argument that monarchy is actually the supreme form of individual rights libertarianism, because you have one person who has all the individual rights, who owns all the property. He's kind of making the argument that Hobbes was making, that Wisecrack brought up.
Is monarchy individualism?
It's like it is. It's in a weird way because one person has all the individual rights.
Right, but your needs as an individual are subservient to the needs of the king
Yes.
or the kingdom,
Yes.
I mean, it seems more like collectivism. If the king tells you, hey, slit your throat, you have
The king
to
isn't
slit
a
your
collective,
throat.
though, because collectivism, again, is you doing things for the group, you're not doing things
The
for a sole
kingdom.
person.
The king, he's
You're
the
not
leader
doing
of
it for the
kingdom.
kingdom. You're doing it for one guy who controls the kingdom.
So, so you have zero rights in a monarchy. That's
Well, depending on the monarchy,
individualism.
obviously, there's different flavors of monarchy. That's the hyper, super, ultra to the most extreme forms of individualism. Yes.
Look, can we go back to the other example and just play that out a little bit? Your example.
No, can we please move on? This is like, I'm
Well, look,
tired of this conversation. I'm like Dr. Manhattan. I'm tired of these people.
Nothing you're saying is clear or makes any sense. If anyone
It's
asks
clear
me, what
to
is
literally everyone else. Chat, please save me.
look, they will say
Everyone
that it's
knows
clear.
what I'm talking about. Chat, am I being clear? Do you understand what I'm saying?
They look,
You
they're all going to
understand?
say that you're being clear, but I'll bet you $50 right now we can invite one of them on and they're not going to clearly articulate what you're saying.
Sure.
Anyway,
I
let's
mean,
move on.
listen. Monarchy is not the end game for individualism. No, but it's if you take the concept of individualism and you run it to the most extreme levels where you remove all aspects of collectivism, you do.
I thought we already moved on. What are you talking about?
I'm just responding to the chat because people are confused about that.
Yeah,
and
of
that's
course
fair.
they're confused because everything you're saying makes absolutely no sense.
No, that's literally Mencius Moldbug's fucking argument. I don't even know how you could say that. That's literally his entire thesis for everything he fucking does. Do you not understand that? Did we not sit through Dev talking about this for 3 fucking streams?
Monarchy is individualism. Let's move on. Don't get triggered, man.
No, I don't understand. It's not helpful if you say, oh, this is just stupid. It's not stupid. That's literally Mencius Moldbug's fucking argument. And it works. This is how he gets libertarians to go down the monarchy pipeline. That's his entire argument. Okay.
Because monarchy is individualism.
Because the problem with people not understanding chat has nothing to do with you not understanding it. The problem with people in chat not understanding it is because people are like individualism good, collectivism bad. Okay. So like, well, how can individualism be monarchy?
It the same way I said.
So that's why I'm saying
they're using my definition.
The end goal of individualism is not monarchy, but if you just take the principles of individualism, okay, and you just run with it as to the most extreme as possible, and you remove any of the collectivist elements to it, you'll end up getting something that resembles either Ancapistan or monarchy land. And that's Mencius Moldbug's fucking argument. And that's what you get. And that's why I said we in our amazing liberal democracy have to find the golden mean balance between individualism and collectivism. Okay?
Just promise me you'll tell your dad that monarchy is individualism. And report back. I want to hear what he says.
Okay. I'll tell him that, and then I'll tell him, oh, did you know that communism is actually individualism too?
Yeah, show him the Yale course too.
Yeah. Communism is actually individualism.
Be sure to send him the link to the.
Christ.
Be sure to send him the link to the Yale course.
That link that you sent me that disproves your argument because it's literally him saying, I understand most people say that it's collectivism, but let me try to say why it's actually individualism, which proves my point. But okay. Jesus Christ. God. Bruins for 17 months says 17 months of autistic Adam dragging the show to a standstill. Woo. There you go.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Look, if anyone asks me, I have a clear definition. Obviously,
Sitch
is going to bounce around from
clear definition.
Sitch is going to bounce around from, it's the number of rights that you have that are disappear. I mean, that's actually something interesting.
Okay.
To this, no, it's the structure of society, which there's absolutely no logical train of thought between those two, but whatever.
Let's see where it was. Jay Greenlee for $5 says, simple. He's free to make this video criticizing America. That's more freedom than many other countries by default. That is true. Fondue for $5 says, I don't know about this framing, wanting to fix the problems that my job got me into management. So it was a mix of internal control and external. That is true. That is true. Yeah. That's why I said, we have to be careful because we have these conversations about binaries just to understand the concept, but usually things are mixtures of things because people don't exist in extremes in one direction or the other. So Midas Matthew for 9 months says, if CEO is a fake job, then it would be an easy way to profit from activist investors. So obviously not LOL. That's a good point. Matt Murphy for $5 says, all he has done is conflate positive rights with freedom. Freedom exists before and despite any discussion regarding government collective actions. I mean, it does depending on where you think freedom derives from, I guess.
Freedom derives from your ability to do things.
Right. But then it kind of breaks down the question of get the fuck out of here, Norton. Antivirus, Jesus. Stop trying to sell me shit. Kind of derives from the whole, do you have freedom if you don't do you have freedom just by is having potential freedom the same as having freedom? Like if you have potential freedom, but you don't actually have freedom, then then the concept of freedom should be conceptualized that way? Or does it only exist if you can protect your freedom and enact upon it?
Freedom is the ability to get Sitch to articulate his understanding of collectivism clearly. Which I don't have any freedom here.
Look at it. Look over here. Okay, anyway. Settlers for 10 Canadian says, have any of you read The Servile State from Hilaire Belloc? This guy was freaking ahead of his time. I haven't. Hilaire Belloc. What does Hilaire Belloc say? Open the Wikipedia. He's a Franco-English writer. Okay. He's Catholic.
Hold on, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, you go run to the bathroom. You go run to the bathroom, motherfucker.
No talking shit while I'm gone, okay?
Oh, I'm gonna talk all this shit. It's fucking
What are you talking
idiot
about?
doesn't know the difference between individualism and collectivism. Can you believe it, shit?
What?
Okay, anyway. Oh,
they don't know that. There was a lot of people agreeing with me in the chat. Going,
you want to do a poll?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I always get sandbagged on the polls.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. That's what I thought. Go to the bathroom. Okay. Black Hat 0061 for 20 months. Thank you so much for 20 months. Oh, that's right. I'll wait till it gets back. Let's see. Mike Hiller for 11 months says, I was let down when I found out people weren't mad the whip existed. They were mad they weren't the ones holding it. Ah, yes. That is the path to Enlightened Centrism, Mike. That's the beginning path to Enlightened Centrism. Right there. Is realizing, oh, they're not actually mad at oppression or people oppressing other people. They're just mad that they're not the ones doing the oppressing. That is the path to Enlightened Centrism. Eagle Shadox for $5 says, define locus of control, because I think I'm invoking Sitch's law. People pursue social change because they know they have the agency to do so. No. Yes. I'm just saying I think people that are more... People who, my opinion is, people who seem to have the strongest locus of internal control seem to be not as interested on average as other people are in terms of enacting widespread social change, in my experience from people I interact with. So,
really?
Yes.
Widespread social change. It's so hard to motivate people to do anything. It's why would you? I guess it's like me wanting to do impossible things. But I guess the things Go ahead.
Well, I was just say, I mean, it's sad. There are people that are just highly motivated to change those sorts of things.
Right. Yeah.
There's just, a lot of activist people out there. But anyway, BlackHat0061 for 20 months says, thanks to great content, guys. Adam, is there any movie or show you wish you could have helped work on? Also, S class is best class. B boo blah blah blah.
I mean, maybe worked on as a writer, but not really worked on as, I don't know, production. I guess I don't really understand your question. But
I mean, as like a writer, sure. Is there any movie or show you're like, oh, I wish I could have writ for that show? And by writ, I mean wrote.
I guess I never really thought about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting question.
It is, yeah. But I mean, I've written a bunch of my own stuff. So.
You don't, so like I do a thing almost constantly where I watch something, and when I'm done watching it, I immediately like, well, it'd be better if they do this. So I have like all my like fan rewrite in my head for like everything.
Yeah, that's great for YouTube videos. I mean, we got to
Right.
start doing that content, man.
Yeah. So
it's like
there's lots of things I wish I could work on. I would have made it better.
Nobody knows that Sitch and Adam both studied film. Like,
I mean, they know.
Yeah.
We talked about it.
Well, not really. I mean, not as far as like the wider YouTube community. They all know us as political people.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Which is kind of odd. I mean, I ran a screenwriters lab in Los Angeles for 10 years. Like, I've read hundreds, if not thousands, of screenplays. A lot of bad screenplays. I've worked with hundreds of writers and actors. So I feel like I know a lot about this stuff that just, I don't know.
TT for 2K says, there's machine guns in Cyberpunk, Adam. Just saying.
Yeah, no, look. CT doesn't want me to ever finish the comic. It's clear.
Chad Powers for 13 months says, stop doing the extended dork tirades. No one cares about WoW. Listen, Chad.
Yeah.
You might not, because your name's Chad. But a lot of people do care about it. Okay. A lot of people do like all the WoW anime nerd lore shit.
They actually do. Every once in a while, CT clips one of those videos out, and I'm always amazed. I'm like, this is going to get, oh, shit, 10,000 views.
I was surprised how many people seem to enjoy me explaining to you the first 2 episodes of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. Yeah, people seem to be into that.
Yeah.
Well, I went with it. Look, I
know.
Yeah. If only you could listen that good.
We've entered into the stage. We've entered into the stage of the evening where my work wife, Adam, has become passive aggressive.
If only you knew how to play along.
Yeah, there you go. Passive aggressive work wife here. Thank you, everybody. Now explain to him the other 289 episodes. Yeah, exactly.
Fuck that. Oh my God.
Yeah, I literally only explained to you like, well, I don't know, because there's actually 2 forms of Dragon Ball Z. There's Dragon Ball Z and there's something called Dragon Ball Z Kai. And the reason there's 2 Dragon Ball Zs is because the original Dragon Ball Z had so much fucking shitty filler that they literally re-edited the entire cartoon show when it was done to cut out like extraneous garbage from the show. That's how much filler there was.
Wow. That sucks.
And so let me see. So there was, how many episodes of Dragon Ball Z are there? Just for comparison. There's 291 episodes of the original Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon Ball Z Kai cut that down. They took the same content and they cut it down to 167. Is that insane?
It's a lot of filler.
Yeah, like it's wild to me. You know.
Hey, I thought of an AI movie I want to make.
They got rid of 124 episodes of a cartoon show. Anyway, what were you saying?
I thought of an AI movie I want. You know where we're talking about all the versions of Batman movies
yes,
we were going to make?
Batman in Game of Thrones, Batman in Sherlock Holmes, Batman in Shawshank Redemption. Yes.
So I want the AI to make for me the Wizard of Oz, but with Star Wars characters. I want C-3PO to play the Tin Man. I want
Shouldn't he be the
R2-D2
Cowardly Lion?
The I was thinking Chewbacca would be the cowardly lion.
Well, they look
He
more,
has
but
more
the
of the
personality
vibe.
types. Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Who would be?
He could be the cowardly Tin Man.
I think R2D2 would be a good Toto because
Yes.
doesn't speak,
Right.
runs around like crazy. But we could make R2D2 really small though, like the dog.
Yeah, right. He'd be really tiny. He'd be a little tiny R2D2 boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Princess Leia would obviously be Dorothy.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's Luke going to be?
Hmm.
The Scarecrow?
Yeah.
Or Han
Actually,
Solo would be the Scarecrow.
Han Solo does seem like he's been looking for a brain the whole series. So
No.
maybe-
Wait.
maybe Han Solo could be the Scarecrow.
Han Solo is the Tin Man because he has to find his heart.
Oh. But I mean, C-3PO kind of looks like the Tin Man.
I know, but I'm talking about like personality wise here. Okay.
I
It's
think it
more
would
important than
confuse
how
people. I'm going to make an executive decision.
Well, okay, it's your AI. You can create your version. I'll create my version. We'll see which
Mhm.
one's better.
Yes.
Right.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
Meet all the characters along the way.
Okay. I mean, it's no Batman, but could be good.
We could work Batman into it. Batman can be Oz.
There you go. No, wouldn't Oz be Yoda or something?
Oh yeah, Yoda or maybe Darth Vader.
Well, no, the Wicked Witch would be like Darth Vader and or the Emperor, right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes. The flying monkeys would obviously all be
Ewoks.
Ewoks? No.
Oh,
What are you
stormtroopers?
talking about? Stormtroopers, yeah.
They could be stormtrooper Ewoks.
That would be good. I like that.
Sitch, explain that cut episodes of Dragon Ball Z were mostly single attack animation cycled for minutes on end to pad the run length with grunting. I mean, yeah, that's essentially what was going on in a lot of Dragon Ball Z. A lot of screaming, a lot of grunting, a lot of anime reaction noises, a lot of slow pans. Yep. Okay. Lives in Dead's Wall specifically for $2 says, at least it wasn't EVE Online. There you go. I've never played that.
Is that a game?
That's a game.
Sounds awesome.
Uh,
I mean, it sounds boring.
Lives in Dead's Wall specifically for $5 says, doesn't go far enough. We need body pillows of all associated channels. We need a short fat taku, EFAP, Doomer, Sargon, etc. in regular and gender bent. Also, Corn Adam Dildo. Wow. How do you feel about
Where
that?
are we? No, come on, guys.
You don't want the Corn Adam Dildo?
Only if it talks like corny.
The voice?
Yes. And
It says things?
It begs you not to use it.
It says things about moral foundations in the corn voice.
Yeah,
as you use
exactly.
it. Whenever you turn it on.
Oh, please let me leave.
Listen, I think that'd be a hot seller. Okay.
Maybe. What's the poll at? What's going on with the poll here?
The poll. 15% want a male Sitch body pillow. 32% want a female Sitch Chan body pillow. And 53% don't want any of that crap.
Yeah,
There you
good.
go. There you go. Okay.
Where are we at? Jeez, I'm like,
We're at Fondue for $5 says, years ago I made my best friend swear that I already read that one. If I ever had a body pillow that he would put me down. CT for 2 Canadian says, I made an image only channel on Discord for the fan art. There you go. Twitter Sucks for $10 says, I need to get apparel of Sitch Chan like I'm going to Disney. Hat, shirt, beach towel, body pillow, bumper sticker, vinyl car wrap, billboard, all of it. Wow. That's listen, Twitter Sucks is a true fan. Okay.
hell yeah.
You're gonna have like, like the goofy hat. It's got like the goofy face on it, but with like Sitch Chan.
I'm going to send you some graphics for that car wrap later this week, Twitter.
What does that mean?
That'd be badass.
Oh. There you go.
Okay, look, Sitch and Adam car driving around town. Come on, Sitch.
Yeah.
That's the opportunity of a lifetime.
That would be cool.
All that free advertising.
Right.
Give you a big you can get a big tattoo too.
Okay, don't get a tattoo. Listen. Don't do that.
Look, I'm joking, obviously.
Richard did that funny joke about getting the tattoo. Because CT had like the temporary Sitch tattoo.
I remember.
Yes, it was very funny. Soto for 2 hours says, "This is what you degenerates look at instead of Berserk."
Look at this. Someone's simping hard for the Berserk.
Soto really wants me to watch Berserk. Spencer Harmon for 19 months, thanks so much, says, "Don't forget to like the stream." That's right, smash that like button. We're also going to hear about corn cob Adam dildos. Nowhere.
Right, yeah.
Speaking of that, Oshacy for $5 says, "Corn cob Adam is the lifeblood of the show."
Hell yeah, look at that.
I don't think he's the lifeblood. I think he's the starch of the show.
Look, Ostercy hates our MMT talks.
Yes.
But he comes back for corn cob Adam.
There you go. Yes.
That's devotion.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, "Corn Adam makes the girls go pop, pop, like magnitude." There you go.
Hell yeah.
Good reference. CT for 2 hours says, "What are you talking about? I use my phone. I don't use my tablet. That requires effort." Well, whatever. You draw better than me and most other people on your phone anyway, so it doesn't matter. You could like close your eyes and you'd probably draw like 10 times better than me anyway.
It's not just drawing, it's like knowing what to draw. That's the thing.
Sure.
The game's hard because you're like, what? What?
Is that what you're like?
What should I draw here?
Is that what you're like?
Yeah.
You're like, what? Okay.
Yeah.
Caleb Cynic for 6 months says, "Would you ever talk to Brandon Herrera? He's a gun tuber and running for Congress in Texas. Could be fun and interesting stream."
Sure. What the heck?
Sure. Yeah.
We'll talk to anyone except for Mr. Girl.
There you go.
Oh wait, fuck.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5. Thank you. Even though you delete the message, but thank you for the $5.
Look, that was a total accident. And what
you deleted it?
Yeah.
What did it say?
I don't remember. Jeez.
Wow, Adam, you jerk.
I know. I fucking feel horrible.
Can you believe this? Live in Deswall. Well, if you remember it, Dev, you can just
back
type it in the normal
stream. Yeah.
Just type it in the normal chat, or Adam, go look in the stream for it, and I'll read it.
When you move up the thing,
it was an hour ago. So roll the stream back an hour, Adam.
Puts a little thing up, a little pop up.
Are you doing it? Are you looking an hour back to find it?
Am I backing up the stream? No, I can't back up the stream. Oh, I guess I can.
Open a new window.
Maybe.
Sure, you're the one that did it.
I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
Do it.
Oh no, there's no way I can find it in there. Never mind.
Why not?
He's in the chat. He's going to tell us what it was.
Why can't you do it?
Because there's no way. Okay, I'll try. I'm going to try. Here we go.
I mean, if I can do it,
I'm going in. Guys,
2 seconds,
I'm going to find it. Oh, you found it already?
If I'm going to do it in like 2 seconds. Let's see.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to find it.
I'm going to find it first.
Okay, I'm going to let you find it first.
I found it first.
Oh, you did already? Nice.
God, how are you so bad at this?
I didn't even try.
I can't do it, Sitch. It's impossible. Sitch finds it in 2 seconds. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, "Outer Wilds is probably the best game I've ever played, but explain the mechanics kind of spoils it, but it's an amazing experience. You'll love it." Oh, that sounds awesome.
Good. I'm going to give you a heart just for accidentally deleting your message.
There you go.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, "I admire Dave Smith for being as mentally ill as he is without the habitual use of extreme amounts of drugs and alcohol."
There you go.
Well, look, we don't know if he's not doing extreme amounts of drugs and alcohol. I mean, we're guessing on that one, but
right.
But thanks for the super chat. Beckett for $10 says, just finished Heights, The Righteous Mind. Attached wheels and handlebars to my elephant. Well, why you do now? Also, give me the lowest energy S-class that you can give, please. And thank you.
Let's hear the lowest energy. Yeah. Do it out.
S-class is ass class. How's that?
S-class is the best class. That's the lowest energy you get.
Ed Woodster for
I don't
$5.
like this. People in the chat, including Sammy G, have come up with the concept of making Sitch chopsticks. This feels like blasphemy.
What would
Like
they
I
look
should
like?
sue somebody.
Sitch chopsticks sounds great to me. What are
Yeah,
you talking
awful.
about? Sitch and Adam branded chopsticks?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
It'd be great. Guess what? The restaurant
What?
that I worked at, that I did all the math on,
Mhm.
was a Chinese restaurant. You're in luck. I already know how we can start our own restaurant.
Right. Edward T. for $5 says, would a law that requires all males to contribute to a sperm bank and females can only get what the bank gives them be considered socialism? Well,
Yeah, is that collectivism? Where's that on the spectrum?
I mean, that's definitely collectivism. It's requiring you to donate to a sperm bank. That's definitely on the collectivist side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't
Yeah.
know if but making the women, yeah, it would be, because then the women don't have the choice to get impregnated through normal means. That's you sacrificing your individual rights for some collective purpose. Now, I don't know what the fucking purpose of that would be, but it's definitely not individualism. So
Look, I like this. Thank you, Ed, because that is a good thought experiment. It's not death,
right,
but it still feels like collectivism.
there you
It
go.
really does.
You got
Yeah.
you got a good example for you.
Yeah, because it even has like a eugenicsy feel to it. That's
Right,
just
right.
oh, yeah.
True.
Okay.
For each
Yeah, I
according
guess-
to his dick.
What's that?
In the chat, for each according to his eggplant emoji.
Oh.
Instead of for each according to his name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I guess if the state was directing you who to reproduce with.
Well, we
Wow.
100% collectivism, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Your rights to who you reproduce with were taken away and given to the state.
Yep.
See, that's why, look, I just think you need to carry the number of rights out long enough. And then you can look at certain rights that you're immediately like, okay, well, as soon as the individual loses that right and that right goes to the state, it's collectivism.
Did you know that in some states you have to get a license to have a child?
Yeah. Kind of
Weird.
crazy, huh?
Yeah. Bruins
But
for
then
17 months says.
Then I still think it's
Oh,
some
that
kind
one.
of binary. I think it's like there's going to be a group of rights that you're like, okay, these are collectivists.
Christian Baller for $5 says, not gonna lie, I was an ANCAP when I first started watching y'all. You both changed my mind, still libertarian, but not autistically. Well, based. Thank you, Christian. It's good to hear.
Yeah, that is good.
Lives Does Well specifically for $2 says, real individualism was the friends we made along the way. True.
Right.
Fondue for $5 says, speaking of Monarch, Slay the Princess is a great game. YouTube is dumb. Yeah, it wouldn't let you type that in. Slay the Princess. A new role-playing experience. What is this? You're on the path in the woods, and at the end of the path is a cabin, and in the basement of the cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world, Adam. Are you listening?
I am, yeah.
She will do everything in her power to stop you. She'll charm you, she'll lie, she'll promise you the world, and if you let her, she'll kill you a dozen times over. You can't let that happen. Don't forget the fate of the world rests on your shoulders. You're not going to listen to him, are you? We're supposed to save the princess, not slay them. There you go. Features. fully voiced acted. Hand penciled art. A princess. She's very bad and you have to get rid of her for all of her sakes. No, the
I can
princess
fix
isn't.
her.
No, the princess isn't a cosmic horror. She's just an ordinary human princess, and you can definitely slay her as long as you put your mind to it. Don't even think about trying to romance her. It won't end well for you. Hopefully you won't die, but if you do, you'll die a lot. Be careful and stay focused on the task at hand.
This game sounds fun.
This game sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to spend $18 on it, but maybe if it's on sale for cheaper.
Oh.
It does sound kind of interesting. And it's all hand-drawn pencil art. So fascinating. Okay. That seems like an interesting game to play on stream. Can Adam slay the princess?
Yeah. And by slay, I mean...
No, you have to kill her. You can't fuck her.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, slayer.
Orca for $2 says, you guys are awesome. Thank you for all the work. Well, thank you. Stug for $5 says, don't act like you hated Discount Piccolo, Pecan, and the Grand Kai's martial arts tournament. I did hate Discount Piccolo. I hated all that stuff. But even, see, here's the thing. Even like I could stand the totally made up filler shit because at least it's something like different and unique. I can't stand the so much of this standing around, like the very slow edits. The pacing is like a fucking snail's pace because they're really just so desperately trying to drag it out for so long. That's fine. Just make up new shit. Just make up fake fucking storylines. I'll take that over just dragging everything out. That's the real problem. It's just the dragging everything out.
Yeah, it sucks. I hate... Look, you know me, Sitch. Get to the fucking point already.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Orca for $2 says, also A-Team reigns supreme.
Supreme! Say it right, Sitch.
Uh-huh.
Say it correctly.
Uh-huh.
Read that super chat right.
Okay.
Quit screwing around.
Ready?
Ready.
A-Team reigns sup PPP preme.
Supreme!
No, it doesn't say that. It says sup PP preme. Hi, Wormy.
Supreme! Come on, Sitch.
Okay.
Do it correctly. That's a $2 super chat.
Sammy G for $2 says, watch all of One Piece and explain it to Adam. LOL. That'd require me watching all of One Piece, Sammy. I don't want to do that.
That'd be fun.
God, no. Orca for $2 says, forgive me, Adam. I voted for the Sitch pillow. Sad face.
Oh, it's okay. All is forgiven.
There you go.
It was a moment of indiscretion.
Of weakness?
Yes. Do 14 A-Team reigns supremes and 15 Hail Marys. And all is well.
Orca for $2 says, Wormy is on his rat arc. What does that mean?
Someone noticed I shaved his tail.
Oh, you gave him a rat tail.
Yeah, Wormy gets super bad hairballs. And I don't want to shave him because it's like winter now and it's kind of chilly. But I figured, oh, look, I can shave his tail. That might cut down some of them. So.
Look, it's Vosh. It's the Vosh for $2 says, hey, Stinko Man.
Oh, that must be
Hey,
you.
Strong Bad. What's up? Dr. Dealer for $2 says, October 7th was my birthday. Remind me to never celebrate one over there. Oh, man.
Really? Really?
Damn.
Oh, that sucks.
That is, yeah, sucks.
You share a birthday with
a massacre.
With Putin and a massacre.
Right.
Not good.
JCat for $6 says, the reason I wanted you guys to cover the Actual Justice Warrior Destiny debate is so much of your coverage is reasonable person versus unreasonable person. Actual Justice Warrior versus Destiny was a debate, in my view, between a reasonable lefty and reasonable righty. Listen. No one wants to see reasonableness, Jay. They want to see someone acting like a fucking idiot. That's where the entertainment comes from.
That's what I want to see.
But actually, no, I only listened to part of it I should listen to the whole thing. It was kind of interesting because I'd never even heard this before. If this is true, it's wild. Sean said that the person that was like that lead in charge of negotiating the Iran deal for America, the Iran nuclear deal for America, was actually an Iranian spy. Did you know this?
No, I didn't.
Isn't that crazy? How is that not like top news? How is that not like blasted everywhere? How do we miss that?
Who knows?
That just seems wild to me. So I should go back and listen to the whole thing.
I didn't even listen to what you were saying. What were you saying? Was it important?
I said, did you know that the person in charge of America's dealings during the Iran nuclear deal by the Biden team turned out to be an Iranian spy?
You're kidding me. What?
That's what Actual Justice Warrior said in his debate with Destiny.
Really? And that's true?
I don't know if it's true. I'm assuming it's true. Sean's usually pretty good about that kind of stuff. But I'm like, how is that not like blasted everywhere when that happened?
Because it sounds like something he made up to just get Destiny. That's like a big thing everyone does now. They're like, I just made it up.
I don't
you
think
say say something ridiculous and then you get them to agree and then you're like, ha, I just made it up.
Iran spy nuclear deal America.
You just said nuclear. Look, you're improving.
Oh, I'm sorry, nuclear. I said it correctly. I'm so sorry. This isn't good. If I type that in, the only thing that talks about this is the Heritage Foundation. That's fascinating. Heritage Foundation, which is obviously a right-wing think tank, says Team Biden let Iran infiltrate the nuclear deal. That puts all of us at risk. Two recent bombshell reports reveal that the decade-long Obama-Biden obsession with engaging the Islamic Republic of Iran has been orchestrated by the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's right. In negotiating with Tehran, both the Obama and Biden administration have chosen to employ Tehran's very own surrogates. Essentially, this new information means that the mainstream media narrative that then President Obama and President Joe Biden successive attempts to get a nuclear deal with Iran were made in good faith to keep America safe from nuclear weapons in the hand of a deadly enemy is a farce. Okay, tell me the facts. Stop fucking buttering me up, you
Don't
piece
you
of
hate
shit.
that? I know. Just get to the facts. What the hell?
Who's the spy? The fuck? This article's worthless. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not worthless. Wait.
You got it?
It's the right. This article's written so biasly. It's like it's fucking disgusting. Just tell me what the facts are. Okay, Iranian spy on America negotiating team. Like, I mean, it's insane. Why is there not like a normal fucking article about this? Here we go. High-level Iranian spy ring busted in Washington. I'm assuming that's going to be about this. Here we go. Here's from the Committee of House Oversight, or the House Oversight Committee. House Committee of Oversight and Accountability, James Comer, blah, blah, blah. Continuing oversight of the Biden administration's failed Iran policy and are raising concerns about the administration's use of officials with sympathetic ties to the Iranian regime to negotiate with Iran. In a letter to the State Department, in a letter to U.S. Department of State Secretary Anthony Blinken, the lawmakers request documents, information, and a briefing to assist the committee's investigation. Quote, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability is investigating the Biden administration's efforts to conceal details about its ongoing secret nuclear negotiations. Okay, blah, 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 blah. The administration's lack of transparency is even more troubling in light of press reports about Iran's direct role in this weekend's horrific attack on Israel and Hamas, and additional revelations that former special envoy for Iran, Robert Malley, and members of his negotiating team may have had compromising ties to the Iranian regime. The United States made recent concessions to Iran. These concessions occurred as Mr. Malley, the administration's top negotiator with Iran, is under investigation for allegedly mishandling of classified material. According to recent media reports, a former member of Mr. Malley's Iran negotiating team, Irani Tabatabai, was in close contact with the Iranian regime for years. They participated in the regime-backed Iran Experts Initiative, which was launched by senior Iranian foreign ministry officials in the spring of 2014. Huh. Okay, so I guess the thing is to look up what exactly was Robert Malley's ties with Iran. Because it doesn't seem super definitive from this. Seems kind of maybe still suspect. The Biden administration now suspended Iran envoy Robert Malley, helped to fund, support, and direct an Iranian intelligence operation designed to influence the United States. This is an article from Tablet. Blah, blah, blah. That's too long for me to read.
Well, don't you suspend even if it's a maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll look into this. I am interested. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine that if this isn't like, if they have this guy dead, they're right, that this isn't just like a major fucking story, even with the left-wing bias of the news. But because it might be one of those things where it still looks bad, but they don't know. But I'll look into it. I'm interested. Okay. Where was I? Dr. Diller for $2 says, I disagree with Sartre. 2 + 2 = 4 no matter what. Where 2 is an abstract value that maps directly and simply onto a concrete concept. I think people arguing that objective truth is beyond our reach are coping. I do agree with that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, on gun ownership, my opinion is a quote from Samuel Colt himself. Quote, God made man, Colt made them equal. That's a pretty good quote.
Like a Colt 45?
Yeah.
I like it.
God made man and Colt made them equal. There you go. A good line.
It's called a reverse dominance hierarchy.
PC for $5 says, if we don't watch the clips, should we still sub to the clip channel? You said before that if subs don't watch the vids, it hurts you in the algorithm.
Yeah, only sub to the clip channel if you're going to watch the clips, if you want to watch the clips.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we're kind of doing the clips as a service to you, for you guys who like the clips.
Right. Well, I mean, it could be its own thing.
Sure.
So it'll blow up maybe.
It's not gonna. I mean, we've already done the clip thing.
Ooh, the other clip channel did decently though. What do you mean?
It did, and then it died.
Well, I think we stopped doing it.
No, a bunch of the clips someone turned us in and.
Oh, well, that's why it died though.
Yeah.
So, but it's not like it died out of interest.
I mean, it did kind of fall off.
Wow. Anyways.
Nice. Look at this. So I do the harmonica? You want me to do that or?
Anyways.
I got to turn my thing on. Anyways, this is a portion of the show when Sitch explains.
Yeah. What am I explaining?
Where he draws the line with collectivism. Did you do PCs? PC has another $5 there. Did you do that or?
That was the one about she subs to the clip channel.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. This sounds different. I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like it. It sounds different than your normal end song. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for very clearly understanding and knowing the difference between individualism and collectivism, even though Adam doesn't. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true super fans. You are the true anime protagonists of life. You are the true people that would never, ever, ever participate in a filler episode. No, every episode that you're in, that's a main plot episode where shit is getting done. And thank you for very clearly knowing and understanding the difference between individualism and collectivism.
Bye-bye!
Also, hit the link in the chat to join the Discord and do the short story contest.
And Sitch don't know shit about collectivism.